Hello and welcome back, everyone. We have the new patch, and I'm 99.9999% sure we're allowed to be streaming it. Let's just double check. Okay, yes, okay, we're good. So, we are going to, per the poll that's going on, almost certainly be playing Japan. But a lot of people will ask me about the patch, I feel, right? And why don't we... A lot of people are going to ask me what I think of the patch. I think the patch is really, really good, but also more of a long-term patch. And why don't I unpack that a little bit, kind of with this, spoilers, Great Britain run in terms of where we're at. There's several mechanics, including the street sweeper outside, that have been added, that I think are really, really good. One is Diplo interests now scale with various factors giving you involvement. I think this is a tremendous improvement over the toggle. We also have the addition of straits. Straits are a very interesting lever for economic activity. You've been exploring this a lot in this Great Britain run. And they are extremely strong. In particular, this strait is very, very strong at the start of the game. And this strait is kind of pretty strong now. More than just being strong in themselves, they add additional value in addition to the tolls, because they cause other countries to... Hey, Joe Pro, thank you for the 24 months. Wowza, I'm pretty sure you're the Who's got 2 thumbs and a fresh sub? Ayo! Congrats on the new job. Someone says, thanks for the Vic 3 coverage. Also, thank you for the tip. Much appreciated, my guy. Much appreciated. Okay, let's try and get through this brief review. As well, for the people, for you, the people watching the VOD. Not you, the people watching the stream. The VOD people. You can wave to the VOD people if you're a stream person. Did the army meta change? I don't think the army meta changed, but navy is really strong. We'll circle back to that. But as you put in really high tolls on people, you can kind of brick their ability to trade. And if you brick their ability to trade, then there's a trade opportunity, right? And then you can fill that trade opportunity instead. Here's Russia's trade center. Because they can't get out through here, and they can't get out through here, and they can't get out through here, and they guess they can only trade through here. There's underlying this, and this is, I think, really kind of critical for the people who care about like the long-term development of the game and this type of thing. This means also trades are tracking where they're going in terms of direction, and performance doesn't really seem negatively affected. So, if trades are tracking where they're going, that seems, or like how they're passing through into the world market or this type of thing. I think there's like a location in the Aether or something like this that is used mechanically to do this, but that is a good sign for something that could be scaffolded upon. And, also, we have boats. The boats are very interesting. The boats are hard to tell. That's not a boat. The boats are very interesting. The boats... It is difficult to tell how much gameplay texture this adds. Building your boats are fun. It adds, like, a strategic layer. I don't know if the AI plays well enough for... I don't have a big enough sample size to know how well the AI plays. It feels like you can just make, like, a turbo fleet that just crushes the AI. I'm not 100% sure yet. The AI is something that'll improve. The boats seem definitely improvement. They also, with this version that is pre-release, which is not what we are getting tomorrow. This is not going to be the patch that is tomorrow, so I don't know if stuff's fixed. There's a lot of UI clunkiness to the boats right now. And in terms of... early access that I've gotten to games, this has been one of the more frustrating ones in terms of clunkiness, specifically loading and unloading stuff from boats. I assume that gets fixed within the next week, if it's not fixed by the live patch already, but I think I would be remiss if I didn't mention it. But I think for multiplayer, I think the ships are going to be insane and a ton of fun. And I don't know how well they're balanced yet. I've tried to take a look. I have a spreadsheet of the ships. We can maybe take a look at the spreadsheet. And I've been looking at it. There are some standouts. Being ahead in ship tech is just insane, though. Because you get a ton of ship armor. And if you see here, we have 135 ship armor. If we go to a ship of the line and we make the max guns, they only do 90 hull damage. So that means they can only damage you when they crit. So very, very strong. But that's like historic. Like, when the first Ironclad was made, it just like, it would sail into where it was going, and then everyone else would be like, oh, okay. And then they'd leave. So hopefully it'll stop Navy chasing. It doesn't feel Navy chasey, because you can assign intercepts to multiple nodes. Do they add colonial gameplay change? I've seen they add some colonial CB action. I haven't played around with it too much. It feels somewhat similar. You do need to get some level of interest before you can colonize. It seems to be the case that some of the new interactions that are present are just not worth using. But okay, there's one more thing, and we saved the best for last, and this is why I think of this more as a long-term patch. As a hook, the national cast, and the fact that you're tracking characters, and the fact that you can have unlanded characters, and the fact that they have characters like... Let's see if we can find a magnate. That's an executive. The fact that you can have characters that are not an interest group leader, and are being tracked, and are not a politician leader, I think is really significant. Can we find someone who's a magnate? Are they just all too poor now? We know that they exist. We're looking for someone with the magnate tag. Maybe this guy's gotten too weak. I think we can make our point regardless, it's tracking someone who's not a general, not a politician, not a thing like this, and it offers like a new hook. And I think that this is going to be one of the mechanics that maybe feels... it feels cool right now, but I think the full weight of like what you can do with this is going to be felt in later patches, like where you can track artists and scientists and stuff like this. This is like the start of being able to do that. Much in the same way that long ago when we first got agitators, people were really underwhelmed with the agitators, but the agitators were the precursor to the political movements and all this type of stuff that we've gotten. And so, yeah. Magnates, how do they work? Here. It seems that they're too poor to get a lot of prominence here. But if we start a new game as Great Britain starts out with some of the most powerful people as magnates. But characters all have, and this is part of it, characters all have locations which they're from. And so like there's a lot more hooks that you can attach to various things that have been introduced that are a little bit subtle. But characters, alright, so this guy, I think, can we find one that's not a politician? Okay, let's just look at this guy. This guy is from Lancashire. He owns the manor houses in Lancashire. He is prominent because he has a lot of holding, and it's generating a lot of money. Companies tend to take over from these like individual landowners as the game goes on, but at game start, these guys are very powerful, and what they do is they influence your nation's politics in a pretty decent chunk, because one of the big percentage modifiers from here is from these guys who have a lot of prominence. If they're going to be reworking politics, Russia is in the Russia update. It's definitely going to use this. Yeah. So this is like how Victoria 3 tends to cook. They tend to be like, I think they think about it ahead of time. We want this type of mechanic for XYZ, let's make it ahead of time. And so we see mechanics that seem kind of in their infancy, but they're functional, but then they, like, start to build off of them a lot. Like, agitators, initially, were just kind of, like, whatever burgers. I hope that global tension, in some sort of sense, the level of interests, you see our interests now at game start, the level of your interests escalate as the game goes on. And so while it's not really tension, you're going to have more overlapping interests with other great powers as time goes on. Which I think makes you... I don't know if they hooked the AI on this, but I think that it makes the AI more likely to intervene. 400 hours played, haven't interact with agitators once, they're strong. So if I delete all the farms in Lancashire, he will have no more money? Yeah, I guess in theory. If you delete all the farms that he owns, he will be poor. You feel they achieved Navy flavor? For example, can Russia build a Navy to defend the UK against its shores? Is that flavor or is that mechanics? You can, they do have boats that are specifically good for defending the coast. The Monitor and the Coastal Ship Defense. These get a pretty good bonus. All capital ships have a massive malice towards accuracy against these underwater ships, or the raiding class of ship. And the Coastal Defense Ship and Monitor have the smallest malice. So if all you want to do is defend your coast, you don't need as much construction to bring as much stats to bear. I think. I have to look at the math. These things just might not be worth it regardless, depending on the math. I'd say they're going to bring in extra in political cabinets, hence the extra characters. Yeah, and the characters also get to stay around, so this means that you don't get a bunch of, like, historic characters needed. For the RP people, this is actually the best thing since sliced bread. Right? Because the characters stay around. Now, with our bug, Victoria got yeeted. We had a bug, so we didn't have Victoria in our game. But just wanted to kind of talk, like, a brief overview kind of at the front of the VOD, because I know it's going to come up a lot. Now, people have voted for playing Japan. And so let's do it with the hegemony objective. Hey, Elia, how's it going? Do you have a favorite ship model so far? Well, you get ironclads pretty early, and they seem really efficient. And it feels like rushing ironclads is going to be a vibe now. And you can just go for the ironclad and just say, no, you can't sink me. And then I'm going to pew-pew you a bunch. I still have to take a look at some of the mechanics. I do have a spreadsheet. I was trying to take a look at it. I don't know how everything interacts with each other, so I can't apply all the levers to, like, making things do calculations. There's new prestige goods. Could you see if you could show us? I don't, off the top of my head, know all the new companies. I do know that several of them are in Japan. I think Shuzhou Silk was one that was in before. And so we probably can see... I think like half the new companies are in Japan, if I recall correctly. But I think we had Prestige paper before, the washi paper. I don't know if we had the Prestige Silk from Mitsui. I know that they reworked these to supposedly not step on each other's toes as much. I haven't taken a look at Japan yet, though. I think that this is actually different stuff than it used to be for Mitsui. Looks like we can also add in coal. And maybe this is a good place to get started, to kind of think through what we're going to be doing. Generalist actually using one of the objectives. How you know he's a CIA plant. Paid actor. Did Navy become easier to manage? No. As it stands, Navy feels like it's more clicks to manage. There's more choices though too, so I don't know. We have this refined steel from Sumitomo, which has tools on it too. That's a pretty solid company. Lead can be hard to get. I don't know if it's Bis. Bis phonetically just feels so good. Best in slot. I do think Swift Merchant Marine's going to be a little bit better. This is something that we discussed a little bit more in our Great Britain run, which we're going to publish soon. But for that, there's the levers connecting Navy and dominance of trade are quite strong now, and they didn't really used to be present before because the shipyard, both the military shipyard and the domestic shipyard have been merged. And so now you get actually a proper effect where the people with the powerful navies are also controlling global trade. I just arrived here. You talked about the new way of declaring interest. I didn't quite understand it in a Paradox's stream. Well, you stack a bunch of modifiers that increase your involvement. As it stands right now, it's kind of flat cost. And so as you scale up and get big, you'll get a ton of interest everywhere, which I think properly simulates kind of what's going on. Specifically having various agreements with other people will do it. And so you can see here, we have an interest just because it's adjacent to our capital region. If we look at our capital region, because we have armies here, they are giving involvement. We also have subjects. These are also giving involvement. We have big proportion of the GDP here, so that's giving us more involvement in our capitals here. And so we have 4 involvement, which isn't the top level, but we're pretty close to the amount required to get 5. And 5 will give you a discount on infamy. This means you can park a navy somewhere for like a couple years and then get an infamy discount there, which is kind of interesting. They gave new companies that gave minus 5% mortality. Someone posted a screenshot, I forget what it was, what the company was, but it looked very strong. Well, it's raining? Yeah, it rains. We want to zoom in here a little bit. Kyoto. Mantetsu, I think, is a new one. That icon looks familiar, though. Those industries together look familiar. Did they just rename it? This is the North China Railway one. Yeah, okay. It's been renamed. Extra Infamy Decay. This one is intriguing. We'll probably just use all the Japanese companies to stay on theme and try and figure out a good way to kind of use them together. Do they change how you restore the Emperor? I think so. I haven't played Japan here at all, so we're going to be exploring that together today. Haven't really looked at the Japan content very closely. I mean, I read through the dev diary, but there was a lot to read through. So we have the Locked Country. Love the new content from Vic 3 lately. It's very underrated. Well, I haven't produced like any Vic 3 content. You mean just the dev diary run-throughs? That's Manchurian Rail? Yeah, it looked like Manchurian Rail. It's just been renamed. Look at the top one. One of them is that. It was like a wood company. Oh. I think there might be 2. But yeah. It's stepping on the toes of this other company, but... And they're similar. Birth rate is better. But this has rice. Rice is nice. Did they change anything in the power blocks? Yes. I don't think we can form one right now. There's a new power block. It doesn't look very strong. It's the, like, naval power block. But I don't really know. It might be strong. It kind of depends what percentage of your construction you're going to spend on this. So we have, since the Canary area and the earliest days of Tokugawa power, Japan has been a country closed to outsiders. A trickle of trade with a few select nations at a few designated ports is all that has been allowed. While the system lasted for more than 2 centuries, the world is beginning to change in ways that will make it harder to keep the country locked down, even if it interests Japan, or interests within Japan wish things that could remain the same forever. If foreign attempts to open our lands cannot be stopped, we must import their ideas as well as their goods. So we have to change a couple of our laws. We do have unique laws, and this will fail if we do not have a monarchy and the ruler, or if the ruler is the Emperor of Japan. And if failed, we get this. And if Japan opens up, we get this. So I guess we have to get this open before we get the Emperor, because the Emperor will fail us. Oh, the content from, yeah, Paradox. Yeah, I think the Victory team's been cooking. They just do stuff like long-term. Getting level 5 interest, and in Korea, getting claims is going to mean almost no infamy for annexing. Yes. New mechanics complement each other in Victory. Yeah, they have an idea of what they want to do. And it's long-term when they execute it. Let's see. Okay, wait for Shogun Season 2. Is there a Season 2? I thought Shogun's just over. Okay. Tempted to go for the Mappy. It probably depends on what we nat spread. Something that's maybe worth showing off, though, is, so you get a ton of things unlocked, but also a lot of these techs unlock various other things. There's a new naval law. I'm not sure, but this one might be the best. Stacking Navy goods cost is an interesting idea as well. You don't spend as much on Navy as you do on construction, but it is a really big chunk. But you also unlock stuff like the ship modification, torpedo nets, so even defending against torpedo boats is easier if you unlock that. And the fact that you're unlocking more ship types does make the naval techs themselves feel a lot more filled out. Do you think 1.1 for Victory or 1.2 from EU5 is going to win this DLC round? I haven't played 1.2 yet. I'm actually very frustrated that they release 2 DLCs like 1 week from each other, because it makes my job really hard. I'm not a fan of them releasing them on top of each other. I think that not that the way they should not release stuff according to like what makes it easier for people who make videos of the game, but it fundamentally does make it so I can't make videos on 2 things simultaneously, right? Okay, we also have the Tempo Crisis. Declared in 1830, the Tempo, or Heavenly Protection Era, lived up to its auspicious name. However, poor weather conditions on Honshu would result in soaring rice paddies and countrywide famine, while increasing the wealth and influence of the Chonin and threatens the established samurai rule. What is this gonna do? This is our class system. What's Frugal Ordinance do? Let's see. We have a few agendas that we can execute here. In terms of reform, we'll probably go the reformer agenda. So that means we have to enact lax tax status order, hereditary bureaucrats, and have to get the Chonin up. Well, I think this will help us. This makes the Chonin upset while this is in effect. I don't know if we put him in, if that'll do stuff. Let's take a look at what we got. Let's take a look at... We have some custom laws. We have Bakufu. I think this is more legitimacy than normal. We have like 1k legitimacy. That's a lot. We have minimum acceptance. and maximum acceptance on class basis, which is often not what you want to be about. The class divisions, standard class divisions are generally favorable to you. Do we have a different middle strata, lower strata? So we have all aristocrats. Alright. Really dig the music? Yeah, we have it set to only play new DLC. That tanked SOL? Did it really? It lowered minimum expected too, though. The minimum expected is very low. Alright, we have isolationism. Disallow aggressive diplo plays, so we're going to be internally oriented for a little while. Last status order. We warrior caste. Minus military goods cost, plus max barracks level. So more max barracks level. Merchant Navy, we maybe want to get off. Let's show off the Navy laws for the people who are interested in. Eventually, I think involvement becomes trivial, so this might be good late game. I don't really know. The ship construction efficiency seems maybe bad, but also, if half your construction is going to supply ships, then the fact that you have less ship construction... I don't know what distribution you normally have in terms of split between supply and ship construction, but if you value supply ships more, obviously this will be an eco boost. Minus Navy goods cost is interesting for the idea of overbuilding for the purpose of stimulus. Most of what they demand, though, is like steel, and a lot of the later ships demand oil. I think this one's probably just not very good. You can also go for stuff just for interest group approval. Well, actually, here. Maybe it's okay. I think that cruisers are better than capital ships long-term, but short-term capital ships are better. This gives more involvement, so this is probably better like early game. It's been so long since Generalist played Vic 3, he can't even stay above 6 SOL. Damn. Bang bang. Spend authority? We're working on it. We're just kind of cruising through what we have new things to spend authority on. So what is this? These guys are kind of okay. So, one thing we might spend our stuff on is to try and get the next guy in line for this to be a more reformer type. Looks like we have a modernizer here, and a Mitogaku here. Adherent of Mito studies, a patriotic academic, and a political doctrine originating from the Mito domain. They revere the emperor as the ruler of the world, etc., etc. Well, they want a lot of stuff we want. We want lax tax order. We want public schools. What do our reforms look like? Who could we get in? Could we get the samurai in? Not very easily. We do have a modernizer here. So, for us, we really would like to get someone other than a traditionalist. So let's take a look at our national cast. Let's click the right buttons to get to the right places. So that's our ruler, this is our heir, and then we have several others. Looks like we have a ton of... Not really seeing characters with ideologies we want. Okay. So let's take a look at our movements. Is there any changes to the tech tree? There's a... all the Navy techs now do different stuff. Basically. Yo, we got a date for release. It's tomorrow. Well, hello, everyone. Let's see. He is faithless. Just looking to see what these guys support. Well, we don't want closed borders, but we do want lax... I guess we kind of don't like any of these movements very much. And of course, we can't invite any agitators. Alright. Now, I do know that they've changed the map a little bit here. So, let's see what we have in terms of modifiers. It's like kind of normal. Is that a... That was just flat infrastructure. For a half second, I thought I saw a percentage infrastructure. Rice throughput, that's nice. Okay. Is there a way to check pop? In a way that's convenient? I think there is. Just hovering this. I think we're going to promote social mobility in some spots. Huku has the iron, although they've reworked it a little bit. Now it has a really big chunk of the iron, so... let's encourage manufacturing, and Kansai has been split into 2 states. Okay. Let's get some of that down. Not really generating a ton. We would want to float if we're passing a law we're interested in. Let's see what we could do with these guys. With this squad. Floating some of this will be useful for us. Very high stall chance there. If we could negotiate with these guys, that would be nice. I forget where we check how they feel about us overall. Will Tune get stuck in your brain? It was very nice. Do you play multiplayer parties or just single player? I do more single player than multiplayer, definitely. But I do multiplayer occasionally. Very occasionally. The boats kind of wants me to bring back 3v3v3 though. Because I think the fighting over the Navy with 3v3v3 could be interesting. I mean, I'm kind of inclined to try and get off serfdom just right away, but that seems maybe punty. We have a lot of stuff we need to change. Can we lock in? Yeah. And this is brutal on qualifications. We're actually going to have huge qualifications issues. Are they equally upset about it? No. Let's try and go tenant farmers. See if we can negotiate with the Jisha. We have to increase SOL from 6 to 7.1. Well, it's not 6 anymore. So that's some fine print. Maybe we can use these guys to reform. So we have a nice amount of chance. Now these guys are a little bit upset, but they're not super upset. So I think this will be okay for us. And we'll float this so that we pass it faster, I think. But let's rake these back and do this. I think that... Do we have substantial reason for wanting to... No, okay, we don't. Is there a bunch of... What's here? I think we have much more pops here and we have more industries here, so I think maybe it makes more sense over here. We are using resource industry, right? No, we're not. Let's do that. Because now we have an absolute enormous amount of resources here in Tohoku. I think we're about ready to unpause. Let's actually take a look here. Who has... Fee Fi Fo Fum, who has some interest here? Russia has some. Okay. Fair enough. And then, can we colonize? I don't think we can. Do we have any journals? No, not yet. Activate if we close the borders. We need isolationism off to get that activated. We have to own all of Yezo. Yay. Alright. It's kinda... Tenant farmers are more efficient if you don't want millions of unemployed pops from intransient migrations. This is the case. Hey, Happy Shaft. Oh no. We can do another thing here. Combat rice hoarding. This seems good for us. Invade Paraguay by sea. We actually can't start diploplays. And not only can we not start diploplays, we would have to generate interest there. We can't declare on Paraguay. Does the tiered interest system work well? I'm a fan of it. I like it a lot. It does feel like it's properly simulating stuff. Gonna build this one iron mine and then upgrade one of these to iron frame construction and then probably stop there. Just kind of want to get things set up a little bit in the background. Because then we can get one toolmaker. We can set this to wrought iron once we get one iron thing. Or... yeah, I think we start with a literal 0. Hopefully we can make that work. We are isolationists, so we have to produce everything ourselves. Yeah, we don't have any iron. We would like to change up our thing. I think we don't have coal, so we don't have gas streetlights. I think we can do fishing trawlers. But we can't do sawmills, so yeah, we want to get the sawmills up and coming. So you said we had some trade with our law. We are importing some clippers. I wonder if we can, with this new law, import a little bit of iron. Where are our trade centers anyways? We have a couple here. Where are our one iron mine potential? Alright. Kyushu and only level 5. Got it. Okay, so that's all we can do for trade. Very cool. But that is going to make it a little bit easier on us. But I think we could swap up to this now. For a bowl of rice. Accusations of rice hoarding. Oh no. 4% lose their lives. Let's try not to kill our pops. Could negotiate with samurai. I think they're adding a lot of issue to this. We'll try doing it without negotiating with the samurai. But okay. We also don't have use yet for these. Put in on sawmills. And let's prioritize softwood construction in some spots. It seems like we have too much hardwood. Looks like we kind of are. Alright, fair. One iron mine, optimal grocery mappy. Empty boat queue, all production to make supply. I think you just don't pay the cost for it. I'm not 100% sure though. We don't really need boats for anything. Looks like we're not paying any cost. It's just slowly producing supply ships. Do this, maybe. I think when we do that, it has more cost, though. Yeah, so here, 3.2k. Does it always pay that? This is a question I was asking myself and the audience. It looks like we always pay it, so we might as well accumulate some supply ships here. That should go away, so iron is the issue now. That's what we're producing. Oppo approval would actually help us with passing tenant farmers, I think. Decrease stall chance? No, didn't. Let's check our political movements. Nothing's changed. We're using these guys right now. Right? Oh, they don't like tenant farmers still. Could use these guys later, maybe. Subsidize important resources. Gold mines, Japan has those. Couple here and there. Playing Japan is going to be a long time before we see a naval battle. It is definitely going to be a long time. The people wanted Japan, they wanted the isolationist experience. It's going to be a lot of building up. Get law commitment. These guys are opposing, so it just reduce the opposition. Maybe that's kind of okay. That's kind of okay with us. Yeah, that just didn't really affect things that much. Russia shouldn't start with a max interest in Manchuria. Do they start with a max interest in Manchuria? What are we saying here? They don't have a max interest here. They barely have any interest. They just have some. We also do want to make sure we don't get into the negative. So I think we're gonna have some... How quickly we can do this is gonna depend a little bit on this. I think the EV of this is not very good. Oh, Soapy-Doo. 1 times that, and then 2 times the other one. This has like the net same EV, it's just more polarized. Let's just do this. Currency's NAT spreading. Cotton, of course, has to NAT spread. Wait, did they change? No. Let's do this. We want to get off traditionalism, basically. Excuse me. Rigid status order. I don't think we want that. We're gonna tell them to kick rocks. We do not want that, but 38% for tenant farmers. We're in good shape now. Let's get something under construction, though, yeah? Okay, so this loop should kind of start working, but we have people employing up in these 2 states. I know that qualifications are a little bit of an issue. Let's do this. And then here, let's do this. So the places where we have quals, I'm going to start adding some stuff in. How much are we adding to the investment pool? A little bit here. As this employs up, yeah, we see we have issues. But I think we have 1 construction sector here. Let's do this. And then add one of these to the queue. Because we do want to swap all of our lumber production. Actually, this is premature. This is super premature. What we will do here... Yeah, we're on sawmills. Okay. The price is kind of okay. Yeah, fair. Where do we have mappy bonuses? Alright, we have one in Osaka. So let's do this. And then... We'll put into the queue a couple more construction sectors. Tenant farmers coming along here. You look tired, man. Take care. I am tired. I am very tired. I apologize. Resources look way better than pre-update. They are pretty... They reworked them in a couple spots because they got moved away from some spots. Hokkaido also got a rework, but yeah, in here specifically there's so much stuff, so we're using the resource output bonus. I guess we'll put this in the queue as well. Exchange Armenian? I am Armenian. I am Armenian. Only a quarter though. I'm not like super Armenian. Let's weave this a little bit like that. Kind of do one of the additional construction sectors. And okay, we've begun the reforms, so no longer gonna have as many issues employing stuff. We do want to get onto this. Now, if I recall correctly, reforming either in the modernizer in or this guy was like impossible. But maybe we could do something with this guy? Okay, nope, that's not the guy. We can get this guy in. He is mercantile. Could generate loyalists by just sitting on this. This gives a ton of education access, especially for peasants, lowers research speed. What's the next step forward? We almost need a new movement. But we need agitators. Let's take a look. See if we have anything new in the national cast that we can maybe hinge onto. If this guy gets more prominent, he will get more powerful, but the problem is we can't slot him in. So what we're thinking of is, I also don't think we could use the interaction on him anyway. Oh, we can patronize him. It's very patronizing. Sometimes he gets corrupt. We'll give him prominence for 10 years. The prominence will give additional clout. I don't know if we're trying to get clout on top of them, though. We need to somehow decrease the clout of these guys. Also, Bakufu, hard for us to swap off of, so we have some significant issues here. Just subscribe because of my compatriot. We're buddies. Shout out to my Glendale homie. Oh, Glendale, man. We don't live that I'm not going to get more specific, but we don't live that far from each other. My grandfather grew up in Glendale. Guild system for quals? Not easy time. Oh, we forgot to plug our thing. If you guys are interested in pre-ordering or ordering the DLC, we do have a code. The code does not give you a discount, but if you use code GENERALIST in all caps at checkout on the official Paradox web store, it does send 12% of the sale our way. So for here, for example, we have Victoria 3 Volume 3, and this will not give you a discount, and it will be slightly inconvenient because rather than activating it immediately on Steam, they will email you a code, but you activate the code on Steam, and so if you're paying I think they also have sale. Sales also go on Paradox. They just can't charge less on Paradox. So if you're not in USD and you were interested, specifically check. Because sometimes the conversion rate is funny. But, your, Iskakan Armo? I'm not sure. I don't, like, speak Armenian. I know that one of the words that, like, I was told was an Armenian word was, like, actually is, like, a Turkish word? Or something like this? Or that's what an Armenian, Uber driver had told me when I was telling him I, like, only know, like, a couple words. I knew bourgeoisie in Armenian is bourgeois. Or bourgeois. Is Japan easier now? I don't know about easier. More interesting, certainly. I'm trying to figure out the best way forward here for us. I don't think it's swapping theocracy. What are we rolling if we're rolling a new guy? This isn't that helpful. We have helpful guys, but we can't put them in government and be legitimate. The samurai seems the most annoying that we can't get in. We can get in the samurai. Okay. But what do we do after we get in the samurai? We could do lax status order. The daimyo get pretty upset at that. They get really upset at that. I think we want to swap that stuff right now. We get our own secret police. Political strength of shopkeepers is somewhat interesting. No need to flip theocracy, it's not EU5. Yeah. Are we playing the Great Wave? We are playing the Great Wave. We have early access to it. We are playing the Great Wave here. I mean, I'm thinking we go this. All pops will immediately reconsider their interest group support. It's kind of interesting as well. But if I recall correctly, political strength is kind of a factor. Aristocrats, officers, bureaucracy, clergymen. Giving more political strength to the capitalist engineers and these types. Kind of something we want. Alright, so I guess this is probably the next path forward. Let's see if we can negotiate. We can negotiate with the Jisha. They're really not adding a lot of stall chance here. Unfortunately, we can't negotiate with the daimyo. Let's see if maybe we can do something about this. Do we have any... We have the Japanese-French Friendship Committee. So we could get another approval here. Currently their approval is enough to get the negative modifier, I think. I think that this activates at -4. Oh, it's 5. Okay. Oh, wait. Okay, it's not. But we can pass stuff faster if we just decrease taxes a little bit. So I think we'll do that. And we still are running a positive balance. My forehead is also shiny currently. Yeah, the losing the hair is definitely on my Armenian side. What's your favorite Armenian? Why is it Dan Bilzerian? Ew. Dan Bilzerian is such a man child. Did someone mention Bilzerian? Not like this. Okay, so we don't have enough guns. We could use more demand for tools here. Cause more employment. Although qualifications are part of the issue. Expanding this right now seems loose. It's not. Alright, so that's gonna be good for us. Maybe it's not loose. Let's do this. I think iron mines are a bit of an issue for us here. We need the tools to run the gold mines. And so even though iron mine, like, basic levels suck balls. Surge tanking is my favorite immune. Surge tanking is a good choice. Artificially shiny, shaved, not lost. Hey man, whatever you gotta tell yourself. That's okay. That's okay. It's okay. Near them. We don't want to get the minus approval. Wow, we just luck sack. Shout out to getting lucky. Hey Julian. This theme is sick. Is this a new Japanese inspired one? It is. This is, I think you need to get a DLC for it. We'll do this. Who's in that Antia country lobby? Alright, we're hoping for the Daimyo to be in there. Oh wow. Just barely pipped off of 50%. I don't think there's another way for us to, yeah, have the samurai and do this. But this will fix our status order. Unfortunately, we can't negotiate with the Daimyo. I wish we could give them something they were interested in. Do you plan on hardcore settings with aggressive AI and medium? I play on just like the standard settings. People will compare their runs to my runs and this type of thing, and I think it's just more straightforward to do it like that. I don't know. Also, very often, like, the bonuses don't, like, make the AI play more intelligently. It's just, like... Let's just get a little bit more approval on them. I don't know if we're gonna need it, but... Seeing if Great Britain had a bad attitude towards us, we were just gonna side in the play just to fix the attitude, but they don't. Who's the knockback? Who's there? It's the USA. They want to open you up. Yeah, basically. Lion and the Dragon's dead. Great Britain, or so far I've seen just China back down. I think if you're playing as China with the current system, Great Britain does not properly escalate their interest there, and it's probably one of the easiest chink patches ever. Alright. So what are our options? I'm thinking we probably do this. We are the cliff on which the barbarian will crash? No. We would like to have more options for ending this. We probably should have saved. I don't know how bad this is or what happens here. 5% qualification is kind of nice. No, no. Let's take a save and see what's up. I know you're in victory at the moment, but I'm playing at EU5. Wanted to get your opinion on free trade versus mercantilism. Owning trade centers is really good, and if you own a lot of them, mercantilism can't be avoided, and mercantilism high is better than low, so you just go mercantilism. Is it possible to naval invade Qing from home county's new mechanics? Not really, as well. You don't start off with transports, like a lot of them. I don't even know... It's really hard for Great Britain to just land with a shitload of troops. And with all the weird stuff you could do with China. But if there's a war goal specifically that you could achieve through just blockading, then maybe you could just use that. Alright, we're gonna revoke this. Picking the lock. I think we'll go with mercantilism here. Now, sucks. And that gives us migration controls as well. Sucks that makes these guys really upset. So, you know what? We're probably supposed to try and finish passing law first. The hidden domain, Ryukyu. Now, a factor. Japan opens up. British groups gain political strength. Revere the Emperor, exile the barbarians. Tokugawa loyalist movement. Yeah, so I think that the fact that we get this enormous stall chance after this means that we want to do this, just not yet. Can you show a new paper map? This is it, baby. Can you try and buy a ship? The cost of ships seems to scale not very... The price for a negotiation for boats, seems like, it's a flat cost, so... effectively what you have to give up for transferring stuff A ship effectively gets cheaper as time goes on because, like, you can send money, and money... Well, the ship cost also gets more expensive. How do I want to word this? It is effectively... Ships are effectively more expensive earlier on because you have a smaller economy, and later on, ships are actually a really effective tool for forcing people to accept stuff, because you just shove 50 approval worth of ships down their throat and call it boatonomics. Buying a ship doesn't worth it? True. True if big. So let's try and enact this, and then unlock the country. Mappy. We're working on Atmo engine. God, the research is slow. What's the new table food? Alright, alright, let's... So we have all the things set up. Oh, I don't know what that is. It looks Asian, though. Leave that. And up at the top we have a whetstone. Some coins. I think they add a new coin every patch. A bonsai tree. Shout out to Daniel. A LaRusso, of course. That's like the whitest, like, response to seeing a bonsai tree ever, I think. I don't think you get whiter than that. Photonomics. Why is my EU5 streamer streaming Victoria 3? Terrible. Alright, let's get those guys in the other one. We're planning on streaming for 12 hours. Or 10 hours or something like this. We only have one time for the stream where we can say, hey, one time, call in it, and we get it. I don't think we want to use our one time here. I don't think we want to use it here. This is fine. Oh, that gives us an... Whatever. Great Britain doing Great Britain things. I think we're okay with this. At play, is that Connor Vic 1? What? Betting it gives migration controls because Japan needs to not be on isolationism or closed borders to the honorable restoration. This now ensures the AI can do it? Maybe. Free trade's probably not exactly what we'd want, but okay. Today, Japan opens up. Kind of wish we had saved that modifier for a little bit later. But now these guys are going to be really anky. We might have to use our one time. Character gets upset. Forced to open up Japan. Change their ideology to Bakufu. Gain modernizer as a potential ideology. Yeah, okay. Okay, so this looks a little bit different. Let's take a look at the hidden domain. So we're fighting them. I don't want to upset those guys right now. They're really mad. The Daimyo of Japan. Opening of Japan has unleashed forces beyond the control of the ruling shogunate. Enraged by the encroachment of the predatory foreign powers, militants of the Sono-Joi movement demand the deposition of the shogun, restoration of power of the emperor, and the expulsion of the foreigners. All the while, ambitious daimyo are trying to be opportunistic. If Japan is to find a place in the world, she must retire from the... realize the reform necessary to defend herself and settle the conflict between de jure and de facto sovereigns. So Sono-Joi will try and restore the emperor. To receive an imperial victory, we need emperor around and we need not have Bakufu enacted. I think we're going to go for the emperor victory. No, we do not want this. God damn it. Alright, what do we need to not have to rule this? We need to not have traditionalist ideology. Alright, I think that we want to just load. Because that's not what we wanted. So we're not going to decide until we no longer have a traditionalist in charge. Is our heir a traditionalist? I think he might be. I have a sneaking suspicion. Whoa! Alright, Qing is gaining progress. I guess we don't want them to. Alright, how are we doing here? Economically speaking, how are we doing? Okay, we now have another level. How many levels of logging camps we have? Let's go sawmills everywhere. Okay, okay, okay. We might have to use our one time. Tech spread. Let's go with the one that gives us more tech spread on military stuff. It looks like we're in better shape for whatever reason on enacting lax status order. I don't know what changed there. This is annoying, because we want to choose the once the Imperial reform, but can we just not? Which group are the modernizers? It's complicated. The Sono-Joi wants to put the Emperor in charge. The Emperor will be more modern oriented. But they also, like, want to close the borders, so... Just roll Forbidden Love, basically. Vic 3 devs low victoriously playing audio of a guy actually getting slammed IRL, or an event that gives +2 Industrialists for 1 year. Confusion and delay might... Alright. Let's get minus enactment time. Let's get this show on the road here. Ah, these guys get renamed to Intelligentsia. They lose this ideology. They gain this one. Alright, fair. New art there as well. +2 industrialist approval event is serious. Alright, I'm spewing. I gotta pay a little bit closer attention here. How are we doing on this? The balance isn't terrible. Let's do this. Now we maybe get to do that. And so it begins. The emperor bypassed the shogun and issued an edict to expel foreigners from the Japanese soil. Militants of the Shonojoi movement have rallied to the emperor's cause. Let's get Shogun summoned to Kyoto. Extra prominence for the Emperor. Let's add a little bit there of construction. How much? A pretty good investment pool. Let's add another. Why is the soundtrack such a banger, though? What do you think of low taxes from the start and only private construction queue? Don't think I like it. I'm not sure I have that, like, nuance to take on it, or, like, I don't have a very large sample size. I've recently played Vic 3 games, so I'm not very confident in that. But I think it's probably... I think that's probably no good. Would be my suspicion. Conception. Perception. Perception. Proprioception. No, that's a different thing. Okay, we have a big Sonojoy movement. We're even passing something that they like. Oh, that's why this got a bunch of... Okay. Well, what else can we do here? What else do you want, dog? Oligarchy. I don't think we want to dethrone the Emperor. These guys is real match. Is there anything we can do about this? Can we just take this guy out? I wish we could. Okay. What can we give these guys? We could pretend to close the borders. What else could we pretend to do? We can't do Genet coal. I don't think we have the thing for it. They really hate this, though. Let's go... Diplomatic fleet. And then... Now we can just reform the government. And now we will get laws through very quickly. And everyone's happy. Okay. Oh, Kurt. Big match. Big true. Friendship ended with pain is salvation. Now my best friend is this Japanese string. Yeah, you know what they say, don't talk about it, be about it. If you lack the courage of your convictions, you'll never... I'm making this one up as I go along. You'll never, satisfy the demands of justice. That is respect and entrenchment of the string instrument. There we go. Ba-bam. Hit y'all with some knowledge that's not really true, or knowledge. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Do want to start using some of the qualifications of other places, and like lumber's like OP, so just getting some stuff in the queue here. Oh no, the retired emperor abdicated. Father of the sitting emperor has passed away. Alright, big true. Wait, what? Oh, I forgot. We have fucking daimyo on the throne. I forgot what it was like to be Japanese. God damn it. Alright, yeah, everywhere. Could use some more tax. Are we actually getting progress here? Holy shit. All interest group approval? I think we'll just take the consistent one though. Homeboy gets assassinated. The truth hurts. Yeah. What's it like, bro? Alright, let's take a look at our national cast. Do we have anyone we could promote? Everyone we like, their ideology is Intelligentsia. It's obnoxious. Or... we don't see ideologies. Well, this guy. Do we want this? Probably not, actually. Hey! No, it's not really good. Alright. Oh, Rationalist in the chat. It's been a while. Will you address the allegation that you are Tarkus's dad? I'm actually his grandfather, because his mother calls me daddy. I'm glad I could clear that up. Just, you know, try to keep the information out there all on the straight and narrow. Don't want any lies or confusion about things. Alright. The appointment of Ayoshi. New head of the clan. Granted office of Shogun. He removes reserved and he gains imperious. I published my video early, it broke embargo, so I took it down. It'll be back up tomorrow. Shame on you. Pulling a Lambert. You misread the stream embargo as the video embargo? Luckily I'm not in trouble. No. I don't think, they have rules because they need to have rules. More so than it, like, I think it being that big a deal. Tarkus is a criminal. Yep. Yep. I should probably clip the Tarkus' mother comment. Might make a good short. What time are we at this stream? Hour 30? Alright. Well, we don't want to give them a treaty port. I don't know. I don't want to give them territory. We're gonna save. I don't know what happens when the 9% hits. The foreigners do what we cannot. We don't have much of a choice though, do we? Retaliation for the Sendai assaults on the Imperial Palace, the Shogun has ordered a punitive expedition to expel the Sonojoy faction from the domain. Advisors who are sympathetic to the Sendai have offered a plan to secure peace in return for the seppuku, or sorry, apologies, the Subaru of the guilty parties. This guy gets confined. He's a politician. Much less prominence. Is he the ruler of there? Tungarin. He's just a magnate. Let's cleanse it from the bottom up. The video was seen by 1,000 people over the course of 50 minutes, so it's not like it went viral or something. Jonathan, like, it's not a big deal, homie. Yeah, like, Jonathan's... Actually, I don't want to talk about... I mean, he's generally chill, but I don't want to say anything more. I think that... It's generally preferred that we don't talk about specific people, like, publicly or whatever from inside Paradox, just in terms of their preferences. But yeah, he's generally chill. I saw it downloaded, reposted it. Someone did that with the Lambert video. Like, it was up for, like, a little bit, and, like, it was posted in other spots, too. And it was, like, 6 hours early, too. So, like, the fact that it got repoed is, like, crazy. Do you think GB can actually threaten with the new naval invasion constraints? I don't know. I think we wanted to be opened up like a coconut, and that's why we spread our... I mean, let GB open us. But there's maybe a chance we could have fought them off. They have enough interest there if they sent a play. So... But I don't... I haven't gotten to see what Great Britain AI can cook up. Their supply lines gets really long, and if they have a really long supply line, then they'll be landing with 0 supply troops, and so with 10, like, irregulars, we could defend against skirmish infantry. If they are on 0 supply, so... Do not bite, yeah, basically. Oh no, yeah. Unless the devs in my chat, I try not to talk about devs very specifically either. What are we doing here? I mean, we have an output bonus. We would like to get more things onto. Kind of not... We don't want to push it too hard because we have, like, yeah, we shouldn't have this much money. That's no good. It's like an issue for us to push too much stuff, but... Alright, diplomatic fleet. Come on, just give it to us. I think we'll take, yeah. We just want more enactment time. I think we have 40% stacked up now. And then we're also, yeah, this is kind of flying. I think we have 40%. Where's the... Yeah, 40% from modifiers. Oh, just kidding. I thought we had like 65 in total. Yeah, but okay. Righteous government. Helps to make things fast. It's probably actually correct for us to float in order to get that in, but okay. Like, just temporarily float a bunch of authority and then turn it back on, because going from 40% to 65% discount math-wise is, like, pretty robust. Hope this helps. What helps? Did I miss something? I just need dev to add 100 coal to Sin. Music's very relaxing. It is. Do we not use our subjects to resupply? I don't think so. Also, Scrooge is in the chat. He's in the mix. Okay. So what's next for us? We could just chill and not upset the daimyo because they're already at -4. What do we need to reform though? Can we I'm gonna save, but I don't think we can click the button and choose the reform strategy right now. I think that, yeah. We need to have a ruler without the traditionalist ideology. God, that's so annoying. The shogunate will pursue the unification of the shogun and imperial court. Okay, so maybe this is actually where we're supposed to go. We do have a save right before this, but we can petition for imperial restoration if we have at least one of these, which includes is pursuing the unification of the shogun. Oh, okay. We clicked the correct thing. Just in my head, okay. This guy's sickly. All right, let's imperial marriage. It's for the good of country. Let's see. I'm confused. This fails if the journal entry times out, but we need to close the borders and we need to not be opened up. God damn it, okay. So we can't do that through the marriage. I wonder if they're adding vegan pops, not like this. I actually don't have a problem with vegans. I have a problem with... this guy's referencing one specific vegan with whom I have an issue. I take exception. The vegan who tried to convince me that chimpanzees were vegetarian. We could also just not click this button until... Oh, we could also revise it. Alright. It's on cooldown for 5 years. This seems fine. Does it... Was that also telling us which emperor was emperor? Okay. But the imperial marriage will not be effective for us. Alright. So, what does that mean for us now? Can we give the thing where they give us recognition? No. We cannot. We can get these guys in. Not sure how useful that'll be. Wow, it might be just sit and chill mode. Just wait for these guys to get more approval. Like 1 or 2 years ago, you did Slipstream, I asked you to tell a story, you dropped the vegan chimp tail. I've dropped it in more spots, but yeah, this guy, he lives rent-free as fuck in my head. As like, just like, in my opinion, like the most insane, like, double downy type argument I've ever had in person. Chimps are known to sometimes hunt and eat meat. Yeah, I've seen a video of a chimp eating another monkey as it shrieks because it didn't kill it before eating it. Like, and I brought that up with the guy. And then the guy was like, yeah, but it's just, like, opportunistic. And it's like, brother, all food eating is opportunistic type of thing. But he was, like, convinced it didn't count. And then bugs aren't vegan either. And they eat bugs. So just, like, his argument was because chimps are our closest genetic ancestor and they're vegetarian, we should be vegan. And there's, like... There's so many things wrong with that argument, you almost don't even know where to start. Whereas, first of all, chimps are not vegetarian. This is just false. They'll eat meat, and then they also eat bugs. Second of all, just because we have a close genetic relation between... I'm getting pressed already. Okay, gotta take a deep breath. Just because we have a close genetic relationship with someone, with another animal, doesn't mean that we're the same as them. That's, like, not how species work. Yeah, and then there was, like, a third point. That is, like, just... generally, like... problematic. Oh, yeah, if a chimp was vegetarian, that doesn't... The translation of vegetarian and should be vegan, like, is against the initial argument to begin with. Because his argument was because they're vegetarian, we should be vegan. And if the argument is because our closest genetic relative is a particular thing, we should be it, then we should be vegetarian, not vegan. So it's like the most asininely stupid argument, like, on every single front possible. And he was just, like, so adamant and, like, doubles down, and it was just like, I've never comprehended, like, this level of, like, stupidity before, or, like, willful stupidity. It's not like the gears are turning, it's just, like, probably the best example I've seen, like, in person, of someone who, they have something they want to believe is true, and they do not give a fuck about anything else. They're like, they want it to be true, so it's just true. And, they just like throw everything possible at it, and like the truth for them is that there's like it's scientifically incomprehensible that we could be anything other than vegan. Yeah, still tilted from an argument from like 3 years ago. I had that argument like close to 10 years ago now, but it's just like, and like if you want to make the argument that like being vegan is more moral, I'm inclined to agree, but like the argument that like it's some sort of biological destiny because of chimps is like really just really stupid. Yeah. Oh, we have free trade now, don't we? Okay. Let's add some trade centers. And then we will be able to switch up to iron frame building. Some holes ain't worth filling. It's not even a hole. It's not even like this guy's like... It's not even like a stupidity check. It's not even like this guy doesn't have cognitive horsepower to like drive a like RC car. It's that you just like some people just want their thing to be correct so hard that like they just don't give a shit about. And this is actually a lot of people. It's like the information's not relevant to people in a lot of cases. It's just what they want to be true. And like people hate being wrong and then correcting themselves in this type of thing. This guy sounds so dumb. Veganism is purely based on the is purely built on the principle of ethics. Yeah, I mean you can make it. It's so easy to make an argument for veganism. It's just like so stupid to do this chimp thing. Homeboy was chimping out, is what I'm trying to say. Hopefully it's intended groundwork for cabinet. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I think that this DLC is like insane. I just don't think it's like I think this patch is really, really big, but I think it's like a long-term patch. I was having a discussion with Tarkus about it. Like, this is like a building patch more than a payoff patch, I think. Which, I think that generally people won't like it, but I'm actually having a ton of fun with some of the systems. Or, not that they won't like it, they'll just find it underwhelming, but I think it's sweet. We have some authority. What should we do with it? We could float it, except floating is really stupid right now. Doesn't make any sense. Kind of okay. We're researching. Oh, lathe is about to finish. Cool. And then Canal engine will be soon. I don't think we have the tech for... We do have the tech for universities. Alright, let's drop couple. Let's drop one there. Let's actually just drop two. And then I'm not sure if we have the tech for it. Yeah, we don't. So let's make them secular. 2 for the event, and also the qualifications will be kind of nice, I think. Since we're open up to trade. Fish fertilizer sounds like something that Scandinavian game developers would put in their game. The patch is laying the groundwork for future. I've been saying this since I saw the dev diary. Yeah. Seems like smaller patch than charters. Yeah, this is not the... This is the major patch for this year in terms of the, like, mechanics patch. I'm not sure that, from a gameplay perspective, the changing of boats adds as much as like the charters patch does. So like the charters patch was clearly like the Omega slam dunk. I don't think that this is like quite the same level. Hey, how How you doing, Ivar? Just finished your thesis. Looks like I'm getting a new job. Congratulations. Congratulations, congratulations. Welcome to the stream. Is the Navy Diplo stuff actually game-changing? AI, I don't think the AI is effective with, like... So remember when they first added, like... That's not what I want to look at. Excuse me? Can I select them? When they first added treaties, the AI was just omega bad at them. Right? And it has gotten much better at the treaties. But almost every feature or mechanic that they add, initially when they add it, the AI is just going to suck balls at it. I don't think the AI is... I don't have a big enough sample size to really kind of, like, say whether the AI is doing poorly or, like, this type of thing, especially because the country I did my video on was Great Britain, and the AI is just going to feel weak no matter what. But I suspect that the AI is just generally kind of a little bit weak at establishing interests in a strategic way and, like, building good boats and this type of thing. What will they hate? From this patch? I don't know if they will hate it. They just, like, will find it underwhelming, perhaps. Some of the stuff is, like, more subtle rather than in your face. Like, this is a huge improvement to just the Diplo interest system, and you play around it a little bit more. I think it's going to take some tweaking to feel really good. And playing around with it initially is, like, interesting. Like, the cast of characters, this is, like, a really important mechanic laying the groundwork for having characters be more involved in other areas and having a bunch of historical characters appear. Like, look how many historical characters we have in our country right now. And they just get to, like, sit in the wings of our country. Like, this is, like, for the RP players specifically, this is, like, adding a whole bunch, but it's, like, the trade rework was really, really important, especially for players that didn't want to engage with the old trade system and they felt it was clunky and they, like, it was a lot of button clicking and this type of thing. I don't think that there's, like, a commensurate, like, leap forward in terms of gameplay experience, especially because my experience, and this is with the early access version, and so what releases tomorrow is going to be an improvement on this, but my experience was that I was just in general kind of frustrated with the mechanics of moving troops around on the new ships. And I don't know if that's going to persist for like a week or if it's going to be fixed tomorrow or what have you. I assume it just eventually gets fixed, but it feels like kind of clunky in some ways and this type of thing. Ash was beating around the bush too. This DLC is what comes next, Warfare rework. I don't think I'm beating around the bush with it. What? I mean, I think this is one of the patches where I really like the patch, but I think that the average person will like think it's like more middling. Are all these crabs for rice farms? Yeah, I'm just kind of trying to joke about the Swedes being Swedish, as they do. Okay, so I think we can just turn down for what? I think we can actually just turn on these PMs and let our trades sort it out. But then also, I think we have coal over here. Let's get... The auto queue will not identify the coal as being any good. Oh, it just clicked that this is like... We have a place that has coal and iron in it now, or a couple. Alright, let's add coal to a couple places. And then... Experiencing shortages currently. Oh, we're probably supposed to be building fruit, huh? Do we have any fruit potentials? That also makes rice suck balls. Yeah, rice used to be OP. Rotating interest for cheese is a thing IRL, to be fair. Yeah, I do like that. I feel that you, like, it's much more organic, how you, like, develop interest in this type of stuff. Early treaties were so funny. Having the Americas pay off my debt every year as Japan in return for not colonizing the Great Plains. You'll love to see it. Yeah, that's, like, exactly what I'm talking about. Can the trades fix it? Maybe the trades are struggling a little bit too much. I think we could get there, though. The progress on water tube is pretty nice, too. We could try and upset the Soto Joy movement. Eventually, I think they'll just get upset on their own, though. Let's try saving and trying something out. We have massive shortages. Do you know how Russia handles the Straits? They get cucked. Yeah, they get wrecked. Straits are like, playing as Great Britain and trying to stuff Russia and just, like, taking control of both these straits is like, bye-bye, you don't get to trade. Suck up that one. Smell you later, dog. Alright. Let's try... enacting this just to piss them off. Yes. And then... you have to be about protesting. 50%. Yeah, that's gonna fly up though, huh? Just kinda wanna see. Alaphone, thank you for the follow, much appreciated. Can't wait for Vicky 4 with AI-powered diplomacy. Hell yeah, brother. The army stuff come with the patch? IA divisions being more rigid groups? I think that's just, yeah, part of the patch. You don't need the DLC for that, I think. Yeah, petition for imperial restoration. Here we go. Now, the legitimacy is really high, so we should not have the negative consequences. Facing increasing pressure from opponents of the Bakufu, Tokugai Yoshi has petitioned the Emperor to return to governing authority to the Imperial Court. Return his governing authority to the Imperial Court. Imperial sanction. The Emperor has issued his response to Tokugai Yoshi petition to return governing authority to the Imperial Court. The responses state that the Shogun retains his confidence in the court, and that governing authority may remain with the Shogunate. Oh, this isn't what we wanted. Or is it what we wanted? This journal entry is confusing me. We also have all these characters as daimyos. So I think we achieved what we wanted here, right? Should we wait for more events? But like, oh man, I'm so excited to see what Morgan Rote cooks up with this. Not you, Guthuk was beating around the bush. It sounds like the supply may be the issue. We don't reply from the subjects. Yeah, well, supply was like crippling, but also like after a little while you just build so many supply ships that it's like the balance is off with supply, yeah. But that's like a fixable issue. Is this in-game music? Yeah. Are bananas still busted as far as I know? Rice sucks balls? Rice sucks balls because bananas are like more efficient as far as I understand it, and bananas can like override grain demand, so this is my understanding. How does trade get impacted from routes getting closed off in a multi-port country? Well, trades now like have a direction that they go and like are tracked. I don't know exactly where they're tracked to. I think there's like an invisible node somewhere out in the ocean. But if they, in order to reach, need to go through something like this, they just get uber cocked. Would a sound tool collecting run be viable? Yes. But it would be like, you have to own the entire state, so it feels weird. I wish you could just get a treaty port. Or just like control of the strait only. I think you need to have low legitimacy. Low legitimacy for the honorable restoration. We have to get this guy to not be the leader. We have to get rid of Bakufu as well. Still thinking through this. I'm thinking I don't know if we progressed by clicking those buttons or not. If we didn't, then in theory we should just reload. But we can just make these guys mad. I think we're just gonna cancel. I don't know if we can get rid of Bakufu right now. I guess oligarchy is what we would want to go to. Yeah, -10's a lot, because they are negative without us passing what we're trying to pass. It's just -5 for landed voting. Do you have a good way to get to approval of the daimyo? There's not part of a movement. Can we? Can't patronize for very much approval. But we need someone from the Tokugawa clan to not be the next in line. This guy right now is eminent. This guy's not Tokugawa. Tokugawan. So, let's kill 2 birds with 1 stone. My favorite instance of killing 2 birds with 1 stone was the meteor that killed the dinosaurs. It killed a lot of birds with 1 stone. But this guy, can we patronize him? We can. Oh, it only costs us 100 authority. Cool. And then that should increase his... He's now ahead, more eminent than the other guy. His home state is Shikoku as well. So, why don't we put this on auto expand and this on auto expand? You're slightly more likely to buy stuff in the stuff. The manor houses and stuff that are in this state are slightly more likely to be the ones that receive this, and he is the owner of the manor houses here. So we need this guy because we need to have not a Tokugawa daimyo. In fact, it tells us who we're likely to get. So we could get rid of a Tokugawa in charge of there, or we will when that happens. I think part of that is we promoted that guy. Because it's looking for the moderate that is most prominent. Generalists, you promised to protect the dinosaurs? I said no such thing. I said, under my watch, no more dinosaurs will die. And that's true. Finished watching the Vic 3 Dev Diary. 1 hour behind on stream. Welcome. In an hour from now. Please declare war. I don't think we can. I think we're still limited. There was something that prevented us from declaring war. Oh, maybe it was our isolationism. Now we can. We don't have any boats though, so, and I do not want to build up our entire. We need to build up like a whole bunch of stuff before we can do that. Okay. So let's save and exile this guy and see what's up. My favorite example of beating a dead horse was the meteor that killed the dinosaurs. Hard to get a victory after EU5? Is the economy still, is the base of the economy still, do you want to do whatever you can to max construction sectors? I think it's still mostly about construction sectors, yeah. But that's like, construction... I mean, like, the equivalent of construction sector in EU5 is money that you're spending on construction. You know, it's like, it's a vehicle for the way construction's done, but, like, that's like saying I don't like spending gold on buildings in EU5 a little bit. Hey man, can you send the referral link or your code to put in checkout when buying Volume 3? So you have to order off the official web store, but you use the code Generalist in all caps on the official web store. Here, we can take a quick look at it. But if you use code Generalist in all caps, it won't save you any money, but it will send 12% of the sale my way. So it's a good way to support the channel if you are buying a game. But, yeah, here, let's exile the guy and check the thing we had saved. But we think that... Oh, we can't exile. His loyalty's high. His loyalty's high because we're not trying to get rid of Bakufu, though, right? Let's go landed voting, which will kill his loyalty. And then we need authority. So, like, this is maybe showcasing some of the new levers that we have, hopefully. Because the reason why a Tokugawa guy is not the replacement on moderate has to do with... He's not disloyal? Our authority's not over 100. Okay. But he is not out, and now we get date Yoshikuni, who's not Tokugawan. And he's also more chill with us. Let's go. Long term, they probably won't like us, but let's go. Landed voting time. Hey, God, it feels so smart. Alright, let's get rid of this. Kind of losing a lot of gold here. Not sure this is sustainable. Yikes, and the investment pool's draining? We might have to rake back construction a little bit. Let's start doing that now, actually. A little bit too much. Flying too close to the sun here. Chill out a little bit. Generalist in all caps. I thought about asking if we could use that as well. Like, if we could have 2 codes. Do they withhold taxes if they're mad? No, I don't think there's a lever for that. That's like one of the reasons why I talk about like this being like a builder patch. So far, their effect seems to be whether or not they're loyal, and if they, the effect that they are having on movements, but also that they are tied to specific locations and this type of thing. But that there's an infrastructure that allows for this type of thing. Like, they produced an infrastructure, and that's the big thing that they did this patch. And then they produced, like, one instance of using the infrastructure, and what's going to be big is, like, next patch type of thing, where they use this to, as people have suggested, create a cabinet. I would be interested in seeing artists and scientists in this type of thing. Johnny DJ D. Jones, thank you for the follow, much appreciated. So, they need to change this about the game. The construction sector BS. I get 30k construction, and I'm in the billions in GDP. I mean, but you're saying that EU5 doesn't do that, but EU5 you also just like eventually just go infinite. You show new companies? We can show some of them. We'll show the ones that are present for us in Japan here, because it's been a while. Mitsui was here before, and will so remain. Yasuda is new, I do believe. And quite nice, can add tools. We're probably going to try and use a lot of the companies that are available, the like Japanese themed companies. This one is the Manchuria Railway Company, but it's been renamed. And then at the very top, we skipped over one. We'll circle back. We'll burn that bridge when we get to it. I think this one was already a thing. Mitsubishi was already a thing. This one is new. It does give iron. A lot of options here, too. So, probably pretty easy to find the BIS, like, way of approaching this. Or best in slot. And okay, that's kind of some of the new ones we have here. I think like half the companies that are new are in Forest for Japan, but close to the top, there was a minus mortality one. This one's new. It's kind of similar to the birth rate one, except you get the ability to put rice in instead of grain, which is better, but birth rate's better than mortality, so something like this. What's wrong with going infinite? I'm not sure there is something wrong. Does the narrative content expand in the Lake Cape for invading China? I don't know if there's like an invade China journal entry. Try to strike a balance here. But the trade is going to help us to fix shortages, or prevent shortages. EU5 needs something similar to Construction Center to have at least excuse for why states don't spend millions and millions they accumulate over time. I kind of like the construction sector system because for like each construction, roughly speaking, you're like you're buying stuff. You're buying like things. It like makes sense to me. Like EU5's representation of it is you get a discount based on the price of stuff. But like the buyers you produce are not proportionate to like the construction that's occurring. No need to make fun of him, Paul. I get his point. He's not without a point. It's just the same thing happens in EU5, I think. Eventually you could just get to the point in both where like money's not a factor. But like this is money's like your high score in both. Except for in Vic 3 it's either your GDP or your construction. That's your high score. And in EU5 it's your ducats. Where is a historical Toyota, please? Yeah. I'll use my Prime sub on you tomorrow if you tell me what the 4 new prestige goods. This would involve some digging around, and I'm not sure. Here. We'll let the people decide. I'm not going to subject chat to digging around looking for the new prestige goods unless that's what they want to see, regardless of the Prime sub. Although I would appreciate the Prime sub. EG's free. It's kind of free. There's an opportunity cost there. I appreciate you showing the new companies. You're welcome, you're welcome. It's a nice mechanic, but it feels too gamey. The thing about construction that I don't like is, like, it's not... it's like a national thing, and, like, it feels weird to be using, like, Britain's construction from here to build, like, in Beijing. And you're just like, this doesn't quite, this seems a little bit weird. But I do love I love that Vic 3, like, everything is in goods. And you buy and sell the goods, and the prices scale with goods, and everything's all attached to each other, and it's very, very elegant. I like that. The simulation is strange when it comes to construction. Both the games have issues with eco being too fast? Yeah. There's, like, also just, like, an issue, and this is true in general, is, like, you have to make the game easy enough for the new people. And so, like, what do? We maybe shouldn't have done that. I'm just trying to get this through faster. We should have probably gone for the more consistent play. God, the Daimyo's not even pissed. We're getting rid of landed voting. We're, like, well on our way here. So we just have to get the ruler as the Emperor of Japan. What do we need for this? Okay, in Kanto and Osaka we need naval fortifications, I guess. We maybe can't afford these universities right now. Let's kind of kick that to the bottom, something like this. I think we're in okay shape. We're gonna have a bunch of places that don't have enough tax. Let's just add to the one that already has the most levels, so we get an economy scale. Kigumans was the one we saw so far. Maybe check companies that got used prestige Ironclad since that was removed. Alright, people want to dig around. Alright, I'm not 100% sure what all the old companies are, because my EU5 hours of late have not been enormous, or I mean my Vic 3 hours of late have not been enormous. But we should have a lot of interests here. Vic 3 is at least a game about a period of history with exponential economies. GDP per capita was stagnant before 1650. Yeah, alright, we're gonna zoom in here, that way we don't, hey, look at the waves. Alright, spoil our run too much. But here we should be able to see way more companies. I don't think Select Fish is a new one. Pretty sure it's not. I think White Star Liners was present before. That's just regular munitions. I think that was present before. Watsashi paper was present before as well. We just have a lot of interests here in this run. I'm not sure if Clyde that was there before. I think it was. Oh, this is probably something I should have written down. I didn't know people would be so interested in seeing which companies prestige goods, this type of thing. Does trade south of Hokkaido matter, or will trade south go to Japan? The trade will go around if it's making it too expensive, and so the trade through Indonesia is not that expensive in terms of extra merchant marine required to go around. That's another change that's nice. The further you trade, the more merchant marine you have to use. But yeah. If Beijing is incorporated, it's fine to build there. Yeah, but Great Britain does not have a capacity to bring the entire weight of its industrialized economy to bear in terms of producing buildings in Beijing in the time period. Like, it's just not like a good simulation, I think. All states function like a hippie commune, sharing the same money and all consuming equally the same things. What I like about least about EU5. They consume slightly different things, but it's not working properly. Is the engines new? Is this one of the new ones? I don't remember Switzerland having this. This might be one of the new ones. Those are great waves. How are you enjoying it? I'm enjoying it quite a bit. I'm like, I'm bummed out that, like, the EU5 DLC and this DLC are, like, right on top of each other, because I have to do both. We have another engine one. I think the Moravia one was there before. Canton Porcelain? That was around before, right? Seems new? Okay. I understand what you're saying, but again, we're back to construction being local, which is a huge no from me. Right, well, it just being local entirely is, like, also, like, that's just the other end of the spectrum of, like, this is not the best simulation type of thing. Cardi was in before. Bohemian Crystal was. I think this was in before, but I don't know if it was its own distinctive thing or it's just, like, luxury porcelain. That company's not new, though. Shishao engines. That's probably there before. Fiat's probably there before. Ford automobiles, definitely there before. Nokia had paper. I don't know if this is a new one, someone already mentioned. Construction is local now? No, he's talking about EU5, it's local in EU5. Como Silk. Specialty rifles there. Did Sicilian Sulfur, was this? I don't remember this being a prestige good. Is this new? Or is it just not usable and that's why I don't remember? It's weird that cement is not in the game. Cement's kind of just like... I'm not sure if it adds like a whole lot more to the simulation if you were to have cement. Because the resources to make cement are just kind of everywhere, right? Sulfur was a thing? Sulfur not new? Alright. Acorn-fed pork. Sick. This doesn't count as a new prestige good, right? Because it's the generic steel prestige good, even though this company's new. New Russia Limited always had that. I have an interest in a lot of places in this run. I don't know if Java Coffee was in... One of the issues is, like, a lot of these, like, that I would just never use, I wouldn't really know if it was in there before or not. See a couple unique radios. Baku oil, that's not new. Yeah, my brain just, like, knows what the old things were. Oh, Warper's in here. Warper's probably much better at eyeballing it. Did I skip over one Warper that you saw? Maybe that could be done, and you could increase the province's max bid limit. Yeah, I would want a hybrid system between Vic 3 and EU5. Java Coffee's new, 3 out of 4. So we got most of them. I don't know if we want to, like, scroll through all of this again. So, I think we'll... I mean, you guys really want to dig for the prestige goods at a high rate, though, so... We could see where we don't have good interests. So if we missed it, it's in South America, into China or the Great Plains. Did anyone else see one that we missed? You've only been able to spot new companies on Japan? The Java one's new. Can you show off the Navy stuff? Baku oil is definitely not new. Yeah, definitely not. Yeah, but we'll return to Japan in a second. The thing is, we don't have much need of some of this stuff. But, there's, like, some interesting stuff going on here where... in terms of thinking through meta, there's a base cost, and then there's a flat cost per add-on. The base cost, when you have everything minimized, is going to be 4 times the add-on price. But then every marginal add-on you add, so our add-on price is 75, it increases how much it costs. And so having ships be highly specialized for specific roles is going to be good. But, like, here's the... We can add in various things and can show... I think what we did for our template for just fighting and combat was... This is something that's going to be good. The advanced explosives on the torpedo boats. But we did something like this, or I don't even think we had that in there, where vulnerability is an interesting stat because it makes you more likely to be targeted, but if you have a bunch of hull protection, that's not a bad thing. But it does seem like a little bit of a rock, paper, scissors exercise where you have 3 classes of ships, and these guys do a lot more damage to the capital ships. So the raiding ones beat the capital ships beat the cruisers beat the raiding ships. Despite there being, like, this rock, paper, scissors mechanic, I suspect that some ships are just generally going to be better. I think that armor is probably, like, the strongest stat. I have to check this a little bit more, though, because I'm not sure how much the crew is getting hit. I don't think armor protects against crew hits. I'm sure there will be a metaship that everyone will use exclusively. Yeah, this is kind of my suspicion, but it'll change throughout time. I mean, when we unlock ironclads, they literally can't sink an ironclad with the old ships. It's really, really strong, but this is also historic, so it's just kind of an insipid play pattern. Do you need the whole state in Spain and Morocco to control the whole strait? There's 2 states that you're gonna need. No, you don't need the whole one. You need, I believe, just the province that is where the strait is located. But for most straits, that's going to mean that you need the whole strait. So, unfortunately. Let's go back. Or actually, let's swap to Brazil. See if we can find the other companies. We'll swap to Brazil, and then USA, and then Southeast Asia. This list should be shorter. They should have an interest in kind of both the areas, because they have adjacency. That's not new. No, none of that looks new. Hopefully at MP, everyone won't be just composed of one ship type. Well, one of the things is, like, you can just avoid their fleet if you lose in a direct flight and try and do other useful things, but I think early on people won't do that. They'll just ram their fleets into each other and just die. A whole lot. William Crap and Sons. Hey, bananas. No one's seen those before. I don't know if Basma tobacco is new. A lot of those, if it's a luxury thing, I'm not gonna, like, know. If it's, like, one of these, like, additional luxury goods. Again, we're skipping through because this section we don't know. But I think it's unlikely to be the USA that has kind of the new company. Or any sort of new prestige goods. We're doing this because people wanted to check for the new prestige goods, specifically. I'm not seeing anything that looks new. And Southeast Asia would make more sense. Are you gonna do multiplayer? Kind of tempted to revive 3v3v3, but that might be when things... Because I have to do EU5 stuff next week, or like starting even like this week. I'm frustrated that they like have the 2 patches like right on top of each other. Because I would like to do Vic 3 stuff for a much more extended period of time, but like I have to pivot back. Java Coffee is one of the new ones. Allegedly. Teakwood was in before. Hardwood is way more important now than it was before. How you winning, son? We're trying. But I don't see what the last thing is. We're just gonna go back to our Japan run. The remaining 2 or 3 companies? Yeah, the Manchuria Railway Company got renamed, for example. Okay. Getting rid of Bakufu right now. Can we raise taxes? No, that'll get us into the next tier. There's probably some way of intentionally pissing off movements that would be effective here, but... I forget which movements are unlocked by which laws. But that's like something to consider as well. We don't have a lot of movements because on a lot of them we don't have the law for it. Let's just get this one through. A shame you have to play an inferior game. I mean, I think Vic 3 is a lot more, like, polished at this juncture, but it's, like, also not fair to compare, like, the, 3 years post-release to the, like, only a few months post-release. I also have, like, close to 4K hours of Vic 3, so... For me, that's a factor that's important. One of the reasons why I generally think I like playing U5 more, but like right now I would kind of rather be playing Vic 3 more. Okay, so we could do this. We're gonna fail the tempo crisis, actually. Shit. So, probably needed to do the tempo crisis first. Need to somehow get off of hereditary bureaucrats. I don't think that that's happening. So what happens when we fail the tempo crisis? Build a bunch of naval fortifications. We can get to 14.3 million. What's our army power projection? That's pretty achievable, actually. Especially because just upgrading our units with what we got, we'll do that. Alright, I guess we're gonna do the shared agenda. Three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Yeah, we'll add one extra, I guess. Happy to get the daimios to get less attraction. So our power projection's over, and the GDP is straightforward. We can even cheese the GDP up by doing various things, but this is something we wanted to do anyways. that, and then that on auto expand. Okay, just have to get the GDP up above 14.3 in the next 3 years. To finish the universities. So let's put a tooling workshop down here for mappy reasons. Mappy. Is Vic 3 essentially a whole new game now? No. No. It's not as revolutionary as Charters. They are cooking with, in my opinion, more like long-term things. I think that we're gonna see a patch sometime soon that uses the national cast that's gonna be really fucking sweet. Can we ask you 5 questions? You can. Why is hardwood more important than boats? Yeah, exactly. When you're producing particular ships, it uses like a lot of hardwood, so we don't have a lot of demand for like ship construction stuff, but you can see here hardwood is just way more demanded. It might be meta to just like always be using hardwood prioritization. Big buff for USA. Hello, it's me. Thinking about the time we used to be. Go over. I wish I knew the lyrics to that song. Alright. Hello. It's me. That feeling when I have work tomorrow and I gotta take a day off for Vic and forgot to take a day off for Vic 3. I have work tomorrow too. All day actually. The work is playing Vic 3, so my issue is not really the same as yours. Okay, so the tooling workshops are going to solve our issue. Just more radicals, basically. That should be enough to get us across the finish line. Exploitative practices time. We're trying to get across the finish line. Yeah, they're 14.4, so it should be a completion for us. Yeah. We have to do 8 of these. Oh no. Okay. There's one state with urban districts, there's another. The state will get enough urban districts by the end. So we'll get that. And we have to get the clout of these guys up. We have another. Guy we can patronize, maybe. He's too preeminent. I wish there were more filters for this. The national cast. Okay, but the... I guess we try and patronize this guy? Try and increase the clout. Need a general here. Alright. We need 40 rice farms to do the other one. How much do we currently have? 9, 13, 16, 19, 21, 22, 23, 24. Need 16 more. There's enough. How do we get this guy's clout higher? Maybe we could ostracize some from the other one. Military officers promotion. They get really mad at you if you just promote frivolously now. Let's take a look at the cast again. Can't ostracize. We don't have enough clout or whatever legitimacy. To be fair, the landowners should become a lot less powerful when landed voting comes through. God, that hurts that we just get an advancement rather than passive law. The rice must float? No, it was rice, not spice. Patronizing already is better than promoting officers minigame. Yeah. And you get to say how patronizing. Are there any downsides to spamming it on empty armies? Yes. If you spam it on empty armies, it gives you really big disapproval balances. If I recall correctly. I haven't played around with trying to force it too much, though. Or maybe it's they don't like promotion, but recruiting is fine. Ninko is dead. The Emperor is dead. Long live the Emperor. Alright, so... the Kai era. Kome will be the new guy. Very cool we get to see the guy who's in the background now. Oh, we can't do that. We can't do that. Shoot. Shoot. Take my eye off it for 1 minute. Alright, we get landed voting. We say elections must be free. Aristocrat becomes a loyalist. With political primacy, the imperial court restored. The emperor has promulgated an edict reforming a system of eras. A new era will be declared with the ascension of new era. New emperor. Oh, so Kome's in charge now that we've gotten off of Bakufu. Very cool. Okay, got it. This guy becomes the leader. This guy's got some stuff we want. Sure. And we do want to get off of this. I think we're fine with this. We'll just put in political concessions from the start here. Currently running a very slight negative. Alright, let's get rid of this. And we can pass this law much faster. Or a little bit faster. Not much. The election should bring us some more legitimacy. We're cruising. We will let the private queue take the wheel to some extent. And the clout of the industry group will hopefully get higher too. So I think we're at 9%. We only have 1 year and a month left though, so we're not going to get appointed bureaucrats in time. Son of a bitch. Oh, I don't think we can finish this. Well, we could get the rice farm. We actually maybe can do it. These guys need to hit their clout, though. But yeah, we're gonna... Actually, let's increase that. Oh, this guy needed the clout to be high. Damn it. Needed this above 10% from the election. That's Sag. Are you planning on streaming today? Probably 10 hours plus. Probably, it depends on what the views look like. But usually pre-release and release day I stream a lot. We're like super losing money trying to get this. Gotta get enough rice farms, I think, but... I mean, maybe if we go pip, 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 we'll use our one time, actually. One time has been called that we pass appointed bureaucrats before 9 months. One time has been called. So if we get a hereditary bureaucrat, or if we get appointed bureaucrats... We maybe had to have gone for the other one for more political strength to the other guys. Okay, take a look. We need 3 states with level 3 urban center. There's 1, 2. Well, how many did we delete? Shoot. We're trying to get the urban center there. Okay. Debbie Savage, thank you for the Prime resub. Much appreciated. Thank you. If you end up with Emperor, the choose your own referendum plan doesn't matter. It's what you end up if you maintain Shogunate. Oh, for the tempo crisis? Oh, that's good to know. All changes from X-Pack? X-Pack, I don't even know what you're talking about. The expansion? I don't know, we're gonna have a metagame update, but that's gonna be after tomorrow's stream, I think. Forgot how good all the sounds are. The clicks, the confirms, the pause. I do like the sounds. Alright, let's see how much rice we have right now. We're going up to, so we're gonna need 2 more. Let's do the Tohoku ones first, actually. Well, this has to pass on the next notch for one time, I think, to be successfully enacted. It is. One time confirmed. Confirmed. Ah, it's not enough clout. It's not enough clout. What can we do? I'd still like to pass this. It's not enough clout. Oh, but we just need the rice farms, because we have the urban center now, and the... Oh, what are we doing here? Not that, not that. The rice farms is too slow. Unless we can cheese clout. Oh, God. Can we cheese the clout down from these guys somehow? You can ostracize him. This will add up to more than 100, 80, 105. Yeah, it adds up to way more than 100, so ostracizing him is not going to be effective, I don't think. Probably should have tried to ostracize specific ones. Alright. We have some budgetary issues that I'm not entirely confident we're gonna... We might be punting really hard here. We'll see if we can get those under control. First things first. I just want to try and see if we can complete this. Come on. I don't think we have enough construction speed to finish the rice farms. Because that's... We're like 2 months off. What's in the box? Crashing out. Any PB admirals available? Oh. What's in the box? So fucking close. Murdered their clout, though. I mean, someone said it doesn't matter, so maybe we just, I don't think there's a way. 7. What's in the box? Yeah. You tried drag and drop the construction queue? I didn't. Hey, hey, hey! Not gonna help us here, though. Ooh. The cloud's rising. Just actual so goddamn close that it doesn't matter. Oh, I'm trolling. Maybe we could have done this with the construction edict. I don't think we're gonna reload just to get it through. But I could have used road maintenance. That would have worked. Press F. Yeah. Press F, basically. Does F even do anything? Yeah. Map location. Streaming probably for around 10 hours. Depends on view count. Yeah. I never want to see this fool. Wow, this is actually helpful. We need to have not a Tokugawa. None of these guys are Tokugawa, or except for 1%. I never want to see this idiot in my life. So we need to wait 6 months for Imperial victory, because that idiot, that was actually helpful for us. Alright, alright, alright. Alright, 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 alright. What's colder than cold? The question there is not rhetorical. Alright. See if we can fix our economy. What is most of our expenses? Interest. Fuck. We're just super fucked. Those are maybe junk. Trying to get the money to avoid the interest. This is what we're doing. Wow, no one had the right answer of what's colder than cold. Terrible. I'm sorry, chat. The correct answer was ice cold. Thank you for playing. I think there's a UI button for privatize all, and I'm just being an idiot here. Okay, please, 300k investment pool. Start spending on stuff. Please and thank you. We are making progress. Honorable restoration is completed. The Kome restoration. Also trying to fix our country. Industrial might will see us through. Probably. Move to Kanto. Trying to think which we probably want more. Probably the intellectuals. Alright, let's do that. So we have to industrialize Japan. Urban center greater than 500 railway. Retire this. We want them not in government, research Napoleonic warfare, a lot of etc. But that should be pretty straightforward. So, kind of us just building up for a while. We are making money. Let's look to kind of get rid of the debt here. Where's our pause button, dog? Alright. Is there actually no privatize all button? Terrible. Journalists, will that be on the final exam? It will. Napoleonic warfare research, like just on time here. We have to have the barracks on... We need to get off the warrior cast. Got it. Let's go professional army. And retire the samurai. For the other one, we're gonna need railways. So let's do that next. It looks like it's gonna be smooth sailing for here. Don't want that lobby gumming up the works for us. As long as we're unrecognized, we do want to get rid of this. We're just paying way too much in interest. Since the end of the Sakal, no meat-oriented restaurants. I'm not sure if that's good or bad. Authority. We don't have this guy. He would be so great. He would be the greatest. Alright. Kind of feeling intergroup approval, to be honest. Tech spread is nice and all, but we're not really spreading that much tech. Let's preserve the courtier system for now. Yeah, that gets rid of our stall chance. I think just being able to pass laws faster is kind of what we're into. As defending against naval invasions changed, it's much easier. Just because having enough supply to land is much harder, especially if you're landing someplace far away. How far you are, like, really, really matters in a way that, like, it didn't before. Control B is the pause construction shortcut. I almost clicked it. I've learned skepticism. We'll just get through this quickly here. Very smooth for us. Also, we are earning... Where are we getting advanced from, anyway? Top GDP, literacy is high, voting rights, yeah, okay. We are getting it done. The things. Soon we won't actually even need to care about this that much. Yeah, that looks like it increased our GDP a little bit. Or the more iron, we're producing a lot of iron. Yeah. You can step down. It's gonna be nice for us. We don't have access to steel yet. This won't do anything for us. Let's put this onto steel tools just to hope that the autocue picks up steel and makes some of it. Dr. Vanilla, 44, thank you for following, much appreciated. Yeah, we'll take the tech spread in this case. We didn't take it earlier. Is our Intelligentsia demarginalized, yes? Yeah, they are. Okay. We get lower taxes to make the law pass faster. Let's do that. Not like we're getting a ton from it either way. I think we're into taking the loyalists here. Maintain tradition. Man, these are the few events that we've seen where, like, we want to click, like, the traditional type of orientation. Do you see the new law, present proprietorship for the old world? Yes. I'm not sure what I think of it. I'd have to think through it a little bit more. whether or not the ownership on the workers is better than the ownership on the other pups. Especially if it affects their willingness to... There's been previous iterations of the game where the peasants had too much money and so they didn't want to work anywhere else and it caused issues. Following the dev diaries, but curious of the main changes to your strategies this patch after balancing. Straights are insane. Owning a straight is just insanely lucrative. In fact. We need boats to send them. But specifically trading for Spanish Al Reef is probably the opener for almost every start if you can. What do we want? So now we can, on the barracks, change the building. What they are doing. No, just kidding. We need general staff tech. Railways is not spreading to us anyway. Okay. About to get recognition. I think we'll send the we'll send the recommended guy, I don't know. Oh, I think we get a chance to, like, get their laws. Do we want protectionism? Kind of. Can't take away their swords, but soon we'll take away their hearts. I mean, we'll take away their Bushido. I mean, something. Still trying to get out from underneath this a little bit. We're about to get you recognized. We're gonna start the queue back up. We become recognized. We get a positive diplomatic catalyst with Russia. Successfully completed. Alright, so that's well on its way. We need to get urban centers in more locations. More than 70% need to have urban 5. So if we don't have urban 5, we won't focus on it, but let's maybe set up some auto expands here that are sensible. I think this is one of our few places with coal. So let's do that. Hopefully we don't have... It looks like we have some swaps to make. Not too many, not too bad. Losing a little bit of money, but that's fine.
Hey!
Alright, well, Great Britain has good laws too, so we'll spend some time there. Goods transfer, power block emphasis, investment rights. I don't think so. I mean, we could eventually seize all the stuff if we let them build it. Maybe we should have done that. I don't know. Was the peasant issue fixed? I'm not sure which issue. Oh, from the old times? Yeah. I'm not sure if it's still persistent. I just, like, am leery about that type of thing. Feels like getting off traditionalism should be the main priority. That's what we're gonna do after this. We have decent chance. We're just getting them kind of happy with us first. I don't know if we want to go interventionism or... Why is my spacebar not working? Bueller? Don't know if we want to go interventionism or something else. New Rainbow State? It is... Yeah. The bigger uptick is this. Now it has a ton of sulfur and the other stuff. I think we have, yeah, let's put this back on auto expand. No bananas in India? Probably supposed to do that. I'm a little bit less privy to the more contemporary banana abuse strategies. I haven't been a part of the banana abuse metagame. I'm aware of it in principle. What? What is this? Where are our drink picks? Oh, there it is. Almost had an emergency, chat. Almost had an emergency. Actually didn't have an emergency. Emergency is a different drink mix. We are gonna take some cherry limeade drink mix. Stumbling over my words there. But you're saying we should just get investment rights on India, right? What should we give for it? Anything. The banana metagame. No way Generalist makes it through a 12-hour stream without a drink mix. Exactly. So we have that. And to that, we're going to add, because we have a big thing of water, we're going to add cucumber limeade from Flavorade. Well, Flavorade. Freaking cooking. That's what Dairuka does every game. It's probably correct. I believe it. The PMs that they made... The PMs that they put on, like, all the plantations are just absolutely bananas. Yeah, it's probably just correct. We won't get the guaranteed chance. Alright. So that's gonna be pretty expensive for us to get in. Let's be a little bit quicker. Banana is such a fake word, true. That pun was so bad, it killed my livestock. What was it, B-A-N-A-N-S? Yeah, I don't know. It's almost certainly correct. Yeah, the earnings on these buildings are stupid. We'll just throw down a few into the queue. He also often grants investment rights to virtually everyone. Yeah, because the idea is you eventually reclaim it, right? And you just get the buildings. The plan's to reclaim ownership in some way. I don't know. I don't think I'm going to do that. But, basically, like, the cusp of when I stopped playing so much, they made a couple of changes, and one of them was that the war goal to seize ownership was no longer, like, 50 infamy or something. I believe part of the idea is to flip to one of these new things, and you can also just seize all the ownership that way, even if you're planning on flipping back. But switches to modernizer, alright. Let's do that. Ooh. Paper obsession? That seems bad. It's not a very good industry. How do the boat mechanics feel so far? A little bit clunky. I like them, but they like, I think they need to streamline some of the quantities of clicking you have to do. We just want faster laws here. We need to get off traditionalism still. I'm just incredulous. We've had so many ticks of this at such a high pass chance, and it's just taking forever. We are a great power once. The EIC investment spam is just OP. For other countries, it's complicated but still valid. Yeah, I mean, from what I remember, I like vibes don't like the idea of doing it, but like I understand the principle of what you're doing, right? Which is you accept that the selling the ownership is bad, but you accept it because ooh, let's charge to go through here. You accept the terms and conditions, and you accept these terms and conditions because you can rake it back later for a lower cost and such that it's like just kind of net positive. But if you couldn't rake it back, you wouldn't want to do it, is my understanding. Yeah, China and India do feel like a different beast because the depeasanting has... you're not going to run out of pops very easily at all, and so it's just kind of gravy. But it's different when you are going to run out of pops. And to be fair with Japan, you are running out of pops less frequently, so Japan would be more pro-investment than some of the others. But the idea is very much just take back your stuff. Or you just run a positive balance and nationalize all the most profitable buildings along the way. It's very micro-heavy, though. Yeah, I don't think I want to do that. Yeah, I don't want to play like that. Because it's very micro-heavy. Like, that's not incoherent. The thing is the investment queue and also AI investment has this randomness factor, where if you turn off the randomness factor, they actually just blast the very best industries. So the AI can identify what the best industries are. You could also just turn down the randomness factor. But yeah, they'll build a lot of random nonsense, and so when they build the random nonsense, it's really good for you that they build the random nonsense so you can build the good stuff, because that also keeps the random nonsense less profitable, so it doesn't become the thing that you want to build. It lets you kind of polarize the economy. Holy shit. One day we'll pass protectionism. Do you have a take on the shipbuilder yet? I'm not sure what you mean by a take. You'd have to expand, like, what you mean here. It does the thing. I think the AI probably isn't very good at using it at this juncture. With a really, really limited sample size. Not very confident in that. I think that there's some teeth to this. I imagine there's going to be just, like, one template that just, like, is super OP and you just build a bunch of that. And it's, like, much like, for army compositions, when army compositions first came out, everyone was playing around with these so much, and they were like, oh, what do you do here? You do this, etc. It's like, which comp is best? Some people took longer than others to, like, recognize that it's like, oh, you're either 100% infantry or 50-50 infantry arty or 50-50 infantry cavalry, or doing some shenanigans where you're tolerating the malice and just going monocav. And there's a couple, like, tweaks in this type of thing, but basically there's just a best way to do it. And I imagine it's going to be similar. Can you show all the straits in the game and what they do? They all... So trade actually traces paths now. And all of these straits you can charge tolls to pass through. The most lucrative one is probably Gibraltar, followed by Orsund. And when you charge tolls, the trade centers will pay it. And so this has twofold effect. One, you just get free gravy, because you don't have to pay to go through this. You're not charging your own trade centers. And two, if to the extent that there's other profitable opportunities for trade, you get to cannibalize them, basically. Only catches foreign companies, right? Foreign governments and financial districts build with their own construction pool and funds, but company regional buildings use your construction funds. Yeah, that is the part that makes it, like, really bad. I'm of the opinion that you kind of want investment rights on everyone else because you can, once you get companies, it's a little bit less useful when you don't have companies. But the fact that you can use their own investment pool to build your buildings is super OP. Right on time. We're gonna try and use just the Japanese companies. Huh. I think we want iron and wood early. The tools is attractive. I think we have a couple pathways to tools, though. There's some complicated overlap nonsense. Kyushu needs shipyards equal to 5. Wasashi paper is also a very interesting one. Because the expensive part of universities and government administrations tends to be the pops that are working there, the salaries. Although this is less the case since they decrease the amount of pops working in these places. And so getting throughput on this is really, really valuable. Okay, let's find our university. So we look at the prices. Wages are like half. And so this is basically just 10% more innovation output for us per cost. But also we would end up getting cheap paper. And then we would also get our iron early. I don't know what company we'd add on to it, though. We'd have to decide if we're getting coal from one of these or no. But this company is tremendous. We'd probably do iron, coal, and then... automobiles throughput's also kind of nice. We want to use all the Japanese companies anyways. This gives us wood. See, this one also gives us tools and coal. So if we had this, it's also stepping on some toes. Construction sector throughput's not that useful because most of the wages, or most of the things that the construction sectors use is not wages, but it does allow you to effectively stack buildings higher, which has some use as well. Did they change the canal companies? What's their bonus now? It's still 50k flat, but I think that the canal companies are better because the way shipyards have been merged. Both the military and the domestic shipyard, the merging of them, I think, ends up making the companies a little bit better. Okay, so I think we might go with Mitsubishi first here. And maybe this second. It's kind of a sick company. So we need Kyushu, 5 shipyards. We'll get through this. Actually, what am I saying? We just, like, actually went at the top of the queue. This is stupid. Like, we'll get to it when we get to it. No rush here. Just go interventionism here. No stall chance. Let's go. You need to research Ironclad for Mitsubishi? Damn it. I didn't realize my greatest weakness. Having eyes. Or not having eyes. That's the one. Okay. What about this one? Sokka needs level 5 glassworks. Sure. We will do that instead then. Do we want to add construction color? And then we want to get our bananas worth. Let's do that. Perfect. And we'll just keep putting the lowest completion stuff at the top. The idea is this allows them basically to all finish simultaneously. I'm just probably being a nit here. It's probably not important. You show the new milled boat research? Yeah. Most of the new techs now have both ship types as well as various upgrades for the ships in some spots. Let's find an upgrade. So like here, torpedo nets is an upgrade for ships that you get when you get unlocked torpedoes as well, or the torpedo boat. And so most of these will now have some combination of upgrades and ships available. The dye works. This is gratuitous. Probably don't need to do this. Is this the one that used to be permanent? 5% authority? God, that was so obscene. Can we just do this? Because we're going to be able to build in their subjects too. Their subjects have zip boats. Can we get you to give us gold, though? Greedy pig that we are. Oh, we should have made it binding for longer. Whoops. Greedy piglet. Maybe this is better early. If we slot this in, we have to know where we're getting our coal from. I don't think I have the answers this way. So I think we're gonna slot in the other one first, even if this one's maybe. Yeah, I don't know. Do want regional HQs for lumber, though. Okay. We want to eventually put our figures on the scale and go technocracy, so we don't want to fully have a free and fair election. What else do we need to do for the restoration that requires us? Yeah, we're just close. We don't need any of that. Yeah. I think we just want to be more legitimate, so... Then we just want electoral confidence, right? Floating to pass laws faster. We'll also... Alright, so that is the samurai we are about to get rid of. Have you ever seen The Last Samurai? That's this. Bam, we have general training now. Yeah. The fall of the samurai. Do we need to kill that guy? I don't think we need to kill that guy. We'll tolerate the worst research speed. We are plenty okay. We have a glass company, so might as well do this, I guess. God, I don't think I've actively researched this tech in so long. Jesus. The other one required ironclads. We don't want to research mill tech right now, though. Maybe we go pharmaceuticals? Maybe that's good. Are there any straits in East Asia? There's this strait. And there's these straits. The Yasuda company looks really good. Technocracy. Japanese cyberpunk dystopia run. Let's go. More like meta horror. Like, extra company, you say? The force is strong with this one. Old minds think alike. I'm thinking about starting to meddle with other people's affairs. We have to invest quite a bit of money into like building a navy big enough to allow us to land and run infrastructure, although we have a kind of some supplies stuff saved up. Tom Cruise saves Japan. Yep, the white savior of Japan. They just needed the the genocidal white man to come in and save the day. Like after he's done killing the Indians, he's gonna save Japan. Yeah. type of vibes. Kind of. I mean, like, the US, like, there's a special brand of movie where, like, it's like, heroic soldier anguished over the atrocities that he had to commit, but definitely still committed. Although I can't remember Last Samurai if he, like, refused to follow orders or how that exactly resolved. But, like, it's definitely a category of movie. Like, and it focuses on, like, the internal, like, psychological trauma of, like, the person who did the, genocide or whatever, like, military atrocity type thing, and it doesn't focus on the actual victims, and it's just always like, I don't know, I feel like we're just missing the mark slightly here. It's like, I don't know. Like, is meta just to accept everyone, or are you going fascists? Probably not going fascists. Making a Japanese subject-object verb joke, did you? No, I don't know enough Japanese to make a Japanese joke. Couldn't be me. But, like, actually, Nani? Arigato gozaimasu. Like, that's like, where's my Japanese? I know a little bit more than that, but, like, you know. You use a power block. Thank you for reminding me. I don't know, what's the most anime option possible? Probably the, the squid. Let's go. Oh, I dig it. I dig it. Can we make it a top hat instead of a laurel? There we go. There we go. This will reflect our great nation. Life in Imperial USA, Tom Cruise's Great Britain. Yeah, like, and you're just like sweeping it under the rug, like the burden of all the abused indigenous people. They did rework Japanese resources a little bit. Our preparations for the fun of Nanjing? Oh, not like this. I don't know what we want. Do we just want to make everyone Japanese? We could just make everyone Japanese. Right? Holy sushi. It's like old Civ rooms decorating the throne room. Yeah. They need to bring that ish back. Movement isn't bad. Doesn't seem xenophobic again enough. The fish. I mean, we could just go Sovereign Empire or Trade League, but it's a little boring, no? What are we thinking, chat? Sovereign Empire, yeah, Sovereign Empire would just be like meta, probably. I think external trade is better than it used to be, though. When's the DLC being released? Tomorrow. And if you are interested in purchasing it and you want to support the channel, there's a really good way you can do that. If you buy the channel, or if you buy the channel, you can't buy the channel. If you buy the DLC through the Paradox official store and use the code Generalist at checkout, that's Generalist in all caps, it will not give you a discount. And it'll be slightly inconvenient, but what it will do it will send 12% of the sale my way, so this is a great way to support the channel at no additional cost to yourself, other than the pain, the misery, the woe of being emailed an activation code and having to use it, which is marginally annoying, so, you know. Also, other creators do have the code, so I know I've not been in the Vicky 3 streets as much, so the people who I would say ask around for a code and see if other people have a code if you wanted to support someone else who's making more Vicky content. Channel for sale, not like this. Do new power blocks come with tools for the new Diplo system? There's no power block that has specifically the naval, what is it, principle? The woe or the whoa? Both, yes. I bid $100 to buy the channel, not like this. I have to bid against myself. I'm Spartacus. I'll buy the channel for $5. You should sell the channel to private equity, which is the chat. To be fair, I do let chat decide a lot of things. But it's like fake democracy where I give you the choices and they're both things I'm willing to do anyways. It just, with the appearance of democracy. Alright, so we're going to have a vote and we're going to let chat decide. Do we want to go Sovereign Empire, Trade League, or Cultural Commonwealth? Cultural Commonwealth is obviously the worst one. Trade League is kind of okay. I'm not sure which I think is better between Sovereign and Trade League. But, we'll probably use a name that is going to be corresponding to this. Oh no, should we give representation to the Twitch viewers? We will, but the Twitch viewers have to vote quickly. Their polls are... they're not allowed to... Bam, we hit them with a 60-second poll. Or, sorry, 60-second ad. Alright, new poll. I can charge channel points per vote? What the hell? We'll run this for 5 minutes, I guess. We'll give we'll give the Twitch viewers the ability to vote, or the ability to click a button and then we could just ignore their vote. Bam, got him. Manage democracy? That's right. Anything new naval? There's a new principle. Maritime supremacy. Does my big fat head block this? We have 5 max ship construction progress. Base is 25, so you construct ships 20% faster. I'm not sure how good I think this is, but if you are replacing ships, it makes it faster. Extra involvement generation, flagship involvement gain, and minus navy goods costs. I think the only really good one is the minus navy goods costs, and maybe to some extent the port access. I think it's kind of not very good. Trade League is best because the statue perk. Oh, let's talk about that. The Sovereign Empire statue is way better now. Because you get minus 20% decree cost if you have hegemonic. So you're stacking decree costs. So decrees are uber cheap. We'll write that down for metagame update, actually. But decree infamy. I think that's kind of a big deal. You just tanked electoral confidence? Damn it. Sovereign Empire is winning in the YouTube and on the Twitch. You really gonna YouTube? You really gonna do that? You gonna let the Twitch viewers get what they want? It's crazy and outlandish. The spite vote. Does milk goods and navy goods cost not stack? I'm not sure. Navy goods, I think you can end up spending a lot on. But my sample size is too small. Also gives you 100 flat trade advantage. Yep. So famine plus statue plus hegemon gives you how far? I remember the cap is like minus 90%. But minus 55 base cost per authority per decree is wild. Yeah, it's very strong. And then you roll an ambitious boy, and you're like, woo! Like, you could actually intentionally seek out ambitious, right? So, wow, this is terrible. The YouTubers are voting to give the Twitch viewers what they want. Awful. What's this world coming to? All right, people want the Sovereign Empire, it seems. Hopefully they saved the fishman. People want the Sovereign Empire. Is the decree cost for multiplayer? It's just the decree cost in your region. So we go vassalization. What do we call this? The Japanese Empire is uncreative. Oh my god. I just realized we chose the octopus from Japan. Alright. Oh, we'll call it tentacle time. Oh my god. No, we didn't choose the no, we did choose the octopus. Yeah. We can come up with something better than tentacle time. We already chose the octopus as the crest, though. I don't want to go back on it. I just love the octopus, but I didn't pick it because we were playing Japan. But now, we've made our bed. Now we have to eat it. Japanese power block, yeah. Co-prosperity sphere, East Asian anime sphere. I like East Asian anime sphere. Oof, problematic, yeah, basically. Like, we're not titling it the hentai hegemony. Call it I've seen enough. Call it wait a minute. Wait a minute. We can rename it once we found it, right? Hold up a minute. Hold up a minute a little better. Hold up a minute. Alright. Yeah. We need to get... Are you sure? Can't you rename it? if you want. Yeah, you can. Teiko time? Oh, I don't know what Teiko means in Japanese. Dojin Dynasty? Have you seen the algo bless me to see a live stream? Welcome, welcome, John. Although I do like the East Asian anime sphere. Where is Omni-Man? Power Block statue perks should be listed as part of the Power Block formation screen. It really should. But yeah, we get the minus decree cost on top of the minus decree costs. It's kind of strong. We don't have that much construction though. I'm not sure if we value that over adding like... what are we doing here? Oh, I wish we could right-click to cancel constructions. That's something that like I like on EU5. You're like, wait, just kidding, I didn't mean it. A swole Joel. Thank you for the Prime subscription. Much appreciated, my guy. East Asian sphere for the greater proliferation of anime. That's too long. They will not let us have that. Speaking of media endorsements, we'll get to add a ton more construction when we get interventionism. Put in the work. Happy to support you. Thank you. Much appreciated. Do you think the differences in involvement tiers are meaningful enough? I think they're somewhat substantive. Going up to 5 is really hard, though, unless you... You need to have a really big navy to go up to 5, or you need to have your capital there, is kind of the short version. Do I think the differences are meaningful enough, though? Yeah, probably. I mean, we can look at Tier 2, we're taking extra infamy, and it limits what treaties we could do, and here we could do other treaties. It enables establishing of colonies. I really think that the fact that you can't declare on something you don't have any interest in, and so you have to formulate an interest there initially, is good. I wish that there was more feeling that there was a clash going on between the people who are involved here, or a power struggle. Whereas this just feels like people are kind of... There is a power struggle to the extent that it is based on proportional GDP ownership for some of these modifiers, but it doesn't feel like... I think that this could get some work, yeah. Or is an idea. We have a nice amount of enactment chance. I don't know why YouTube is deleting comment about radicals I mentioned. The question was, other than Civil War, you reduce it fast. If you have other than Civil War to reduce radicals, I forget exactly what abdication gives you again. I think it used to give you a ton, and now it gives you a small amount of radical reduction. You get a lot for passing a law that big movements want, but I don't think that's the type of solution you're looking for. Or I would venture to guess that it's not what you're looking for. You're doing graduating tax. How are we doing? How are we actually doing? Kind of okay. We're also recognized. Man, recognition was so easy with the extra... Terracotta system made that really easy, actually. Like, this is a big driver of us having enough education access. We just don't want it long-term. We want to swap on bond to public schools. Kyrgyzstan has become huge. That's the biggest Kyrgyzstan I've seen. My brain. I want to rival someone. God, I can only rival GPUs. And stuff like Brazil. So far, I've seen Prussia be really effective at forming Germany. I think we'd rather not create a catalyst for ourselves there early. But okay, we're improving relations with someone in there. Was the damage of relations not going to help us? Alright, I guess not. Can we click this? Yeah, so we are getting involvement from improving relations with Nejd. And so we will get up to above the base level, and then we could sign some agreements maybe. I think we want to go after Oman for the strait. This seems like a strait that might be important. You start with the Tarakoya system? You do. Check who the leader is. Malik Mastan Khan. That's a big Italy. Them things be thangin'. Italy had like an issue where it wasn't forming properly with like one of the early access versions, but I think it's fixed. There we go, there we go. Alright. Prop tax will also be nice. Well, we're just getting to pass everything. I think we're gonna keep floating this. Looks like we could spend 100. The 8-0 earthquake, no. Add some construction here. Just gonna add to the, since they all are missing tax, we're just gonna add to Kanto. I don't think the legitimacy puts us in a new bracket, so we'll actually take the railway. Our Arabia tier interest has increased. So now we could declare on Oman, which I think we... Oh, can we not? Do we need tier 2 interest? Yeah. So it's level 2 interest we need. Alright, well how far off are we? Yeah, we just need to actually just get onto building boats. Well, something I'm not remembering is the UI, I think, is not very good at relaying. I forget which stat is important for generating interest. The frigate's much cheaper. Let's get some frigates with carrying capacity. We'll call them speedsters. Because shuffling around troops was like a huge pain in the butt. And we won't pay for one of those upgrades. So we will start building a fleet. Try Mara? No, it's the lack of interest. We need to have level 2 or higher. Level 2 is not that hard to generate. I think with just those boats we might be able to get there. With the boats and improving relations... Oh, you mean improve relations with Mara as well? I might do it. Once we have a foothold there, we'll be much better poised. Maybe you can buy ships? I think you don't want to buy ships. I think you want to sell ships. I think we'd rather give him permanent. Gives us a little bit more of this. Looking where we have higher urban centers. We get some railways down. So urban center 3. The railway will contribute to the urban center level. We have 4 years to industrialize. I don't think we have any of those industries yet. Yeah, we don't. Oh, we do. Just kidding. Is this strategic regional interest zero-sum game? No. So you will get more overlapping interests as the time goes on. Show how long it takes to build a ship. Ships take a while to build. Let's show the queue. So this guy takes like 20 weeks or something. It's actually not too long, but this is also, you have to keep in mind the cost of ships scales with the stuff you put in, and these are like tier 1 tech that don't have full like equipment. They're gonna build much faster, and as you add more stuff, they take more and more time. Go for the minus enactment time here while this thing is being enacted, which is not very long. Why are capitalists building with your 104, but your capitalists are building with 15? This is our ship construction. Not capitalists versus non-capitalists. How's the magnate system affected how you do politics shenanigans? It's a little subtle, but there's some moves you can make. If there's someone who's a magnate that you like, you build more in their state. Stuff kind of this nature. But it's not like a very... It's not a very strong lever, but you also get a couple of interactions here. So you can increase their prominence. Magnates are going to have an easier time becoming political leaders as well. Where's the cheapest upkeep? Alright. Once prop tax goes through, this will also just be insane. I don't think so. Dog. I don't think that they'll have any interest in giving us investment rights, right? Yeah, no, they're not. They're too big. Can ships be upgraded? I'm not 100% sure if they can be upgraded. I haven't tried to figure this out. I haven't seen something about it being upgraded. But I would assume that you can upgrade stuff across the same typeage, but you can't change the type. Like, we can upgrade this to a different frigate. But also, you get most of the upgrades you want. I think the play pattern is more selling the ships, or the fact is, eventually the ships will also just attrition out. Because they're individual things that you built, so it's maybe not as much of an issue. Hey, Hannibal. How you doing? Hey man, how you doing? Is the amount of navy and sailors you build limited by the number of coastal states you have? I do not think so. Not as far as I know. You do need to build naval administrations, though, to run the ships. So we'll actually build a couple of these. We're going to need 2,000 sailors, or we have 2,000 sailors. How much is our demand per ship? So we're going to need 5,000 total sailors to operate these. Have you pressed all the buttons yet? No, we're working on it. We're trying. There's one more button pressed. And how do we lose money? We're paying so much for military wages, we probably should have just made the armies smaller. We do need a certain level of power projection. For, like, our journal or whatever, but now we've resolved that, so it doesn't matter. This is also a reason for us not to acquire states. So we can finish this. Or I guess incorporate states, rather. There's no limit on the number of naval administrations you can have? I don't think so. I haven't pushed this, though. Oh, it doesn't look it. Or if it is, it's above 120. I always feel like Navy doesn't have that much diplomatic and military effect. Navy seems way, way more important. Yes. Is it worth to buy it? I think that this DLC is going to be absolutely massive for, like, future stuff, but I would not call it, like, the same type of flagship-y DLC that Commerce was. Charters of Commerce. Like, Charters of Commerce was massive. This is their big, mechanics patch for this year. I think that in the long term, this is going to be insane, the national cast stuff. And we're gonna see more things like... Oh, we can't show it anymore because we don't have shoguns. There's a special thing where we have a cast of characters that specifically are the shoguns or the daimyo of Japan. And I think the infrastructure which they built for characters for that to work is... valuable because it's going to facilitate new things happening. Like, you could have artists or scientists or something like this in the future. But right now, I think it's underutilized. Also, trade, the direction of the goods are flowing in trade is now being tracked, which is necessary for the Straits mechanics. I think that the fact that they're tracking the flow of trade also opens the door for other stuff. We have the naval stuff. As it stands, I think that it's a little bit clunky in terms of its implementation, and so transporting armies around is frustrating. I assume that they fixed some of the bugs surrounding that. I'm not 100% sure on the balance in terms of what this will be like for like playing against the AI, because I think the AI is generally going to be weak, and rushing ironclads and then just beating enemy over the head with 5 ironclads because they can't damage it is going to be a strategy. And so I am overall pretty bullish on this patch, but with an understanding that I think people are not going to find it as exciting as, like, Charters of Commerce was. And I think that we're going to see stuff like cabinets and maybe like artists and stuff like this. The potential for the future as a result of this patch, I think, is really big. I also think that the way that they're doing this is way better than some just silly binary system, and that the proliferating interests, the fact that interests tend to proliferate, they have like a flat cost. The cost doesn't scale up. And so you get great powers with greater and greater overlapping interests. I think having a mechanic that they have now where there's a bunch of stuff generating involvement, I think that this is important for eventually having a great war mechanic, because you will hook any sort of tension or this type of thing onto this. And so for me, this patch is kind of like it's oh, they're cooking type patch, more so than like an immediate, like, here's the goods type of patch. Which Vic 3 has a lot of these patches, and I generally have noticed the trend that there's a lot of patches that I really like and I think are impactful, but other people don't seem as enthusiastic about them. I think that this will be one of those people are maybe not so enthusiastic about it, but I think that the cast is easily the most exciting Vic 3 change I've seen in a while, and I might find it even more exciting than the trade rework, because as you open up the things to like multiple ways to play, more so than just going for eco, I think, with the cast. Although maybe we just go eco no matter what, but... another thing is, for the people who are RP-oriented, this allows you to actually have, as a container, a place to store all these historic characters, rather than only like 5 slots. So you get to see a lot more historic people. I don't know if I would call this like a must-buy, but I'd also say that if you like Vic 3 and you want to support the development of Vic 3, generally speaking, buying the DLC helps the development of the game. And, like, I don't know what's in the DLC versus the free patch in a hard, differentiated way. I usually judge them together. But I think that this is going to be a relatively big deal. I'm a little bit behind in chat because I was trying to say. Also, if you wanted to buy the DLC, and you wanted to support the channel as well, a good way to do that is if you buy off the official web store and you use the code GENERALIST in all caps. This won't save you any money, but 12% of the sale will go my way. And so no additional cost to you other than the misery and woe of inputting a activating a product on Steam. To be fair, sometimes it's annoying. They actually had a hard time getting for EU5. They had so many people using codes that they, for the first time, had issues sending people out codes. I think some people had to wait like a day or something like this. Wait for public health? Oh man, I'm behind now. But we do want to get a lock cooking. This slows down our research speed, so I do think we want to get off of it after a certain point, so let's get off of it. But one thing I really like as well, and this is for like the simulationist people, is now that they have re-merged the shipyards to produce both military and domestic goods, so they're producing the clippers and the steamers, and they're producing the ships at the same time, and you're getting ship construction. You can see we're paying a little bit extra for this. With these now combined, it also makes it the case that you will be able to establish more hegemony if you build more military ships, and more building of military ships will allow you to build up like more hegemony over different regions, and also help to control trade globally a little bit. Really hyped for this patch. It looks really good for me, but you've played it, so I can't say you're wrong. I mean, I can also... whether or not I've played it, whether or not you've played it, I can still be wrong. I am very excited to see the Morgan Rope mod, the way that they cook stuff. Is the ship designer's DLC? I think the ship designer's DLC. But, like, I tend to view them combined, but yeah. I think it's a weird part to be part of the DLC, since it seems pretty foundational. I don't know to what extent the AI also uses... I haven't really gotten a good look at it. I don't know to what extent they create templates, but if the AI creates good templates, and you can't create templates, you are cooked. And if the AI doesn't create templates at all, honestly, it might be boring to make your own templates, because you can just, like, super cook the AI very easily. I thought this might be the DLC like Iberian or Twilight, which I don't like that type of... It's not, no, it's the mechanics DLC. But this is the big DLC of the year for Vic 3. But I also think that they've said, this is the big DLC for the year, and then they were cooking with the Austria one. Like, the Austria DLC was sick. And the Austria DLC, like, had a lot of stuff where it was payoffs rather than setups. And like this is setup rather than payoff. I think is kind of A3 main. Thank you for the resub, much appreciated, my guy. Thank you, thank you. This is like, I think that this is like the cast as it stands. This is the start, and then we get the payoff on a later patch. I don't know. I'm a fan of the way the Vic 3 team is running things, but you gotta like let them cook type of thing. I will say that in terms of early access, in terms of clunkiness of boarding, specifically boarding guys on boats and getting them to land properly, this the content creator access, this has been one of the more frustrating ones. I don't know to what extent all the stuff has been fixed or will be fixed by tomorrow's patch, because I'm playing on a patch that you guys won't be playing on. But if some stuff is like not better, then that's going to be a bit of a vibe. If you're having to move around a lot of fleets, like moving around a lot of units on a lot of different fleets feels pretty bad. And for my creator video, I did Great Britain. I was just like, there was a few times where I needed to like wait a couple days for them to patch it. You'll say it will be fun to do gunboat diplomacy with. The gunboat diplomacy like option, threaten naval hostilities, seems a little bit weak because it costs so much freaking infamy. Base cost is 30. I don't think it scales with what you're asking for. But it does push things through. It's maybe a little bit interesting. If you're asking someone for like a state that's worth like 30 infamy, maybe it's worth, but it seems like it's a little bit hard for it to feel good. Is expansion nerfed to slow down significantly? I would say yes, because you can't just declare wars everywhere. But there's probably a streamlined strategy that I'm not executing, where there's probably a ship that you can build that makes it so you can gain interest very quickly, and you just do that. To some extent, having enough supply to supply the armies. As you move farther and farther away from your capital, it gets really, really... it's a tremendous strain on your supply. And if you can't get enough supply to the troops and the boats, then, you know, you're cooked. Right? Let's link these guys up. Can we just do this? Yeah, okay. This guy is significant. He's also a modernizer. And he's got some good traits. This might be one of the new historic guys. Cautious, innovative. It's pretty solid. How's piracy work? I haven't experimented with piracy. I know another content creator was saying they thought it was OP. But, like, I think it's probably really strong if you're small and then doesn't really scale very well. Something like this would be my guess. I'm ready to pay every penny on mechanics, but paying for DLC for my country ones frustrates me. That's why I'm going to buy this one, but didn't buy National Awakening or Twilight, just for the country. Yeah, that makes sense. Their victories in a weird spot in terms of what they're trying to do, or the devs, because they're trying to put all the mechanics that do get added into the free patch. So for a lot of things, you don't actually unlock the mechanic with the DLC. Just the DLC unlocks an aspect of the mechanic. So I'm not 100% sure the shipbuilder. The shipbuilder itself might be DLC, but for 1.3 you get agitators. Agitators are a system, but you don't have all the agitator interactions. But you don't hardlock systems out. You think military rework will come this volume? No. I think that this is the mechanically I think they will build on systems that they create in this patch, but this is the flagship for the insertion of new mechanics for this patch. My audio is being a little funny. But I think that the military rework where they stop using fronts and do something else is I don't think that that's forthcoming as well. I know that's what some people want. I don't think that they. I think you would need a different person at the head of what's going on for them to like completely rework the military like that. It seems to be because we've gotten, like, at the start of the year they put out their roadmap. The roadmap does not include a comprehensive military rework in terms of stuff they're interested in doing. Is it less infamy if you use naval hostilities against weaker powers than GP? Yeah, it is. I'm not sure if it scales with your level of interest in the area, but yeah, GP on base price is 30 though. Base price 30 is really hard. Flagship patch is flagship. Yeah. You caught me. So we're building up this fleet though. Doesn't have any crew at this juncture. Let's put that in the front of the queue. Are we having trouble hiring crew? I could swore we put it in the queue. Oh, we didn't. I could have sworn we did. Alright. Gonna add some in Kanto. We needed 5k, so let's get 5k. Spread out a little bit. I don't know if there's some strategy to spreading it out. 42 infamy? Holy smoly. Yeah, so like right now I think the gunboat diplomacy is like not worth. Because the base price is too high. They mentioned war support update this year. This could be big for a game depending on how much they change. Yeah. I mean, that's an improvement. I think what he's talking with the military update is like not using the front system, which I don't think there's any desire from the devs to get rid of that. I don't think it's, you know. Are we in there? We're in the mix. We're in the mix, chat. What do you want? Goods transfer. I think we're happy to transfer iron and just produce more of it. We specifically don't want to accrue a lot of diplo maintenance, so that's why we're not going to transfer two things, and we're just going to hope to high roll it. Cool. So now we're going to start developing an interest here, which is going to be nice. Brazil also has some amount of territory in other areas. Create an army. Don't need to recruit a general. let's give this a color. This has kind of always been our unsorted color. This is a landing squad, but now we have Marines, so we are going to use them. Should be okay. Now I think we need a 20 stack of this type. Does Oman have any fleet? They do have ships. Power projection of 700. That seems like a lot. I wonder if someone traded them the ships. I think they'll have much more power projection than us, yeah. Our ships also suck balls at, actually fighting. They're like pure utility at the moment. Might as well protect her in America, yeah. I've seen quite a bit of copium, nothing beats. Surely next year they'll add unit micro to Vic 3. Yeah, that's just like category. It's just not the design. Like, like you would have to. I mean, I don't know Wiz very well at all, but I feel like there's no desire on behalf of the people who are in charge to change the thing. And I'm not saying that that's like a bad thing either. I kind of agree with the design philosophy. I think Vic 3 is absolutely tremendous in one regard specifically, which is that you do not have to micro your brains out for Vic 3. Vic 3 is like a macro game, and what you're suggesting is going to make it so that you spend almost all your time microing military. And I think if you want to micro military, you probably just should be playing a different game. Like, there's like an attention budget when you're playing a video game, right? How much attention am I dedicating to the various systems within this game? What percentage do you want it to be on military? And if the answer is a particularly high number, then Vic 3 probably just shouldn't be the game, right? Not every game needs to be a military game. Vic 3 is like mostly about like politics, and to a lesser extent economics. I want to play so much right now. After you explain, my favorite country is Japan, and the mechanics coming to it, plus new narrative content, makes it better. I do find Infamy a little blunt. It should tick back faster when it's low. Like in Equilibrium? Yeah. I also wish that staying low Infamy was like a reasonable strategy. Like, it just seems bad. Kind of. I think we let's add a couple more shipyards. So, but right now we're paying out the ass. Or we're building a bunch of stuff that's not going to do anything for us, economically speaking, so that we can start getting the show on the road. Metropolitan area will suck all the people out from the colonies. I'm glad they're sticking to the front system. Military definitely needs improvements, but without abandoning the front system. Yeah, I'm a fan of the front system too. What I'm not a fan of is the Diplo play. The Diplo play is god-awful. The Diplo play, from a design perspective, is great. From actual implementation, it just, like, is terrible. Do you think we'll make a military DLC like this one in the future? No. Not in the near future. I think that, that's what 1.5 was. I think they're gonna work on other stuff. I think that it's more likely that they make like a Great War system before they like overhaul the military. I don't think they want it to be overly complicated. Also, a lot of times you like when a lot of times people ask for like more complicated systems, and then what you have is a more complicated system where you just find the solution very quick, and the solution is just to do only one thing. Like for Hoey, there's like one for templates you could do a whole bunch of different templates, but my understanding is that like one template is just way better than all other templates, and it's not even like remotely close, and it's like even multiplayer specifically bans it or rebalances it. Let's not go with Prussian education. We've had enough of that. We've had enough of that. So we have several of these speedsters. Being able to move around faster is going to be really nice for transporting troops. We're going to need this to be twice as big or have something else to transport troops. But we're not going to be able to, like, fight them very well. This just has way more vulnerability too, so it'll eat most of the damage. I don't think I can even get it. No, I can't even get it to the same speed as the other one, so we'll not do that. Oh, the influence mission ships. I don't think they could get the landing efficiency thing. I suppose us having a landing squad that's like really good at landing for a big navy versus like being able to land these quickly transport small armies is like two different things. So I think this is just the best we could do right now. We're not gonna name it anything. It's just kind of there. Let's create another fleet. Make this the Arabia station. We'll add a couple ships to the line. I think 4 will do it. So we have kind of a backed up queue a little bit, and that's okay. I agree. I think Vic 3 military should be more macro scale if the front system worked for what this game is. It's just technically hard to implement, it seems. Yeah. I mean, I think it does an okay job. The boat stuff is like the more finicky and micro-oriented stuff. Oh, we're running out of time here. Oh, we're super running out of time. Not like this. We have the railway, we just gotta get the other stuff up. Oh no. I need to be more focused up. Alright. All this military type stuff can wait. Anything that's Tokyo can wait. So Tokyo, Osaka have already made it. So we'll kick anything that's Osaka or Tokyo to the back of the queue. Okay. We will spam some more construction sectors. We need to generate more revenue. Deficit's not too big. But we need to expand out. And then this needs to get to 5. I think it already has a... We have the railways in place. Which is the thing you can't panic build, basically. Yeah, they're everywhere. Okay. Can you explain the economics of supply ships? So you can choose how much of your construction goes towards building fleets versus building supply ships, and you just accumulate them. I think that you accumulate too much over time, but it's kind of a weird thing. Diplo is the hardest part of the game, generally. Main improvement I can imagine, military systems, making army HQs and making land equivalent for convoys. Yeah. I honestly feel like Diplo is the biggest thing. I agree. War system needs only diploplay rework and military academies. Academia, which was mentioned by Wiz in the stream. The diploplay rework? I mean, I've been pushing, to the extent that I have any influence, the thing, like, only thing I've pushed for is diploplay rework. Don't look at income. Shh. Yeah. Is that journal entry impossible to complete? No, there's no way it's impossible. We'll take a save here, though. We might just have to... Oh... We... Huh? At least one is passed when... No? So we pass it immediately, but at least one has to be passed? That seems trivial. We can do it by doing them all quickly, or we can wait until the end, so it looks like we get it either way. I guess the AI will get it very consistently then. We're keeping an eye on this, because we're expecting this urban center to go up to size 5, and then we can put all the Tohoku stuff to the bottom of the queue. We're not gonna, like, do the math. for exactly how much urbanization we need for the next level and this type of thing. But okay, it seems like we actually don't have to worry. But we'll still build some up and about. Are your imports and exports exempted from the toll? Yes. If it be too low, we're working on it. We are working on it. We're waiting for our ships to finish for generating influence to be able to generate influence in Arabia, and then we also need our fleet that can actually beat them. Let's put those at the back of the queue as well. I think we don't need to panic, so we'll not panic, unless my reading of it was wrong. And we'll just kind of speed up a little bit here. Which one are we working on right now, anyway? This one, I think. Oh. We will make sure we get the restoration, so if we do need to be more tentative, I think 2 years is maybe enough. We would just go to like 300 or 400 construction and just blast. Alright, so Tehuku, we can put their stuff to the bottom. That'll maybe get them there. I think they have stuff in the queue. Okay. This has got to get up to 5. It's up to 4 now. I think we'll let the 1 not get up there. A little bit of mappy action. Stream is still live? Yeah, we're gonna be here a while. Feels odd, so Japan can't fail the journal entry anymore? Well, you can if you just do nothing. Yeah, it does feel a little bit weird. I think that maybe this is... maybe there's something else going on here as well. Where this is maybe just a UI thing. And I'm not understanding it correctly. Public health insurance, probably good. Wow, this just feels so breezy though. I feel like this entire run's just been way too easy. Do these add urbanization? They do. They do. Oh. So this could be how we. This is I think per urbanization these are way faster to build. So yeah, we just probably do this. That's super cute. We need them anyway. 25 million GDP, not canonical. Did you delete a bunch of buildings? How is it possible to have that small amount of GDP? Yeah, I don't know, man. I haven't been playing a ton recently, so I could just be washed. This is very possible. We hate it when they come in GDP shame us, though. Feels bad, man. Alright. Also, activating the journal entry slower for the restoration was a way to help. I think we have the paper and the other thing in the queue too, actually. Yeah. I assume that should be enough. Alright, we have Tokai. We need 3 more. Getting this. I guess this will be the last one. I should have checked his stuff before just clicking the button. It's interesting that the developer mentioned what they had in Japan was considered a good beginner nation, and they didn't want to change that too much. Yeah, this feels... I feel like I'm not reading this incorrectly, and we trigger this just having done one of these. But we're trying to do both, I guess, now at this point. Okay, this is level 5. So if he feels bad because those are almost done, we'll throw them in the back of the queue. We need 2 more, so we're trying to get this one and Shikoku up. Maybe this is enough to do everything. Main way to industrialize is not incorporate land. Yeah, you do not want to incorporate land for this. We're super overpaying for bureaucracy, but... This is the fastest way to industrialize as far as I can tell. Watching the state, because the state's gonna finish first. Oh yeah, we're not gonna hit it. Alright. If we fail this, we'll reload and figure it out. But we get Renew Japan. Yeah, we do. Oh, so we lose this option. But we don't want that option anyways. We want this one. We want the claims, bruh. So that's the difference. We need to do the railroad one to get the railroad one. Yeah, okay. Alright. Okay. We'll just let the queue clear out. There's a good pop attraction. Do you have an election ongoing? No, we don't. Oh, this stays. So we'll get that eventually as well. Good change IMO. But you don't need to do all of it, it just affects what you can get. Yeah, it seems pretty good. I don't have a strong... Well, like, they want it to be a beginner nation, so... This feels so unbelievably easy. So I guess mission accomplished. Let's put some of these back in. And let's build power block statues in these locations. So we get 55% discount on it. We will get our first usage of a navy now. And you will see how quickly this builds up. So this is what I mean when I say projecting power farther away is like more and more expensive. It started out as like 7 when we were in an adjacent node, and it ramps up here to over 50. And our army needs to get, or our navy needs to get more than twice as big here. But what this is going to do for us here, I said what this is going to do for us here, we're going to start generating a lot more involvement. You can see our fleet is generating us 800 involvement. And this is not the only fleet we have planned, right? So, us getting over 1K... gonna be nice. Bulk trading is also gonna be nice. Hold up a minute. I'm gonna like that. I'm gonna enjoy that. Oh, we do have to keep our... It's not EU5 where you don't have to put in your research thing right away. I think we had some content that was locked behind Ironclad. When our next 2 capital ships finish, we'll move them over, and that will be enough to be able to declare war on Oman. But we don't have the ability to transport an army. Wondering how OP Japan is going to be now in multiplayer. I mean, I think China and Japan are both a lot stronger because they're going to be just like way harder to interfere with. Oh, what am I doing? That it there. So that'll bring it. That alone will be enough. We do have more coming in. So we need that to be able to use the fleet. Nice. Of course, Omega blasted the that for the urbanization, and now we don't need it. We're under the tax thing, so it's probably okay. I don't know which one we want. Let's just go this. Make that pretty straightforward. They will give this to us for free. What would it take for an investment, right? Yes. You don't want to give that. Can we ship them anything else? Porcelain they kind of like. We don't have enough boats to just send them a bunch of boats at this point. We'll just get to the guaranteed. What are we doing? Greedy pig that we are, we'll make it exactsies. Whoa! Someone's not holding it together, huh? Someone's not holding it together. Well then, that's gonna present us with opportunities. Are you invading Iran? No, we're invading Oman. So Oman also locks the good colonization. And Oman's reasonably close to us. Like, we can't we can't invade. We'd love to invade South America. They're pretty freaking far though. I guess they're not that far going that way. We need more merchant range. Right. The next company we want to slot in requires us to have ironclad tech. See, our interests are increasing though. Central Asia goes up. Why is Central Asia up? Well, because we have an agreement with Russia. Now it's going to get really high. So now, diplomatic agreements with people really kind of push it. Now we're going to like have decent level of interest everywhere where Russia has kind of stuff going on. Which is not that useful to us, but that, for example, if you take a look, the fact that we have power block embassy and investment rights is giving us a huge level of influence in this strategic region. So actually, it might be more straightforward for us to... What the hell? What happened here? They went after, like, Uruguay or whatever, but then they failed to annex the Republic. The ref. Alright, let's accrue a little bit of infinity here, though. I'm not sure we finished this fight, but we're accruing the infamy. Someone in the Dairuko stream said that ARA you are getting GDP mocked. I might be. What's Dairuko at? Someone came in and made fun of our GDP, so I'd not be shocked. Hey, thank you for the gift of memberships. Much appreciated. Lord Dragon. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, I would not be surprised. I've been a little bit less privy to the metagame. Because I haven't played that much the last, like, 8 months. Also, we've done, like, 0 conquest, and we've... I'm not sweating really hard on this run, you know? Kind of just trying to talk to chat and do the things. Oh, okay, this is now joining up properly. Oh, they changed it. Okay. The system was supposed to work differently before. Alright, so we're gonna park this. Sorry, interception. That's gonna be a long-ass supply line. I don't know if we can swing that. Just station this back at home for now. We're gonna need 20 of those boats to ship out the Marines. Yeah, he has a much bigger GDP. This is true. GDP is only one number. It's good because it provides prestige and minting. Yeah, but he probably has more construction too. Yeah, he has like double the construction. Or like 40% more or something. We could try and catch up. I'm pretty sure his GDP is bigger because he gives everyone investment rights though. And we don't do that. So that would be the straightforward way of ramping up GDP. And my understanding is that this is the metagame. But he is able to afford more construction with it, which is like kind of the important thing. Or like that's the barometer, right? The issue is that you get the foreign ownership things that siphon out your investment pool. Or the company foreign ownership and that siphons out your investment pool, but eventually you reclaim your ownership of stuff through war or what have you. But I haven't evaluated this closely, because kind of when I stopped playing was when they did two things, or around when they did two things, which is they made it a lot cheaper to, or a lot more effective to just go one of these and then seize back all the ownership that way, or the war goal of reclaiming all your ownership was more effective. I mean, we could try it out on stream though. But yeah, if you're trying to argue that just because he has a bigger GDP is probably not progressing as far, it's probably incorrect. So right now we're ahead of him in year. And he has 45 million GDP. He's also playing speed 3. Regional are good as the privatization money from nationalization, your own investment pool, as the building are in your own country. Goes into foreign investment pool otherwise. So it's double-edged sword for the country investing. Privatization money from nationalization go in your own investment pool as the buildings are in your country. Well, I'm not sure I follow. I realized they got through the C-tile dots. No, they still have them. They reworked them, though. They're different C-tile dots. I think we didn't start expanding it as early as we should have, though. But yeah, it's probably the foreign investments, probably the substantive difference. Would be my guess. Battle Burrito, thank you for the follow, much appreciated. How much are we using? 47 for that fleet. Probably can make it work. Or do they just back down? They just back down. That works. Okay. We'll do that. Okay. We could try it out. I mean, I also don't want to micromanage super hard when I'm trying to, on the release day, when I'm trying to talk to chat in regards to privatizing specifically all the good industries and letting them build all the awful industries. But we could get investment rights from... We also lost our investment agreement with... where we are investing in India, which is helping to bring up our investment pool. We could probably add a little bit of construction, but we gotta be slightly careful. For that, we have to not go laissez-faire if we want to specifically do the thing where we let them invest and we privatize the best stuff for, or we nationalize the best industries that they build. I don't know, we'll let Chad decide. Pretty sure it's better, but... We also wasted a ton of money on excess bureaucracy. I don't think that's the reason, though. Let's get this to EOS. A little more unis. Do something like this. Maybe we'll try and catch up. I don't know, it depends how chat's feeling. Chat's not talking that much. Chat says no, don't let him invest. Alright. This should be increasing to above 1K. Yeah, it is. So as you can see, like the fleet that we made specifically for this purpose. Oh man, this is to some extent an example of UI being fiddly. They're in the same spot. We can't merge them. They need to merge with... Oh, maybe they just need... They can't merge because they don't have enough naval admins. What's your interest rate now? We're not on laissez-faire, so it should be somewhat high. I forget where we check where the modifier is. We also chose the themey company is not the company to choose if we're trying to GDP max. I don't know, I kind of want to try and see if we can catch up. We have to try and catch up without doing the thing that's good. I don't know how well we can do that. I know I missed it. I feel like I missed it. I forget where in the haystack this is. EU5 is nice because you can use a search bar. I didn't see it. Imagine this list being alphabetical. Is it? And I'm stupid? No, it's not. Yeah, I don't know how it's organized. Yeah. I used to just, like, always know where things were. I was like, is it alphabetical and I'm just stupid? I feel like it's close to the top even, but I didn't see it. Budget, third tab. Alright. %. Okay, yeah, as soon as we got the available sailors, they're just merging up. Cool. Except this one. No! Other guy merged with you. Alright, we'll let this happen. Are the downsides that important? Doesn't sound quite significant, at least to me, especially the diplomatic influence part. The downsides of what? Letting people invest in us? No, the big one is that they unlock your investment pool. For use with their companies. That's not what we wanted. We were about to declare war there. But our interest will still needs to grow. What do we have here? Just all light infantry. What are we doing next? So as long as you can rationalize, I guess the downsides aren't significant. Well, the idea is like, income earlier on is also more valuable than income later, right? It lets you snowball faster. And the plan is always to re-seize all of the foreign ownership. I've heard the strategy explained to me, and I'm pretty sure it's correct. But it's not what the people want. Alright, that should be able to take care of itself. Italy's likely to join against us. I don't think Italy can stop us, dog. Italy can suck a fat one. We decked on them because they have a subject. And the presence of the subject will be good for us. For purposes of getting more people into our block. Although they're not recognized. Recognized people are better in the block. Can we do this? Probably not. Fuck. The investment pool returns are lower, which means weaker economy in the long run. Maybe. So like if you re-seize all of the buildings, it won't be as bad, and then also you can nationalize all the good industries and let them pay for all the bad industries, basically. I feel like if you have tons of population in China, it's good to let other countries invest. Yes, I also think it's more clear-cut on like China and India and Japan, where you have a lot of pops. But like at the point at which he starts running out of pops, if he can't reclaim the ownership, which I think you can, because I think you could resist GB landing you, that would be the point at which like there's like a power spike for you, right? Alright, so this should just like be flying up now that we have a subject, especially in Persia. We're flying too close to the sun here. Our income is not enough to support what we're doing. Not even worth a lot to us right now. Military upkeep, supply ships, military ships. Ship construction is 11K. There we go. We will not construct. We will minimize the amount of supply ships we're making, save some money there. Destroying the stream, you might have covered this, but do you reckon there's a strategic choice with ships or this is meta? I think it's kind of, this is meta. I think it's, you maybe have a few, this is the role you want to fill, and then this is how you build a ship. Letting people invest strategically, get our company, get lots of prestige goods is very good, especially as countries who need SOL for migration can always nationalize later. Yeah. Also, if they have very good companies, it helps throughput a lot. Nationalized some Swedish-owned mines in Germany and lost like 100 million GDP because of it. Yeah, so GDP and construction are like two different things, right? And you're more or less just trying to get more construction rather than trying to get more GDP. But, like, there's a lot of other things you also want to add, like more institutions and stuff, which is not construction, but it costs money. Trying to think who we declare war on next. I think maybe Sind. Let's just see the size of their legs. Okay, this guy's small. Time to start colonizing that. More than 70%. Oh, we weren't even gonna hit it. What's this getting up to? Okay. We also chose the wrong company for GDP maxing. The next one we need Ironclad. We still want to stay with all the Japanese themey ones. We're setting relations. Hello, hello, somebody. How's it going? Are you worried with this much debt and the interest you're paying? A little bit. I'm trying to pump up the GDP though, so... trying to pump up the GDP without taking money from other people. Oh, we're starting to hit construction malices. Shit. Yeah, no, we have to rake it back. Right? Oh no, we're good. I thought that was from turmoil, from radicals. Oh, we don't even have a guy who can go laissez-faire. I think we want to go right to associate here. I'm just having a think. If we have oligarchy, it might be easier to get onto some of the other stuff. Not really 100% sure. Let's negotiate a lot of our stuff. Minus 30% bureaucracy is not too bad for us right now. We're planning on switching off of oligarchy anyways, so let's do that. Should be okay. Paying 10k and 20k in treaties, yeah. But we're receiving 22k. So this is net positive for us. But if we produce more luxury goods, that'll actually spin us up a little bit better. Because we have those treaties in place. And we have a glass company right now anyway. So we bring the price porcelain down. We can't add construction for a while, I don't think. Isn't getting off guild system important? I might be misunderstanding it. Oh, you're right. Holy shit. I'm stupid. The extraction building levels specifically. I don't want to cancel this though, because we already paid a negotiation. Well, actually, it's just an addendum to the law. Yeah, let's get rid of this. Let's do that. Let's do anti-strike laws. Well, these guys might not want to negotiate. Yeah. We want more shipyards anyways, so that's fine. Not right now, but eventually. Invade France. Guilds raise the SOL a bit. Yeah, but that's not like the super high priority. We should have supported the other one. Oh, these guys are willing to negotiate now. Don't really need them though. What is this? Why are we making so much money? We want to rake back some of this interest. Well, the interest is fine. I'm sure we're making enough money per trade, though. Are we waiting? Yeah, we're waiting. Involvement to go up. Well, who do we want in charge? Probably the modernizer. Just kidding. He's literary. Alright, we gotta reform our government though. Shoot. These guys aren't gonna let us pass the thing we want to pass, I don't think. Oh, this guy's a modernizer. Does he... Yeah, he likes the systems. Alright, cool. Yeah, okay. This is going up. It's not telling us how fast it's going up, though. That's kind of annoying. How much is even flowing through the strait? Not much right now. That's all that's left of Oman. Can we not use the annex? We need a highest overlapping interest of 3. Are we gonna get that? Thankfully, debt is just a number, basically. So previously, best use of infamy was conquer China for pop or South of Africa for gold or something else. You aim for straits. Yeah, straits are important, but also I would say that generating power block members that are useful is kind of pretty high up there as well. Anti-Prussia League forms because they pass us up. Womp womp. We don't have access to troop transport ships. Troop ships on Ironclad. We'll be going after some of this India stuff. Looks like they capitulate in here. Oh, maybe we can get something done with Spain now. Let's see. This is going to be very lucrative for us. So no subventions. We will not subvention. Just kidding, no tariffs. Alright. Hey, spectacular person, thank you for the 5 months. Much appreciated, my guy. Let's see. He wants to prohibit. Nah, he doesn't want to prohibit us trade. He wants to send us sugar. Sure. Just make this number bigger. Oh, it's capped. Got it. Why does it suggest over 8,000 then? Alright. So it's capped. What? Oh, it must be capped when you're transferring per state. You can send them some boats and just build some more. It's called Boatonomics, sweetie. Look it up. Alright. Al Reef. Japanese Al Reef. Okay, okay, okay. Oh, Kurt. Baroda backs down. Terrible. Alright. Whee! We should have done that forever ago. It's super cheesy though. Who likes getting 36k for free? I like getting 36k for free. You know what they say, if it's free, it's for me. Let's get 36k for free. And then let's rebuild. Actually, we're about to have ironclads. Let's maybe not rebuild those. Just send it and try your luck? Nah. Who needs luck when you have Boatonomics on your side? Alright. Bum, 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 bum. Go. So we pay both you and JB? No, Great Britain's not charging any tolls. The toll would be even bigger if Great Britain was charging. It's going to go down, though. It's going to go down because they will reroute some of their trades. But they can't really reroute trades out of here. Does the new boat system feel intuitive, or is it a vague mess of what's good? It feels somewhat intuitive. There's like a rock, paper, scissors system. I'm not sure if it holds up to a high level of scrutiny. This is the one that we want to own really bad. Fortunately, I don't think we have a big enough army for this, so I think we're going to continue to just threaten people with protectorates. Ooh, we should have made sure that no one was going to side against us first. Should have double checked. Another 10 boats can carry another... so many of those guys. This guy have no boats. He's got no boats. We don't have to worry about the landing defense. Where do we have a lot of sulfur? I don't think we can make ammo anyways, but... no, we can't. Will you give us some money for the privilege? Actually, is there a goods transfer we kind of want out of here? Probably not. Greedy pig that we are. We'll not fund the lobbies, although we might be able to, actually. How much is this? 2K. But we have to pump the brakes. Son of a... son of a bizzle. I thought we could just kind of push through because we got the straight stuff. Not quite it. Do have to slow down a little. Colonization there is going pretty swimmingly. Pretty fearful. We'll see. Got gold reserves. We passed to make the trade union stop giving us this construction malice. Alright. Let's do some of this. Why does it not register this as a 20 stack? Or was I just mistaken about how big a thing we can transport? Fleet can only carry 14 of the 10 battalions. That sounds like all of them. Interesting. Oh. Got it. We were making more. Yeah, that tracks. Okay. Got it. So we're kind of gonna have... Would we rather have a moderate over a modernizer? No. We would not. See how these guys do in the landing. They're gonna do alright. Let's go, baby. But notice this is taking us quite a bit just for this 10 stack. And so it's difficult to project power and attack some of these bigger guys, even if we have like a big enough army. It's looking like we're getting in here. And then we will have a front there. So. Let's promote this dude. It's actually going to be reasonable considering we have all those rice farms. I don't think we want to add a bunch of sugar production. Alright. The great houses. Goshu will be renamed Zaibatsu. Diversified manufacturing industry. Nice little flavor text here. Gavel wielding them. Cacophony. Buys, sells. Commerce. Progress. Our port's now meta. We didn't have enough merchant marine for a bunch of stuff. Our merchant marine was really expensive. But kind of, yeah. Just because of the way everything links up together. Where's our merchant marine? Do I not have eyes? Necesitos los ojos. The buy orders could show it. The shipping lanes, having far off trades makes them consume more merchant marine. So becoming a global like trade hegemon requires more. I just switch to the other country and make them surrender. Says Lucas. That's fair enough. I mean, I think it kind of takes out one of the constraints, but... Why is everyone streaming right now all in the red? Because you're supposed to be in the red. I think I'm throttling it a little bit too much. I would like a little bit more breathing room, but... And so it goes. We deleted a little bit of, nothing personal, kid. We deleted a little bit of construction. Not really generating these very quickly. No, we have more expensive stuff there. Those do not have enough men. Kind of doing alright. Maybe we can even add construction, he said, lying to himself. How's Vic 3 compared to EU5? It's a lot more polished. It's kind of more narrow in its scope, and it's a lot more macro-focused rather than micro-focused. Like, you get it's more focused on the politics, like way more focused on the politics. Ecuador have a fleet? I imagine Ecuador has a fleet. I do not. Alright. Generating involvement in the Andes. Up to 2,500. So this fleet that we've made, just for the sole purposes of generating influence, is pretty good at that. Need to toll max more? Probably, actually. Build the Suez, he said. Not much just passing through there. This really is the most significant toll. God, we're still getting 30k off of it. Insane. But yeah, in general, people will run a negative balance. I kind of just want to let the auto queue take the wheel, but are they not? Do they not have enough money? Do I not have enough money? Okay. God, we have such a stupid company for our first company if we're trying to, like, actually try hard. We just want to, we just want to use the Japanese companies, it's fine. Currently minus 50k. We have 800k to work with, so we have like a year and a half. We need to pump the brakes a little bit. Here we go. Just a smidgen. We have a lot more battalions with that one. Alright. Our carrying capacity is 19 here, so we can get up to 19 Marines. Venezuela might side against us. That's fine. And then keep on not giving government expenses. We're underwater in a good transfer. We're 8.8 and 30. See about doing this. I should have secured the other side of it first. Oh, I'm so stupid. The fact that we have to buy the opium's not yet registered. Thought we'd be able to... Oh! These guys will have the opium. Yeah, there we go. Give me that. And investment rights. Why is it suggesting so much more than needed? Wait, why is this broken? Okay. You do this. Are we net positive on that? We're getting 42k from selling it. Yeah, so we're net positive 5k, but we're spending 3k for the privilege. Oh, we forgot to make that one extra long. Alright, fair enough though. It's net 2k income. Meiji becomes the emperor. All hail Meiji, the modernizer. What are we trying to pass? Okay. Alright, so we're only 15k in the hole. Looks like Ecuador back down. Not generating any mandate for the other block members. Womp womp. It's silly, but I think we just want to grab tolls. We're not going to be able to do that very well, though. Minimalist gaming wins. Grind set. Expensive taste is, yeah, a big oof. It do be what it is, though. We're starting to earn money. Oh, we're really cranking up. What the hell? Underwater in the treaty now. 43k cost. Not like this. Alright, alright. We're losing money on it now. Fair is fair. We did get opium in here as well. I forgot annexing guys costs, like, makes everyone super pissed at you forever. Forever and ever. We should have just taken them on. The problem with Oman is that we can control what their options are on the tariffs, but we can't, well, there are no tariffs going through there right now, so it doesn't really matter. Yeah, those two have got some boats. Researching Mac workshops. Alright. Merchant marine shortage, bigly expensive. Oh, moving all of our goods. Oh, moving the goods is costing this, right? Is that what's going on? No. Or is that part of the cost from the port? Yeah, okay. Just do this. Get that resolved quickly. Plata tier is increased. How high will it go? Just 1,000. Well, maybe it is proportional, because I think we were getting more from that otherwise. Alright. Fair enough. Send them back. Are aircraft carriers the game changer they were in real life, or you not played to that point? I haven't played to that point, but like also just like looking at the stats, they kind of seem awful. They're really good at scouting. I don't know if that gives you more accuracy. I have to check. If that gives you more accuracy, then suddenly all that makes a lot of sense. And that would work that way. Oh, we've got to put in humiliation. That's fine, we're annexing them. They're not gonna... Oh my god, this is so much better than it was before. We were getting like armies caught everywhere, stuck. Looking to push the EOS. Feeling a little sticky here. It's a lot of years. I think they're already connected to the market. We just embark the Marines on there. Why are we not fulfilling that? Did Bengal just break their treaty with us? It hadn't been 5 years. What's going on? Oh no. Our opium source. It's run dry. I guess our trade ships will do a bunch. Let's see about embarking. Could we do that? I don't think it's working properly. We just want them to stay on this fleet. But alas. Poor York, we knew him well. Will you transfer us a ton of opium? No, you won't. These guys hate it unless we make the trade way better. I guess we'll just let that treaty be breaked for now. We'll slowly get out from under things like this. Just increase taxes a little bit. Pull up. Haven't played Vic 3 in forever. Still laggy AI for as fuck for multiplayer. I don't know. I haven't played multiplayer in forever. Could you false flag ship your own boats to properly play US now? No. You can't sink your own boats. You could sell them to someone else and then sink them, though. One of the funny things about aircraft carriers are mostly non-existent during the infancy time period. Yeah. See more as a novelty, yeah. I mean, just the ability to spot stuff, I guess, is like something. I think we are charging. Oh, we're earning kind of decent amount through there. Or like not nothing. Law should pass here. Nice. Technocratic Jisha. How upset does that make other people, though? I don't think it'll be too much. I was real big on the Kazoku. Let's look at our national cast here. Looking at ideologies of, so we would like this Mr. Damio il Nasuke. Okay, so... And he is likely to be the next guy in charge anyways. Is there a way that we can increase his odds? Now we can't, there we go. Okay, so... Can we patronize him? We can. So let's do that. So he'll have better odds. I think he went from 60-something to 71, but we'll still wait a week. Alright. And then we'll try exiling this guy. And we do get Mr. Authoritarian here. Our favorite. And then... Wait, why does Mr. Authoritarian oppose? Oh, it's because I'm stupid. Yeah. I hate to see it. It is 'cause I'm a dum-dum. We probably want to grab a little bit more. Battle Burrito, thank you for the follow, much appreciated. Probably want to grab a little bit more. We already have that in the queue. Yikes, can we even afford that? Kind of. That's EOS, so we'll work on the next one. Did Japan get recognized yet? Yes. When are you playing Venezuela? Probably not anytime soon. Tempted to just name it Hokkaido, because that's what we call it. Overstratted an entire thing and gives Meiji Romantic. Extra political strengths to aristocrats. I guess we'll go with Hokkaido. The colonization finishes up here. Or is in the process. We are in the process of generating interest in here with our fleets. It will be going up to a little over 1K. We'll stay out of that. Is there even a way to get there? There's not. I don't think you win that one, buddy. What are you willing to give us? Obligation? The sick modernist revolts? I don't want to get Italy's panties in a bunch. Bro. We wanted to subjugate New Granada. Oh, that's Netherlands? Oh, yuck. What's this rev? Five years to build more shipyards. Ugh, we still need ironclad researched for the company we want to slot in. Does the AI react to straits being closed somehow? I mean, the automated trade. If you close a strait, you get a diplo catalyst. If you allow if you change this, you'll spark diplomatic catalysts, and in fact you can do it multiple times, so it's like, I think it's the only thing in the game where you could just intentionally spike a bunch of negative diplo catalysts if you were interested in it. Will they do anything to open the strait if you kill their trade? No, they won't. Not as far as I can tell. Small sample size, though, so... Like, really small sample size, so I don't really know. Maybe I should make the fleet a little bit bigger, just so it's faster at this. We still have infamy to work with, though. So it's okay. Where is this? Got it. Guy wants to... You want to just give us a power block embassy? Got investment rights for nothing? I don't think we're gonna squeeze money from him, really. Oh, interesting. This population of Hokkaido journal entry, Taming the North. With the formation of Hokkaido's Development Commission, commonly known as Kaitaka Sushi, this former frontier is abuzz with activity. Every day, new men and women arrive from the south seeking new lands and opportunities, yet this is no ordinary rush of peoples. For with the settlers come bureaucracies, intellectuals, etc., eager to see the vision of Japan's future. Alright, GDP of Hokkaido needs to get up there. We have to use these things. Alright. Restrict most Japanese settlements to areas unused by the Ainu. Sure. Whoops. Yeah, we're in okay shape. Like, it's reversing direction money-wise. It would really help a lot if we were laissez-faire. It's much better laissez-faire. But we're not. To be, like, full throttle. Oh, we're not passing anything right now. Let's pass something. Definitely want to go into technocracy. Yeah, this is one of the things that kills qualifications. So weird we still can't get full acceptance on anyone but, like, the military guys. Seems not very good. I think there's like nothing we want to move on to. It was very comfortable passing kind of all the laws we wanted. Giles being a good guy, rare. I mean, you hate to see it. You either die a villain or live long enough to see yourself be the good guy. Terrible. Did Paradox have to pay to license all the real-world brand names in the game? I think it depends on how old the brand is. Like, at a certain point, they're, like, historic. I don't really know how that works, though. You might not be able to use, like, modern copyright icons and this type of stuff. Yeah, we're just generating a ton of radicals over time. We're like, below minimum expected. It's kind of rough. Because we've been trying to push up the construction. I'm gonna use the restroom. I'll be right back. Hello, hello. Welcome back. I think let's add some trade. Areas where we have a bonus in it. As well here. And then let's add a port in each of those as well. Sure. What's going on in Ecuador? Oh no. Oh no. Just a little bit more of that as well. Let's rake this back. Unfortunately, we don't really have a good company option here. If we want to try and play... I guess this isn't terrible. We want to try and use all the Japanese companies. Which I don't think is correct, but we want to try and do it. I kind of do like the idea of Swift Merchant Marine. The question is we have Sumitomo, which can give us tools, or this, or iron. We have that for sulfur, and we almost certainly want this one, but then do we put in clothing coal or the other thing. This one takes a little bit to get, but also we have like other sources of coal, and I think that we don't use this one. I think this is one of the few ones we don't use. Mitsubishi is what we want in right now, but we have to research ironclad. Oh, let's just do Mitsubishi and come back to Central Archives. That's straightforward enough. This does need to be up to level 5, though. Miss Connor stream? Now I've got to listen to a bunch of loud cars to see boats. You hate to see it. Terrible. Or hear it. I think India breaking apart was really bad for this run. Why is that? We had investment rights on the EIC, so that was kind of annoying. But we get to eat them a little bit more easily than otherwise. They might get reincorporated here. Wait, who? But the extra industry we can get... See, this is like what I'm... Bro, there's 4 other industries. We almost have to write this shit down. Alright, we're gonna write stuff down. Yasuda, we're definitely slotting. Yasuda gives ports, rails, and sulfur. It can give, additionally, coal, tools, and clothing. Alright, we currently have glass and logging. We can remember that. Sumitomo has lead, steel, and fertilizer. We'll call it fert. Yeah. That way we don't have to write as much. And it can get iron, which we already have, so we're going to cross that out. Tools, or coal. I think what's tripping us up is we have 2 things that give tool or coal, and it doesn't matter which one we choose. I think I'm just actually having a brain aneurysm over this. It's like if you've ever solved a Sudoku where there's 2 possible solutions to the Sudoku, it effectively makes it unsolvable. Alright, and then we have one that gives paper and iron. Okay, so then we have Mitsui. The one we currently have, then also Mitsui, which gives silk, dyes, clothing, and adds glass. We won't even write down coal. Groceries, and tea. Well, of these, I think we actually want the coal there. No. We have to use tool and coal on the other one. Well, glass doesn't make sense. I guess it's tea or groceries. Maybe. We'll see. Mitsubishi, which we are currently having, gives us shipyards, paper or papel, and iron, We're definitely not using coal, and we're definitely not using the steel because we already have that. So we're either doing engines or boom booms. So that one we're doing engines for sure. Okay, so that means that we know we want that plus... And then, is there another company? Just to make it as complicated for ourselves as possible. I don't think there's another Japanese company. Okay. Yasuda seems really good. The interest rate would be nice right now, actually, yeah. We could do this right now. It's just the industries aren't that great. But we can add tools. Because we know we know that we're getting clothing from the other thing. We could add tools on top of this. That'd probably be okay. Okay. Companies show building types that have not been unlocked yet. Sumitomo should have rubber if it's historically accurate. That would be so much better if it had rubber. Warper, can you ping me on Discord with, like, a reference for that? I might be able to get them to change that. Because also... the Japanese companies, you have an overlap issue. A little bit here. Not a lot of it. Like, these are way better than they used to be. They used to overlap hella hard, and now they don't. A lot of other companies, or a lot of other countries have, like, more overlap, and it's, like, more obnoxious. Or if you have a source, if not, that's fine. We're gonna give momentum to them. Because we want to flip technocracy, so we don't actually want to institute a strong democracy and etc. Gaza subjugated them. Interesting. You can wait a little bit. They have a fleet. Nope. I don't know how good the AI is at building Navy. Kanto. Alright, we're almost done with this. We almost have that. Yeah, there we go. Wait, what? There we go. We'll do that. Swift merchant marine will also be nice. We might not have enough production for that to go through, though. We protect our Gaza to get 2 entrances. Kind of think that we do. Egypt is likely to side against us. Does Egypt have a navy? They do, and it's probably stronger than ours. We have a bunch of ships that don't do anything. We are researching Ironclad, though, or it's spreading to us, and we'll have it soon. Let it decay out a little bit more. What are we doing? Let's save this guy. Tier 3 interest in Northern India. Kind of locked from doing anything there. I can suck it. Wow. Election went through really smoothly. Too bad it'll be the last one we ever have. We're going technocracy. Are we supposed to go parliamentary republic or parliamentary before technocracy? I made one on the official Discord when they were teased. I could come up with a list by tomorrow. Okay. Do you get the oil rubber company spread? Because there's always Bombay, Burma, if you need it. Yeah, that's probably the way to do it. Can you do a react on this live about my song that I posted a while ago? It's a digital song. I don't think the people who are here to watch me play Vic 3 are interested in watching me react to a song. Respectfully. If it was like more adjacent to like what people, I never talk about anything music related whatsoever at all, so. Also, to some extent, the request is generic. Which makes me suspect you could be a bot. I'm not saying that you are, just, you know. No problem, thank you, bro. Yeah. In terms of requests, just generally speaking, if you're requesting like a favor type thing on stream, in a general sense, people will often think you're a bot of some kind if you don't have anything that is identifiable to themselves. That makes sense. We lack the supply. Really not overcoming this issue also as well. Yeah. This is too far from us to have any influence here. So we gotta just cancel this. And this is also, to some extent, what we were talking about, where projection of influence... We can't really fight anywhere where there's, like, not just, like, someone tiny to beat up. Basically. But we have ironclads now, so let's make a fleet. Okay. Let's make a new template. I should have my spreadsheet here. I don't know what the patrol boats consume once they're already built. Construction inputs are relatively good. It's probably this. Call it Iron Chads. Iron Wall, boring name. Terrible. Can you leapfrog by taking Hawaii? I don't understand how this mechanic works. If they were stationed in Hawaii, kind of. But I think then we would need the goods in Hawaii, and we don't have the goods in Hawaii. Like, if we set, like, something, as far as I understand the mechanic, which isn't, I have a small sample size and it's not super robust, you kind of can, but this fleet is going to need to, and these Marines are going to need to operate out from Japan. So, like, if we move it to Hawaii, then we really can't do anything over here, if that makes sense. Like, we would have to every time reset what their home fleet is, I do believe. We really won't need a lot of these. Call the Dawn. On Dawn. For real. Big boat. No lie, no cap. No refunds. Where's my sunglasses? Yeah. No, we're gonna just need more support or supply ships by quite a bit. And so we will get them very slowly. Monroe Doctrine, no work. I mean, it's kind of working. We kind of can't stick our finger in there. That's not our pie. Let's take a look at the global companies. Well, 2 of ours are in the top 6. I say 6 because I have eyes. Whoa. What's this stuff look like in our market? We have shipyards now, not ports, right? The other thing is going to give us ports. No, we have ports. A pseudo. Giving us a little bit of extra throughput. These things are really profitable. There's, like, sort of... like, nice synergy where, in order to build up a military fleet, or a nice interconnection, you have to build more shipyards. The shipyards give you clippers or steamers. Also, this is where the demand happens for the goods, the extra goods consumption from this. And so if we take a look here, we're paying 23k on ship construction, quite a bit. That's the site at which that is happening. And then if you're not constructing ships, you don't need it. But you will use it for supply ships, so okay. We're almost done with these ships, so actually we're going to be refunded quite a bit of our margin here when we finish these ironclads. As you can see here, yeah, 5k back. So, okay. But you produce the shipyards, you make the clippers. Clippers get really cheap if you're building a big navy, or you're supporting the ability to build a big navy, which allows you to support more ports, which allows you to get more merchant marine, which is the driver behind trade. And cheaper merchant marine lets you outcompete others on trade, undercut them, steal the trades when the margins start to become thin and become globally dominant in terms of trade. And so it's all nice and connected. We maybe don't need a flagship yet. I don't know if we could reassign flagships. Yeah, F it. Once every 5 years. Alright, fair. No figurehead? Where's our octopus? You zoom in. Oh, hell yeah, brother. Neptune. Neptune. Alright. Why is its readiness 3? Base is 10. Once we generate enough interest here, we'll declare. Are we really gonna... What's going on here? I don't know why we're losing GDP here. Or we're losing money reserves. Because we're... Oh, if our investment pool is getting spent overseas? If our investment pool is buying stuff overseas for, like, stuff that's domestic, rather than paying for our own construction, I guess. I don't know. Trying to rake back. Oh, they fixed that. Oh, that's very cool. It used to be you just like wait for forever and it would work. Or like they couldn't enforce on you, but you could enforce on them. Not possible. Or did they enforce on us because there's no wargle on it? That's what happened. They can't get enforced out, but there had no wargle on us. Ah, the lack of clarity in the... Yeah, no, I understand what's happening, but it's like something that's not clear in the UI for the Diplo play. Like, the Diplo play is, like, got a problem. Alright, so we lost Ecuador. I misinterpreted what was going on. It looks like they fixed something else as well, which is kind of neat. But these will be able to sync like anything. We might be able to fight GB right now. It is unfortunate though. Got like ways. That's not gonna work for us. Or maybe it will? Okay, that has to be a rate where we recover buffer. Why is it going the wrong direction? I know our GDP is going to lower from some of the stuff we did, but it shouldn't make that big a difference. Alright. Oh, because we made the guys upset, which... Alright. Give them a chance to employ up. Surely. We're not getting wrecked now. There's like no way. Have we done Osaka? No, we have. Alright, in the green for the first time in a while. A hot minute. For just a second. But when taking into account the investment pool, we should be in good shape here. And pulling ourselves out. What do we got? We'll also get another company soon. $900K from going into default? Is that new? You just get a massive bop from going into default in terms of debt? Or you're saying 900 away? Yeah, we were fine. So how different is the new interest system compared to what you recommended about Paradox a year ago? Well, what I recommended was something that was vague. This is obviously concrete, and this is kind of pretty on the nose, if I recall correctly from what I was recommending. Especially because it hyper rewards having Navy. Like, Navy is a very strong driver, so is diplomacy. I think diplomacy is maybe too big a driver, and I think maybe the scaling, like, needs to be slightly less flat. Like, I think that people should acquire interest over time, but it'll become trivial very quickly to acquire, like, max interests everywhere. Like, we're kind of, with this 30-stack Navy, able to generate at least somewhat of an interest anywhere where we want. What do these guys want? I assume not technocracy is kind of what they want. Yeah, they don't like the movement back. Maybe we suppress that? Oh, I can't remember if you could suppress a revving movement. We'll probably have to get a food soon. How many people we got? Maybe if we dip under 200, we'll call it a day. 200 aggregate. I always love that sound. Like, it's just so haunting. It's like, yeah, war is hell. What do you think was going on? Oopsie. That should actually help out quite a bit. And then we have a lot of fertilizer in here? Yeah. Or not fertilizer, sulfur. Bro is having not having a nice time. Indeed, he was not. He was experiencing some discomfort. You'll feel a pinch. He was feeling a pinch is what was going on. The minus 10% loan interest rate also helpful here. Did they change the base rate of that? So it's not so easy to stack. Yeah, we're not laissez-faire yet. Doing this is way better when you're laissez-faire than, like, it's kind of medium. We could open up, but chat decided we didn't want to let investment rights in. How's the run going, Generals? It's going alright. It's going alright. Are trying to play specifically with the Japanese companies here. About to unlock a new one, we hope. Swift Merchant Marine's coming in, so that's kind of nice. The one we want to unlock gives iron. So that'll be nice. You can suppress a revving moving, but it doesn't accomplish much unless you push them below 3 support, I think. Yeah. We'll just maybe add a little bit of military.
Oh.
What country other than Japan should I be looking for a fun game with updates /DLC? I enjoy Mexico, Belgium, Egypt, and Persia usually. Was thinking about the Portugal and trying to run the seas. I think that trying to play a little bit navally will be kind of fun. I kind of like Great Britain for being able to just jump into the mechanics as quickly as possible. Because like right now, we aren't really getting to... As Japan, we're not getting to do any naval combat, really. But with Great Britain, you can kind of try the stuff out and this type of stuff. There's, like, a lot of ramping involved. And you can kind of immediately apply interests as someone who can build a fleet. So I would say definitely someone who is capable of building a fleet somewhat early. It doesn't necessarily have to be Great Britain, but Great Britain really, like, lets you kind of get in there. Belgium would be also another strong candidate. Why is chat against investment rights? They're grieve. Free buildings you could just nationalize later. Yeah, the nationalize later is like the key point. But it might be when I was playing a lot of Victoria 3, that's not how I played, because back when I was playing a lot of Victoria 3, nationalizing was difficult. You had to go one of these bad laws, or and the command economy and cooperative ownership have gotten omega buffed. I think they're still worse, but you could just flip one and then flip back. And the CB for it was god-awful. But, like, I don't know, I've seen the argument for it. It seems strong. Hopefully Spain doesn't fight against us or something. Holy shit, this guy's way bigger than we thought. We'll see what happens here. Dynamite. I got my sources ready for the buildings. For historical building types. I'll send you the documents since I got the other two done. Okay. Thank you, thank you. How long do you think before you'll be able to... I think we can challenge Great Britain right now. I think Great Britain ain't got shit on us. I'm not even joking. Like, Ironclads is the, like, biggest power spike in the game. Yeah, let's see what they're... Can we see what they're repping? Oh, rep your set. This guy's got some monitors. He's got some early Ironclads, too. Okay, maybe not, maybe not, maybe not. Can we see what his build on them is? Okay, I was seeing the AI not really build very many new ships on an earlier build. Maybe the AI's been adjusted. See, the thing is, we get to see like a bunch of different builds, like as they update, like in the time leading up to release. So when I was looking, like the AI wasn't building anything. If he didn't build anything, these 2 ironclads would be able to sink his entire fleet. You like you can't beat ironclads that have like max hull with ships of the line. Like, you just, even your crit's not gonna do enough damage. Here, like, we'll show. Unless it's doing crew damage. I need to learn a little bit better how crew damage works, but what we mean is ship of the line, best guns possible, 90 hull damage, okay? Early ironclad? Okay, actually, so when they crit, only when they crit, and their crit chance is only like 10% if they hit, they would do, if they were max cannons, they would do 180, which would do 45 damage. So they need to hit us, let's just say they need to do 4,500 damage, which, because math is so hard, they would need to hit us 100 times, right? So that means to sink the ironclad, which means they would need to fire at us 1,000 times. Or sorry, they would need to crit us 100 times, so they would need to hit us 1,000 times. And, yeah. Versus, like, this gun doing 250 against, so they have to hit us 1,000 times to sink us. And in order to sink them, if they're on max this, so what was it? 55 defense, and we have 255 attacks, so that's 200 damage a hit. Excluding crits. We'll just exclude crits because the math is easier. 12 hits. Now the thing that is a bit of a thing for me is the crew damage. I don't know to what extent the crew damage part is useful. I think what happens is if you take a lot of crew damage, you just go back to port. But I'm not sure. Small sample size here. This is the way it seems to me though is I threw like I think 4 ironclads into like a 40 stack and just cleared it, taking 0 damage. And the fact that the ship of the line can only damage with a crit is like, it doesn't have high crit chance. I think frigates actually might even be better. No, just kidding. These guys do like 0 damage. Oh, we don't have the technology for the upgrade. I think they have higher crit chance. Yeah, 25% crit chance. Oh, these have 25% as well. Monitors are an interesting ship. Because they suck if you get far away from your own coast. They're harder to spot, but they're capital ships that are good against the... or not as bad against the rogue ship types. Nice for us. I think we want to get access to the straits, yeah. Oh, I forget annexing people makes them super pissed. That's something in this game that, like, actually is really obnoxious. We don't actually want to annex these guys because they'll just get super pissed. God. Or the rest of our subjects get super pissed. Alright, so we have technocracy coming in. But yeah, we had the discussion a little bit earlier regarding the valued investments completed. We had the discussion a little bit earlier about how letting people invest in you and then stealing back all the ownership is probably the way to go, or just nationalizing. And I do believe that's for the people who haven't been playing as much Victoria 3 lately, of which I'm kind of in that category. It looks like this is gonna pop. I mean, this is what happens when we run high taxes for... Let's actually see if we can rake back some of this, actually. I think it's too late to try and do it that way. They're already agitated. And then I think we get the event, right? Yeah, 5% progression is not a problem. Happy to get some more approval. That's gonna knock them down a notch. These guys. This is gonna bring us under what is it? Under 90%. So when you're under 90%, it's really hard to get absolutely bopped by events. Get some extra expenses. How are we doing on treaties? We're underwater on treaties. I think the Spain treaty we don't need anymore. Oh, I was trying to explain the newer meta. Meow. Yeah, so we would rather withdraw from here because we're transferring the money and we already have the stuff. I don't think this is really working for us. The thing is, we have to somehow send this... Oh wait, I think that it maybe is working for us. Okay. Or we can't, or we can get out from under this. We'd never be able to pull them into our block, though. China's, like, impossible. The thing with value you get from nationalizing foreign buildings is that it comes in bursts into your run, and you pay with it with slower GDP up growth up front when the growth is most important. Ships are real units. Do you think it's possible to completely wipe out Britain's navy? Oh yeah. It comes in bursts later in your run. And you pay for it with slower growth up front when the growth is most important. I'm not sure. You're arguing for letting people invest, right? Here? So you want to get some foreign investment, but you don't want to go overboard, I think. The issue is that the issue is this. The regional HQs will use your... Unless they change this. If they change this, then we're super on board with foreign investment. But the issue is this, is that the regional HQs will accumulate assets using the investment pool of the other nation. And so when you enter a period of time where they are getting the regional HQ and you, like, that's just gonna be bad for you. I nationalize if I'm doing communist run, but I never thought it was optimal meta unless you're doing command economy. Wait, you were correct? Never mind. Wait, what? So it's the GDP ranks list? Sure. Sure. I think oh wow. I wasn't expecting it to be that high. Man, the AI just kind of was a little weak. Shout out to Boats. I'm arguing let people invest, but not too much, because foreign investment lowers dividends on your domestic owned stuff, and that's cuts in your construction budget. Yes, but like more than that, you're kind of okay with, because you either like wouldn't have had the building, but now you have the building. Especially if you have a high pop country, and we have a high pop country, right? We have 50 million pops. The bigger problem is when these start coming into town. Aren't they just building in your country with your investment pool? Then it shouldn't make a difference? It makes a difference because they are acquiring... When you build a building with your money in your country, you get the dividends. What's happening is they are building a building in your country, but they get the dividends. They're not adding any additional money worth of construction to your economy, but they are still getting the dividends. So it's really bad. But the idea is that you, by getting the investment upfront early, having investment upfront early is more valuable than having it later. And the idea is that you outpace, with the additional growth, you outpace these regional HQs, and before they become too substantive of an issue, you nationalize everything. Is that super low GDP? I don't know what's typical at this point, but this seems really low. Do you have a favorite paper map? I like the one with the Baguette Sun Tower from 1.3. It's a little worse than just getting the dividends, because they're also lowering profits of all their domestic competitors by eating up buyers. Sure, yeah. That part is marginal, though, because they're also creating, like, consumer demand. But they're not creating ownership demand. So... yeah, the demand is escaping your nation, and is going to the other nation, right? Like, when we own... the stuff we own in Russia, that, like this stuff, the dividends are escaping to our nation, right? And then that creates demand in our nation. It doesn't create demand in Russia. So this is slowly stifling Russia's economy. But, the cost to nationalize everything does seem relatively low. And it seems like the way to play is to allow people to invest in you, and then just steal everything back at a certain point. If you aren't getting the buildings back, though, I think that avoiding these is probably worth it, but, like, my sample size on, like, recent patches is so small that, like, it's kind of a crapshoot whether or not I, like, understand what's going on. Okay. Let's make a new fleet. I do think that you could create a lot of ships that have particular roles, and that the part's really neat. In theory, the monitor should be good for what we're going to be doing here. Just going to take a look. So the monitor is 25, goes up to 80. So I don't know exactly where the balance lies. There's an upfront cost to accepting investment, but then you have a huge value when you nationalize it. Yeah, I mean, I see the argument. I think it's probably, yeah, that you want to take it. Especially on high pop countries. I think that you don't want to take it on low pop countries. Someone was telling me that Dairuka takes it on everything, and everyone. That intuitively doesn't seem correct to me, but Dairuka's in the streets. Dairuka's been playing the game. I haven't. So, Great Britain's cheating? Basically. Alright, we were in the middle of making a template. Hopefully that wasn't what bricked us, actually. But we were trying to check something out. We were trying to check out the scaling of, things. Okay, for the monitor, base price is, price per component, base price per component is 60. For early Ironclad, I think it's like, yeah, it's 75. So, it costs 25% more. For this, we can get 135 defense. Is there really ever a reason to build the monitor? So, the thing with the monitor is it doesn't lose out on accuracy as much on the Raider class. But I don't know if you care too much about hitting stuff at 4 times the rate if, like, you just get to have 30 more armor. Well, actually, it's all about the crits. It's all about the crits if you have this. And only crits will damage, but... Well, we don't have any underwater boats here. But what's... And we don't know how much damage they're doing with their upgrades. But, construction cost here is like 500 for the ironclad, and for the monitor it should be like 400. Yeah. Also, upkeep maintenance on the ships is like flat, which I don't think is correct, but in terms of what they demand in terms of goods. So it's gonna be like 1 grocery, 1 iron, 1 coal. One grocery, or part of it's flat. Sorry, 3 iron, but 1 grocery, 1 coal, 0.1 ammunition. The iron maintenance is not flat. You're the only one I watch for info, not the devs. Sometimes I go straight. Is the stream over? No, it just just collapsed. The game just yeah, I think the monitor's just no good. So it also gets a like 80% combat penalty when not on the coast. So it should just be, or when far away from one of your ports. So it just has to be absolutely stellar on your port. They have lower vulnerability, which isn't exactly a good thing. Whatever has the most hull strength, you actually, I think, want to be more vulnerable. Unless I'm not understanding accuracy correctly, the way accuracy is calculated, which maybe I'm not. These guys also have less crit chance than the like... Not that that's like the most important thing, but it has way less crit chance. Yeah, why would you build the monitor? Oh, stuff can get rebalanced. Boat spreadsheet when? I have a spreadsheet for the boats. Do we want to take a look? Show the class? Pretty sure that's how you got in trouble at school. When you showed the class your spreadsheet. Are we blurry? Chat, please type 1 if you are blurry. Type 2 if you're not blurry. Did they change something economically a second stream today whose economy just never gets off the ground? Well, we were having this discussion a little bit with chat, is I'm not taking foreign investment. And I'm also, like, not min-maxing the expo and this type of stuff, and more just trying to, like, talk about the game and showcase it a little bit. But also, like, I haven't played that much Victoria 3, so I'm probably missing some things, too. Hide your kids. Throw them down in the well. Also throw Lassie into the well so Lassie doesn't get any help. Yeah. Man, that's not... People aren't going to get that reference. But here's what we have. We have just kind of the stats so far, and a couple like efficiency type things, but as it stands, I think I think I actually just really need to understand how crew damage works a little bit better. If it's simultaneous, or if you hit the crew or the ship, or if you hit the crew after a certain point. But the most important stat seems to be ship armor. And after ship armor, hull damage. Because if you get to a certain point where they just can't hurt you, then they just can't hurt you. Unless they crit. And then, like, a lot of things that are going to be a little bit killy, like the submarine or the destroyer, are killy because they have 25% crit chance, or high crit chance, high crit multi. So, like, the destroyer actually looks like, the best ship is either probably the destroyer or the super dreadnought, I don't know which. Which is, Cruiser does, I mean, it seems like a rock, paper, scissors thing. Where you have a high crit, to get through the, like, to get through the whole strength of the capital ships. You have high crit on the Raider class, and then the capital ship has low accuracy on the Raider class, so the Raiders can kill the capital ships, in theory. But the way that maintenance looks, just in general, just like eyeballing it, maintenance also is a portion of the upfront cost. Actually, just looking at it in the game, it just seems like probably just having, like, unsinkable capital ships is, like, the way to go. But, like, doing anything but investing maximum in defense, at least on the capital ships, seems spewy. Because these things are also going to get hit very often. And you want them to get hit, because they're, like, hyper-defensive. But the vulnerability makes you the target more often. But if you have something with really low vulnerability, you don't necessarily need to build really defensive. So this may be the case with those. Lower vulnerability means you build gun-only monitors and have your main fleet tank while defending your coast. Alright, let's take a look at that idea. $255. Keeping in mind that, yeah, I still don't even like that. The monitor has... Oh, they have 30%. Oh, they have the crit chance with the thing. They have 30% crit chance. So it's 20 base, it goes up to 30. I don't know. 135. Yeah, I mean, the monitor's not killing shit. It's not penetrating well enough. It's... You, like, I mean, I guess. Your vulnerability is really high, too, though. Like, I think if you were to do mono damage on a per-cost basis, it makes more sense to use these guys. We can't show the next thing up, but you're just trying to crit, and you have like 30% chance. Oh, you only do 1.5x. Yeah, maybe. I think most cheaper ships are the most efficient ones. Well, I think you basically want 0 add-ons except for what it is you're going for. I think the crit chance is probably one of the better things. Dev set armor is just flat damage reduction, so modern ironclads are basically only die to submarines and destroyers. Yeah, that was my brief experience with the testing. Or, well, like, if you want to kill ironclads, right, you can break through it with other ironclads as well. But, the important thing is, like, for those other ones is the crit chance. I don't know how high this gets though. Let's compare the Ironclad. If the Ironclad's here, because we can't go up to heavy guns. If the Ironclad's here, we have 90 armor. And so, if we are the Iron Frigate, we have 75. So we can't scratch it unless we crit. But we could take advanced explosives and have... Wait, what happened to our crit chance? It's relative 20% crit chance? Oh, then that kind of blows. Never mind. That'd be more valuable the more crit chance you have. Yeah, this thing's not cheaper than a monitor by enough. Or sorry, cheaper than a Ironclad by enough. Yeah, it's just you just go mono Ironclads. Unless you have... If for a pure fighting basis, but... I think the idea is that Ironclads are going to suck at raiding and detecting, right? They're easy to spot, so the visibility and the detection's 20, and so per cost basis, these will be better at detecting because they have the same detection. This isn't good for anything with transport. Do naval battles have combat width? I don't know. I just remember chucking like 4 Ironclads into like 40 or 50 ships and they just crushed everything. One of the kind of key points here is that Ironclads are going to be shit at defending your supply lines. Here, let's show Paul Allen's ship. So this is the supply ship. The supply ship has really high vulnerability. And so if you don't have screening, the supply ships will just get eviscerated by everything. And so to the extent that the Ironclad is maybe not a good ship, it's for the purposes of defending supply lines, because what's going to happen is they will just fire at that instead of the Ironclad a good chunk of the time, and the Ironclad's armor doesn't matter. And the Ironclad, like, on a per-cost basis is not going to clear out your thing as fast as you can clear out supply ships, but supply ships are just ungodly cheap too. So like that probably doesn't matter, but you don't get bonus points for overkilling stuff. Right? And you have to check also the consideration that you could just leave. Your boats will roll to leave. And so you know, if you're trying to have a bit more of a discussion, like you take something like this, the visibility is not super high. This can sink convoys just fine. But what you can do is, I feel like propulsion probably helps you escape faster. You just do this, and then raid long supply lines, which is fairly micro-intensive, but if the Ironclads can't get to you, then they don't do anything, right? So you're just avoiding the Ironclads, and it's like, okay, well, the Ironclads win battles, but what's the purpose? The purpose is to apply pressure through one of two means, and that's killing convoys, or one of three means: killing convoys, blockading, and landing troops. To the extent that your territory is all close together, Ironclads are spectacular at preventing landings and preventing blockades, or instituting blockades. They're not very good at creating landings, because on a, like, the capital ships are a little bit better than the frigates, though, but Their carrying capacity is not super good for their costs, and then the troop ship, which does have good carrying capacity for its cost, has high vulnerabilities, so if you need a lot of screening to make it work, and so, like, it's maybe thinking of it as a role-playing rock, paper, scissors. Box Chill, thank you for the follow, much appreciated. Where escorting, this guy gives 25 screening. And so if you have a combination of iron frigates and troop ships, this might be better at landing. I'm not a hurt. I have to double check if you can land through a naval battle, which is kind of a significant idea. But if you can, then you can just not care that there's ironclads and just put in a bunch of frigates, and then they won't kill your transports. Can you conserve ships to not pay their maintenance? I think you can mothball them. I'm not sure if you pay them mothball maintenance or exactly how that works. Father Loris, welcome. How are you doing, man? Just checking out some Vic 3. You should be playing EU5 right now. If you were to have access, which I don't know. Something like this. Finished putting together the Zaibatsu building type list. Send you a document via Discord DM. Thank you, Warper. I'll see about forwarding it to the devs. Japan would be way stronger if they had rubber. But how are you doing, Lars? Trying to think our way through the boats here. I spent some time looking at this, and it kind of seems like the idea in the rock, paper, scissors, the idea is there, but the numbers just make it look like you just build a bunch of ironclads. And then you build ships to do the specific other things. I have to double check though, but I think ironclads are bad at projecting, like on a per cost basis, they're bad at increasing influence. So like, I think these things are okay. Where it's just frigates with just speed and storage. It's not very good at telling you though. What's the thing influencing that? So I might just be. It might just be involvement gained. Well, let's see how much involvement we gain from this. $500 involvements. Yeah, it's just you just want ironclads only, and it's not even. Oh, this guy was gonna spaz out, I think. Is it based on a gun, the cannon power? I mean, the problem with this ironclad is that they're slow, but. Such a strong modifier. I kind of... God, that feels so silly. What's the maintenance on this fleet? Will it tell us the maintenance? Alright, the maintenance is a little under 1,000. The maintenance here is like 4 times it. I would play EU5 without access, of course. I think I'll give Vic 3 another go, though. I'm open-minded chappy. I feel like you would really like Vic 3. It takes longer to, like, get into than EU5, I think. When you get a moment, can show us the national cast? I haven't seen it yet. Yeah, we can do that. Here's the national cast. You can sort by the popularity, which is less important now than it used to be, and the prominence, which is really what determines how much political influence they have and how likely they are to become the leader after things go. Like, ugh. Don't want that guy around, so we could do something like ostracize him if we wanted to spend the authority to reduce his prominence and make him less politically powered. And so you do see a little bit of shuffling around there, and then a lot of these guys have ownership in locales, so like increasing power there is going to help things out. Is it not worth it to project multiple nodes too? I don't think so, but I'm not sure. I haven't experimented with it. Intuitively, I assume that if a node is connected to the thing, it doesn't matter if you're projecting into one node or several. But I could be mistaken. But yeah, okay, that's... That means that... So the most involvement you can get is... or the most you'll ever need is 9,000. 9,000 to 10,000 is tier 5. So that means just 40 of these ironclads that we have will be able to get you max interest anywhere. That's not landlocked. So 40k is the like going rate-ish. I feel like I've been playing EU5 so much, I don't even know how to go back to Vic 3. That's how I felt initially. Like, I just, like, kept finger rolling, my, like, hotkeys for, like, map modes. Which now I, like, want to have more map modes for Vic 3, because it's so nice, but, like, you also don't check map modes that often in Vic 3. Vic 3, you just, like, stare at the screen and, like, think about things. You think about life. You think about why ironclads are so good at everything. Maybe it's just cannons that are important, and that maybe would make sense why these are bad. We kind of have these guys more so for transporting ships before we got transport ships, but now we have transport ships, so... These are kind of obsoleted. We might phase them out. Let's add submarines, yeah. So we'll add quite a bit. And then... we just want actual fast troop ships. Not because, like... Yeah. You can make an argument that you, like, want everything on your transport. You make them, like, kind of a bit more survivable, but... The way that the math works, you either, like... I feel like you either want omega huge cannons or freaking none. This increases the vulnerability, so you don't want to do that. Alright, but what's the storage? feels kind of small. Although adding those ships increased our cost by a whole lot there. So we have to build them. I wonder at what point you're supposed to eat 40... You're just supposed to eat 40 costs. 40k to just, like, have max things everywhere. My EU5 streamer is playing a new game. Kind of disappointed they didn't use the 1920s Japanese music for the DLC. Hey, it's hard. Or, like, you don't get to 1920 that often in runs, I feel like. I think the meta is to build as many tier 1 tech ships and as much tier 1 admiral command limit and so on. Tier 2 admiral, tier 2 ships count. Wait, what? You mean... I'm not sure what you're saying. You're saying have a bunch of really small fleets because it lets you roll more admirals? It's 5 AM here. Can you decrease the volume of the music? If other people are dislike the music volume, then maybe. 20 cents some iconic music. It would be interesting if Paradox had music that changed with times, like, Civilization? The EU5 changes depending on what you're doing. If you click more, the music gets more intense. Looks like our eco's going vertical now. We're finally popping off. He's beginning to believe. Yikes. Oh, did I not have these on cargo ports? Oh my god, please tell me that's like... They probably don't start on cargo ports if the price here collapses. Okay, no, we're good. Imagine jazz music playing Vic 3. Oh, that would be great, actually. I actually really want to see, you know what you should check out? Is the Morganrote mod for Vic 3. It has a bunch of culture and music and stuff like this. I don't know if it has jazz though. But it is like the orientation is much more around culture than it is like eco or politics or whatever. It's very cool. You'll have a gander, anything to make Vic 3 more historical. It's a lot of it's about art, science, and like history and music and this type of stuff, more so than just like blasting the economy for the 15th time. Morganrote's the GOAT. Yeah, my only gripe with Morganrote is that the performance, it's like a drain on performance. And it's like substantive enough that like, it's like, oh, this campaign's over now. There are 5 tiers of admirals. You need 5 fleets and have 5 admirals of each tier. The count of ships in each fleet is exactly as much of the limit of the particular admiral in the same tier. You need to have 5 fleets and have 5 admirals of each tier. Wait, what? I don't know where you're getting the you need 5 fleets and 5 admirals of each tier. I'm not sure where you're... I don't know where you're coming from there. That you're... You need to... If you want to... Your estates and such will not like frivolous promotions. So if you promote someone without needing command limit, they don't like that. See? Your current commanders are sufficient for the needs of your formations. The promotion is perceived unnecessary, and the armed forces, intelligentsia, and trade unions will be big mad. Is it that bad, the performance of Morgenroth? Not initially, but it scales up pretty quick. It's keeping track of a lot of additional things, I think. Oh, we have a huge investment pool. I think we want laissez-faire here. Chat, I can't get EU into EU5 somehow. EU5, CK3, Victoria 3, Stellaris, I all enjoy a ton, but EU5 doesn't click. I want to train myself to enjoy it. You don't need to force it. I don't know, like, I think there's, like, your motivation for, like, learning a game, like, shouldn't be just, like, trying to have arrived there or gotten there or this type of thing. I don't know, for me, like, I enjoy learning games a lot. And it's one of the reasons why blasting tons of hours in a game is, like, kind of rough. Or, like, I feel like I burn out on games because the interesting part is figuring it out, and once you figure it out, it's, like, less interesting. And so, I really love learning new games. I think it's a lot of fun. But, like, if the process of learning is, like, not fun for you, I think this is just generally true with Paradox games, because there's tends to be a big learning curve, then they, like, it might not be the game for you, you know what I mean? We don't have, like, an industrial base for this-ish. I guess we'll figure it out. Binding for 5 years. Not really generating too much. We do have 10 members though, which is enough to unlock a new slot. We're about to get 10% construction speed. Hey yo. We should have gotten on getting after these guys earlier. I don't know why. I don't know what we're doing over here actually. What war are they fighting in right now? So we should wait till it gets cheaper by letting the involvement come up. God, I want monitors to actually feel reasonable, but it just feels so like I don't get the angle. Like why you would want a monitor over just like half as many. having as many ironclads. Ironclads are really bad at killing raiders, but they're not dying to them too easy either. I think if you want to kill raiders, though, you want cruiser. Trading tools, I guess. What are your thoughts on the interest system so far? I like that system. I like the system so much more. Did they renovate the guide to the start menu on ships? I don't know. I haven't looked through it. Man, it's gonna be such a pain for wait for all the mods to update. This patch looks great. I'm so excited for what Morgan Road cooks up with the new. What is it? This national caste system. Why aren't you researching tech? Yeah, that's my bad. I'm also floating infamy. Terrible. But that's because it'll... Waiting to get the interest level is more valuable than... Like, it's net less infamy if we wait to get the interest level. Almost have 5k here, but not gonna quite get there. I guess we could deck up here. No, but we don't have an adjacency here. Alright, this is where our boats are, so this is gonna be where we have to make a stand or whatever. Might pause construction soon, or just add a bunch of construction and then pause it. And clear out some of this debt. Handled. Oh, I lost my train of thought. What was I gonna do? I was gonna pause construction, that's right. It's gonna add a little bit and then pause it. Because there's drainage which needs to occur. Oh, where is this spreading? You know what? Do something like that. Have Swift Merchant Marine now. And since it's the only good input on the trade centers, that's 20% throughput on the trade centers, I do believe. Which I think, as far as it... Did they change that where it just increases trade revenue rather than trade capacity? Because increasing trade revenue is much more valuable than just increasing capacity. We get tier 2? Yeah, we have tier 2 interest. Alright. Here we can transport up to 34, so 30 stack of infantry. Be good. I don't even know the time of release. Should be 6 AM EST, early. You can drag and drop constructions now. You can. I'm just like I think I'm never gonna get used to that though. What's the matter, Austria? Bite off more than you can chew. Seeing Italy clap Austria is actually sweet. With the narrative content I watched on stream up until now, my eyelids got narrower. That might be true. Wow, we're holding on steady with 200 viewers total. I'd have to order food from somewhere. We're gonna continue. I think we're like 9 hours in. Yeah. Man, there's also so much like times where like right there, like I was thinking, oh, we obviously want more pops there because that means we'll get more gold potentials. That's not how Vic 3 works though. There's like a EU5 Vic 3 brain overlap. Italy formed? Not only did Italy form, Italy is caked up. Is there a Boshan War? Is that, there's content for Qing, but not a lot of content, Loris. I don't know if that's a China content thing, so my guess would be that there's not a Boshan War thing. Unless that's the Heavenly Kingdom Rebellion. There's that. There is the Opium Wars. I don't know what Boshan War refers to. Just got on, you probably got this question. How's the patch? I like the patch a lot. I think the patch is more of a builder patch than like a payoff patch though. I think we get to see like a lot of systems. Like I think the Navy is really sweet, but the AI is not going to play with it that well for probably some time, although I'm not sure. The sample size is small. Much like how the treaty system was sweet, but the AI like didn't really use it very well until kind of took some time developing on that. The really big thing though is this national cast allows for additional characters to be represented in the nation. Would allow for the idea of like a cabinet. We, for example, with our unique content have like a cabinet of daimyo, or did, before we engaged in the restoration. Now it's gone, so there's that. And I think that this will be really sweet. There's also a new system for interests, which is much better. And as part of the Straits, which is a system, we, for example, own part of Al Reef, and so we are charging tolls. As part of this, they're actually tracking where the goods are coming from, like on the map, and like going to. And I could see this being relevant for other deeper and immersive systems. And also, the way that shipbuilding is done, I think really kind of nicely gives a strong advantage in terms of trade to the countries that are building a big navy in a way that is leads to a better simulation. So I think that that's sweet as well. So China gonna get its own DLC this season. Age of Japan is one of the most interesting things that happened in the era. Yeah. The very rapid westernization / industrialization. Magnates and corporations finally have some role in politics. Yes. There are local landowners and they're really powerful. And influence politics and this type of stuff. Can we get technocracy here? A little bit one time. No, we used our one time for the stream. So we get an additional company. We're gonna put in another one of... I think we're gonna put in Mitsubishi this time. And then... for this one, because we have another thing that gives coal and another thing... Yeah, because we have another thing that gives coal, I think we want the motor industries. But now we're getting really good coverage on our companies. It's very nice to get shipyards with one, and then with another one get ports. Also Watashi paper, giving throughput to all the government buildings where a big portion of the expense is the wages is actually also super nice. It's like a meme that it affects skyscrapers as well. Can you make other countries sign 99-year treaties via naval hostilities? I think they still kind of don't like it. You can navally threaten people. The naval threaten seems just really bad. The threatened naval hostilities, the issue is that it's got a base value of 30 infamy. It's just really, like, it's a non-starter. I don't know. From a balance perspective, you're just never gonna click that. See, 22 infamy? Like, we would have to be threatening them for, like, a state or something. Like, extremely valuable. Any new prestige goods? There's 4. One of them is Javan coffee. I think 2 of the other ones are Japanese. I'm not sure if this is new. Satsuma ware. The idea of people doing paperwork on washi paper is very funny. It's like eating community toast for breakfast. Well, you know, sometimes you're just hungry. They updated. You wish that they updated 3D models for Asians. Mitsubishi leader doesn't look Asian at all. Interesting. Open Heart's a big upgrade. Like, are there any naval threatened specific discounts you could get? Not that I saw, but there might be. You should do another run with an unrecognized country and perform piracy. Apparently it's really strong. I imagine it's just, like, flat strong. Like, it doesn't scale well, but it's, like, several thousand income, which is really valuable if you're small. Is infamy no longer a number at some point? Yeah, I mean, but it was like that before. Satsumi ware's not new? Okay, okay, okay. Yeah, automotive industries also makes sense to have motor industries if we're going to get automotive industries throughput. But I guess they want it so that you can found it earlier before cars are invented or something like this. Wow, like everyone's back down to us. It's nice. Gotta go pick them up. Borneo Pirate Kingdom's probably a rad start. That is probably pretty sweet. You raid stuff and you steal the goods, so you get different value depending on what the goods are, as far as I understand it. Do we have a pathway to... Not really. It's a laissez-faire. We do not have a good pathway to it. We can do this, though. No migration controls. I guess. Could also just chill. Pretty sure we can get parliamentary technocracy. How much infamy do you threat against minor country? It's the minor country modifiers apply, but it's still the same base 30 price. Like it's just this is just such a non-starter. Oh, it's base 10 or 20. No, you're right. I could have sworn I had checked this. I guess I was mistaken. I mean, if it goes down to 10, and you have some of the colonization stuff, maybe it's kind of okay. Everyone fears the Japanese rice warlords. Now it's the fruit warlord, though. The meta's changed. A dark fruit looms over Victoria 3 metagame. It's called Fruitonomics, sweetie. Can you buy ships as a landlocked nation? Probably not. I haven't tried. I guess the next time Generalist Week 3 is going to be filming next year, unironically said? What do you mean? I have something coming out tomorrow. What do the new naval laws do? Yeah, let's take a look. I think their scaling is a little bit weird, but we have Merchant Navy, which gives minus ship construction. So you have your regular ship construction and supply ship construction, and I don't know which one you produce more of normally. But if it's more supply ships, then this will actually be pretty sweet. Hey, homicidal phone, what's going? Are fruits still OP? As far as I know. Threatening to sink Great Power's fleet and then burn it in the ports to give a lot of infamy? That's fair. Correct take on this DLC, Generalists? Is that a question or a comment? Skill issue? Yeah, truth hurts. Truth hurts. I was getting GDP shamed earlier, Tarkus. Big Sag. This one gives... So, here's the thing is... It's going to require some math to determine what the cost of a ship is and how much of that is upfront cost and how much of that is maintenance. Because construction efficiency is good for the upfront, it's not good for the maintenance. Also, boatonomics, I think you want to sell people boats. Which is the best boat to sell people is a different question. Selling people shitter cruisers is probably a good idea, a better idea than selling them shitter capital ship. Tarkus has debt, but nothing but debt. Did Tarkus raid me? Was that the notification? I like... Hey, thank you for the raid. Much appreciated. I was like... The gears started turning. What's the correct opinion? It's a demand. I think that this is a really good DLC, but it's like a builder DLC. From the perspective of improving, like, gameplay, just, like, straight up, I think it's, like... more middle of the range for them for DLCs that are supposed to be mechanics DLCs. So it's like doing... I think it's doing a little bit more than like the last DLC, which was like a flavor DLC, right? Or quite a bit more in terms of giving new tools and this type of stuff. But as far as the big DLCs go, like, I don't think that this one is tremendous right now. But I think that it's doing stuff that is really, really valuable for the long term. And I think the biggest one is the character stables mechanic, and the fact that this is moddable. Here, we'll show off the last boat thing, and then kind of circle back to this probably. Cruiser construction efficiency. This just gives more cruiser construction efficiency. Oh, this is light cruiser. That's the raiders. Okay, so I imagine that this one is good late game and that this one's good early game, something like this, because involvement generation is valuable, I think, earlier, and then you just have enough of it. But the national cast is going to be so sick, especially because, like, Japan has already showed us that they could do a cabinet, because they have, like, a group of characters for the daimyo, and you could easily do that with this. This is going to be so good for RP. This is, like, good for Tarkus brand, because you're going to have all the characters, like, in a nation, instead of just, like, oh, I hope I roll Thomas Jefferson or whoever. Talvimar, thank you for the follow, much appreciated. I think that the diplomacy, like, this is just a massive improvement on the interest system. I don't think that the interest system was, like... updating the interest system is not hyper-revolutionary, though. You will engage in stuff a little bit differently to gain interest, and it will be kind of a little bit of a thing, but I think eventually you just get a ton of interest everywhere as you kind of sink your fingers in. But I think that this lays the groundwork for an escalation mechanic and a Great War mechanic. Because I think everywhere, there being overlapping interests everywhere, I think should be a cause for tension and in increasing, like, instability and this type of thing. So I think this sets the stage for that. This sets the stage for there being, like, more cultural mechanics and cabinet and this type of stuff. Like the fact that there's a bunch more levers here. The fact that they're now tracking the trajectory of goods, which was necessary for being able to do straits. Like, you have to track that the goods are coming from here to here, which before they just bled into the world market. I think that this opens up possibilities for adding additional mechanics to trade and ways of kind of conveying influence over areas and logistics and, like, this type of stuff. The fact that they have mechanics for tracing the movement of goods. And then we have the boats. And right now the boats seem like they might not be balanced, and, like, they're a little bit interesting, and my experience before release on the version of the game that isn't what you're going to be receiving, because you're going to be receiving a more polished version of the game, my opinion is that, like, it was very, very clunky. Today has not been as clunky. It is a new patch today relative to what I was playing on before, so that is nice. I imagine that this will get solved, though, and this won't be, like, that huge a deal, but this will be just, like, a nice little upgrade. But maybe some people really, really like it. Like, in 1.5, everyone was super hype about the military, but, like, in the long-term effect of the update to the military, where they, like, added, like, you can make your own army composition type things, like, the long-term effect is people decide what the best army comp is, and then they never think about this stuff again. And so it's not adding something that's that interesting. Like, in the same way that this is adding something that causes you to think about the game in a different way and be like, oh, I need to generate my interest. I think this probably needs balance, because... well, it seems really, really heavy on the boats. And then there's, like, another thing where, like, big fan of the remerging of the civilian and military boat ships, and how this makes it so necessarily the fact that the more navally oriented you are, like, militarily, this benefits your ability to get trade on a global scale. Because this is the kind of seat of Great Britain's power historically, was the movement of freight and this type of stuff. And so, you know, if you want to produce a bunch of ships, you end up having a bunch of steamers. And then if you have a bunch of steamers, the outlet is ports, and then you get a bunch of merchant marine. And then if you have a bunch of merchant marine, you're going to have better margins on your trade center, and you will be able to compete people with trades. Even if you don't produce as good a goods as them, or the goods are not as good a margin, you're not producing them as efficiently, you can still out-trade them because your margins are better. We hear our weekly balance is 2.5k, we're paying close to 3k for the merchant marine, right? If our merchant marine was half the price it was, we would be getting we'd be getting 60% bigger margin on our trade center, which would allow us to out-trade other people in various things, right? So, and I think the biggest winner of this patch from a simulation perspective is Great Britain. I think there's a lot of things that were not properly simulated with Great Britain that are just like so much better now. But people don't like playing Great Britain because it's boring. And they don't care that Great Britain, Great Britain is more stompy and oppressive, via some of the mechanics. Also the fact that Navy really matters now. We have a bunch of that type of stuff, and so, I feel like this is going to be a patch that a lot of people feel is pretty mid, and I think is, really important, and the Vic 3 devs tend to... the Austria patch was fantastic for a flavor patch, because it introduced so much more interesting, movements with the... what is it? And it's not always on, but the obsistence and obstinance, and what's the mechanic called? This was in a flavor pack. They introduced this, and I thought it was really sweet. What was the national movements? What's it called? Awakenings. I forget what it's called, but I think you guys know what I'm talking about. That was part of a flavor patch, and that was the groundwork for the national movements had been built earlier in other patches, and then you get the payoff. And so I think this patch is setting up a bunch of stuff more so than it feels like if people were expecting or wanting a Charters of Commerce type reception or this type of thing, I don't think it's going to be quite that good. Charters of Commerce also just the highest rated Paradox DLC though. So it's hard to do that every time. Lays a lot of groundwork, which is nice. Yeah, this is kind of how I look at the patch. So I think it's laying the groundwork for a cultural system and a Great War mechanic and a cabinet system. And so it's and that's also just how Vic 3 dev stuff is they say we want this system for something else, and then they make the system, and then the system appears kind of bare bones. Because here you just you get two you get two actions. You can patronize or ostracize. You could grant peerage as well, in some cases. But you don't get to, this feels kind of whatever in the same way that agitators in 1.3 when they first came out felt kind of whatever. GB chopped this update? I don't know what you mean by chopped. They're caked up. Fervor? National Awakening? It's Fervor under the Societies tab? Okay. Societies tab? Oh, so we have to go through here. Okay. Yeah, but Fervor is the one I was thinking of. A lot of what was in the India DLC set the stage for, the Fervor. And, the India DLC, a lot of it was just, kind of whatever. And also, the splitting and the bifurcating of the stuff. Was the splitting of language the DLC before Austria as well? The splitting of the language from the, cultural background, this type of thing. So, I think, the thing to do is to, think of it more long-term and, think if you want to support the game's development, more so than, be is this DLC worth it, because very often also all the good stuff's in the free patch, and it's just like always worth. How do you set up your government to push for multiculturalism? I have a hard time with that. A lot of it is keeping an eye out on the agitators you can get and picking off the really good ones, and also try and create movements that'll spawn the agitators with the ideologies you want. I think to some degree some of this has actually changed, because one of the things with, and this actually, maybe the national cast has more bite than I give it credit for. One of the things is, like, when you look at your interest groups, you can see what's going to appear next and the odds. This is heavily influenced by the character, this guy, him having a ton of prominence. If this guy had more prominence and this guy had less prominence, which is something you could affect, you can affect which guy you're likely to spawn. So, massaging the prominence to get character ideologies is probably a bit of a play pattern. I'm gonna write that down. India gave us caste stuff. Yeah, but part of the caste stuff was they... didn't they need to split up some things? They put in Japan TLC too. Not gonna lie, I don't care for the societal hierarchy so far. It really cucks your actualized versus expected SOL, because you just like randomly have for like the middle strata, we just randomly have our capitalists in here. And so like their minimum expected is super low. And some people have, but also they get paid more money, if I recall correctly, if they're in the higher strata. Multiculturalism is not good until the majority of IGs endorse it. I don't know about that. Migration's really good. Please don't massage your prominence on stream, journalists. Sorry. Oh, that's great. One of my least favorite things about Vic 3 was how random ideologies are. Well, there's still some randomness here, but you can see it's randomness with characters that are in your stable, basically. It cuts off primary and secondary culture wages, and they become radicalized. Yeah, but wages suck balls. High wages are, like, one of the biggest, like, government drains. When you have them paying extra wages, it eats your margins. Yeah. Equal opportunity, like, starving the wage slaves. So, yeah, I might do like a review video on it though. I don't know. I don't normally do review videos. Normally I do metagame updates, but honestly, like, my finger is like... I'll probably still do the metagame update after tomorrow's stream. After that, I'll have, like, around 50 hours played or something on this patch. I wish I could get more, but then... I wanted to make a Boatonomics video. That might not happen. I don't know. I have to... EU5 is coming out soon with their patch, and my viewership's more EU5 now than Vic 3 now, so like I probably just should lean into that more. How can you patronize the guy with the ideology you want? It requires some authority. And it requires they have a somewhat similar ideology to your ruler. But take this guy, for example. Patronize. Use some authority. For 10 years, and then he gets prominence. So who's our most... So, like... Our Zaibatsu is, like, one of our more powerful movements. And we're actually pretty okay getting modernizers, so... But if we weren't, we could come to this character and be like, hey... We can patronize him, and then we might not be able to ostracize the other guy. We could even ostracize the other guy, and we can... I mean, we could show it just right now, what it looks like. We're gonna reload after this, but just to kind of show the mechanic a little bit. Okay, so we're here with the Zaibatsu, and we're taking a look. Okay, what are we likely to roll next? And then you see Jingoists. We're going to patronize this because we want a Jingoist. We don't, but we're going to do that. What percentage was it at? 17% per 4? Alright, it's at 77 now, and then we can ostracize this guy. So he was at 77% chance before. And so, let's see if we can peel another week. Alright, not the most profound effect. What is this guy up to? He's up to 72, and this guy is at 52. So the movements are still being kind of a big driver here. Let's take a look and see if we can see why. Weight is this. Prominence and roles of modernizers and movement pressure. Oh, we just have more modernizers. So we have a lot of modernizers in the thing. And so the movements causing us to get a lot of characters is actually a driving force here a little bit. So this is momentum that's been created by our movements. Because we have more than one modernizer, and also Kome is a Meiji is a modernizer here. How important do you think the Straits are? I think every meta is going to open up with you trading trading junk for Al Reef from Spain, because Spain's willing to trade it. Is India going to explode every run? I don't know. I have one run where I've been playing as GB, and then I have this. And the run where I'm playing as GB, I just don't let them explode, so... It doesn't make wages lower? I'm pretty sure it does. If you're on ethno-state... Where's the... How do you pull this thing up again? Did they change this? Okay, no, this is, right. Plus 25% wage for the full acceptance status. So that increases wages. For government wages. Going ethno-state makes all your government wages more expensive. And it makes it so that people who are disallow upper and middle strata work in government buildings for violent hostility, cultural erasure. There's less qualifications for lower tier pops. Buildings have the new discrimination mechanic as well, where they will try and hire more of the people that are already employed there. I assume this extends to government buildings as well. I mean, I have done a run where I intentionally tried to juice the living bejesus out of wages, and it was awful because everything felt like terrible, like molasses. They're based on which cultural tier you're on. It's not just the cultural tier, the law also informs it. Like, multiculturalism gives you a different set, where it's minus 5% wage for open prejudice, minus 10%, and minus 20%. But the thing is the pops that are allowed to work in the government buildings, like the government building pops tend to be the most accepted, so the plus 15% wage for full acceptances causes an issue. What do we even have with subjecthood? Yeah, subjecthood doesn't have increased wages. You said that multiculturalism was bad, not that, like, subjecthood was good. Every single one of these other ones is you're paying more to primary culture. Deflate your wages if you're minority ruling? Kind of. You still have the issue that, like, everyone who gets employed in a university, which has the highest wage multiplier, tends to be the primary culture. Not that this is, like, this is a bad example because Japan is kind of monoculture. %, English. Where else should we check? %, Yankee. %, Dixie. %, South German. I mean, it's been a while since I, like, looked at this, but I did look at this. 100% North German. 100% North German. Like, South Africa could be good for ethno-state. I still don't think it's good. 100% Boer. Discriminatory laws always jack up your government budget, yeah. Because it won't hire these other guys. Surprise, surprise, the racists don't want to be taught by, you know? Like, in theory, if you could ensure that all the government work was done by highly discriminated people, then it would be a lot better. Yeah. Do the wages stick, though? The government wages do. I know when you stack a bunch of wage multipliers, you just, like, get pounded in the ass by government wages. Because I did a run where I specifically stacked every government wage multiplier possible, and it felt awful. It was so bad. It was actually a Japan run. It felt real bad. Your IGs are satisfied with citizenship law, don't change it or else it can turn a critical mistake. Well, sometimes you want your IGs to get radicalized a little bit. Did we lose control of them? No, we didn't. Kalot should be able to handle themselves there. Overall, I don't find using discrimination to deflate wages being feasible in victory. Actually, the other way around most of the time. You want to avoid discrimination laws because they inflate your primary pop weight. Yeah, this is what I'm saying. Although I think you're talking to the other guy more so than me. We cannot land and we cannot make progress. Wait, why can't we land into the 3 stack? I mean, I think we'll eventually get there, right? We have 3 times as many people. You having fun with the DLC and update? I am. I'm bummed that I have to switch back to EU5 pretty quick. Because I'm frustrated that they have 2 DLCs right on top of each other. Oh, I guess we should do our plug. If you are interested in getting the DLC and you wanted to support the channel, a really good way to do it is... Oh, sorry. Sorry if there are any kids. Oh no, not the kids, not the children. Alright, get the kids out of the room. Get the kids out of the room. It's not what we were trying to show. That's not the type of person we are. I mean, asking people to use our code generalist in all caps and buy from the official web stores so that we give 12% of our cut now. That just seems wildly inappropriate considering the type of filth we just exposed the children to. And if you do this, you will be emailed an activation code to put in on Steam. But now, I mean, like, children's lives are ruined. I take it all back. Don't use my activation code. Generalist in all caps. Never forget the time Generalist flashed a spreadsheet on stream with no warning. We're gonna default now. We're not. We're chilling. We are chilling. Because our investment pool is growing by a big enough margin. We'll just pause construction. Actually, we were planning on doing that anyways. Yoink. Yep. See? We are chilling. It's when this plus this equals a negative number and you're, like, you know, in the difficult spot. If anything, we should add construction. Because the GDP also grows and expands our line of credit, but... yeah, we could actually just let this kind of expand out a little bit. Construction's getting done though, right? It should be draining our pool. $192K for construction goods, and if we unpause... $192K for construction goods. Well, I think we gotta wait on the month. 193, yeah, so it's still constructing, it's just... no, we're super chilling. They're stealing all the dividend money to buy bananas. No! Don't forget to load the save. Oh, that's right. Not like this. We just, like, wasted a bunch of authority for no reason. That's right. My bad. You're so right. What if I want to buy the DLC but not support the channel? Then type generalist in all caps, but like this. Yeah. Jude, thank you for following, much appreciated. Leave Hormusi alone. Swiggity swooty, I'm coming for that Hormusi. Does Japan run without an unhealthy amount of debt? Yeah, this is how the new players cut their teeth on Victoria 3 is they play Japan, they go into negative, and then they just like run into apocalypse interest mode and cry themselves to sleep. Just actually because Japan gets recommended to new players because Japan, the fact that you're isolationist is actually pretty good because it forces you to like play the game and like learn how the stuff's connected, right? Because you start out on isolationism, but it also is unrecognized, which means you categorically cannot run debt. Or it's really bad, like, I don't know. Did we get Hormuz yet? Did we get the price of oil to drop? We won that war. That war is over. There's no conflict here. It happened last week. I think we should just move on and talk about other things. There's no conflict going on here. I don't know what you're talking about. That's just, look, it's just little green men in green trench coats. That's actually really funny. We're gonna screenshot this. It's just little green men. For those of you who don't understand that reference, that's a Russia-Ukraine invasion reference. Where it wasn't Russian soldiers, it was just men in little green outfits, except these are very green outfits. Japan is not good for new players. It's good for, like, just learning the buildings, not, like, actually playing. Toy soldiers, good god, I want the game now. Give us the little green med patch where the, these aren't paid insurgents, these are freedom fighters fighting on their own time, not state-sponsored invasion force of people who are serving in the Russian military, right? These are freedom fighters for Crimea, not people who get paid a salary by Vladimir Putin in their off time choosing to celebrate freedom in a foreign country. Little green men. I played as GB first and I was like, that's easy, and then I got clapped on Japan. Yeah. Oh, they all die. Is there confetti? We won that battle. Screenshot and post to the Discord. Hey, more little green men. Maybe we save. In case they ask for a save. Green men. See, I get to play with all the fun stuff, and then by release it's fixed. No green men. Freedom is green, dollars are green. Makes sense. My hobby is being in the army. Yeah, my hobby is an invasion. A special non-military invasion. Most underrated new player country is Tall Cuba. There, I said it. Tall Cuba's sweet. Whoa, whoa, whoa! Is this Karg Island? You just walk in there on horseback and take it. We love the little plastic toy soldiers we had as kids. It's a feature. Honestly, I'm kind of vibing with it. I could get behind this. Now I'm sad. Alright, that war is over. It's over. It's already done. I don't know why you guys keep asking me about it. That war is over. The war, it's not happening no more. Why are you guys still asking me about some war? Like it's still happening. Insanity. That war's already over. That war is over, my friend. Crazy. AI Cuba became a great power your last game. That is ballin'. We'd love to see it. I think we should add construction here. Probably didn't add it in the best spots, to be honest. Where are companies again? Oh, we have the Swift Merchant Marine turned on. We're gonna get the paper turned on soon. That's gonna be sick. Are you playing pre-patch version? Yes. I'm playing the day before patch. This, you may or may not have little green men. And the beautiful Hormuz Strait. It's now ours. Beautiful strait. The best strait in the world, actually. And they just gave it to us. Yeah. They called it a gift. When people give me a gift, I go crazy. It doesn't matter how bad they are. I just love gifts. I'm not mad at all. Alright. We have tier 3. I think we just go after Bahrain here. We're already kind of right here. Like, where you have your army kind of feels like it matters way more. We know they have oil, so as it goes. We unlock torpedo boats. I don't think we're gonna make any template, but we can take a look at what's going on here. So, in theory, this is supposed to counter the ironclad. In practice, I don't think it does, but let's take a look. So, 135 armor. So, that's flat reduction of damage. Oh shit, these things do so much damage per level. The base value on the damage is like... Okay. So, you don't do any damage unless you crit. Crit chance is 45 though. Okay, looking at the base rates is super deceptive because the scaling is like kind of funky on these add-ons. But you definitely just want more crit chance. And so half the time you will do babonk amounts of damage, and then the other time you won't do a babonk amount of damage. Is the 4,000 hour review coming? It is when I hit 4,000 hours. About like 4,800. But currently I'm just kind of playing like 50 hours every patch or something like this. I wanted to do several runs, but then like the EU5 DLC is just like right behind this one. But, look at this. Okay, I kind of get it now. So, 54% of the time we will do 65 damage. The maintenance is 179 though. It's 243, 179. And I just think like... This has 4k HP. This has 1300 HP. Or we could do this and have 1800, but then it's... Oh, we need this. It's like double the price, or it's like plus 40% more to add. I guess it's a similar amount of HP. But I think you'd rather just have more guns. Like, you'd rather have 40% more of these ships than 40% more hull on this ship, especially because they don't have high vulnerability. Provide a lot of screening, though. That's actually something interesting. But I think that the torpedo boats are supposed to pseudo-counter the ironclad, and I think they just lose to the ironclad. What's your dream update for Vic 3? Kill the Diplo play. Bring culture mechanics. I think they need to address the boring tech system. Did I make my video on the way I would rework tech in Vic 3? I don't think I ever got around to making that. Now I can't remember what all my points were. Just form Byzantium in Vic 3 and no one will know the difference? Yeah. It's like the same thing, really. That would be the funny thing to do. I mean, maybe this is bait. This is adding like 20% more damage. You know what? This might be bait. I hate that that's bait, but like this might be just the way you... Or actually, because it's increasing costs, now this... No. Just not much hull armor. It's like not that much big a difference. The things that actually hit for high damage are just gonna cuck you anyways. But I guess you get cucked a lot less by like the cruiser class. Debt? Yeah, I know we're in debt. We're fine. We're chilling. Do carriers do anything interesting? Carriers have just like insano detection. That's the most like notable thing. They also have like more accuracy. Yeah. The base accuracy is 30% instead of 10%, which is interesting. Which makes carriers... Like, they don't do tremendous damage. That'll make carriers kind of, like, better at killing, like, these, ships where we're less committed to just putting in a bunch of hull. Right? There's some rock, paper, scissors stuff going on. But I think that, like... At least, and maybe this is the way it should be, because this is a decent representation of history, but from a gameplay perspective, it's kind of... From a gameplay perspective... Gameplay-wise, rock, paper, scissors should be the thing, right? And, you should be able to specialize, and this should push you into strategies that are raiding-oriented, landing-oriented, blockade-oriented, this type of thing. Simulation-wise, the ironclad just being hard unsinkable is, like, kind of realistic. And I think that this is just what you do cost-effective-wise if you actually want to fight. And, like, this is it. Love how the model changes on every tier component. I do, too. It's very sweet. It also changes, if you have a flagship. See that? We got Neptune in the front. Our team is on it. Oh, we can zoom in even more on Neptune. Boom. Yeah, but we're fine on the deck because our investment pool is growing by a bigger margin. We have A-OK. Because what we will do... Wait, did we even swap? Not sure we swapped everything on over. We didn't. Yeah, just kidding. We don't need any of this. Yes, so what we will do is, if it gets closer, we just pause construction, and our investment pool is so built up that it'll just keep going. Well, actually, now we're in the negative, but that's because we added construction just a little while ago. Do you have some ships with high supply but no fighting capabilities? Yeah, we do have some of those. We actually have a couple of different models of that. We have these cruisers, which we just called speedsters, which I think for us these are like obsolete, and we're gonna look to unload these or trade them to some schmuck because they just they're kind of okay for generating influence, and that's kind of what we're using them for. But then we also have these transports, where the only point is that they're fast and have a lot of carrying capacity. As the new army logistics, I don't have my finger really on the pulse of the new army logistics, except to the extent that you use it for navies, which, if you don't have enough supply ships, you just get super screwed, and you can't project power with a really big army. You're significantly limited on that front. Like, we can take a look here, but currently we have... Well, they're not even properly allocated, but the Marines here take up 800 of our supply ships. Of our total Oh, looks like we're not gonna have enough. Yeah, so fighting over here in Bahrain with 30 stack, we don't have enough. We have 900 ships total available, and we haven't managed to get the full allocation. Or we do have enough? It doesn't matter because we win that, but... Is it possible that ironclads are good for just right now, and the later tech makes them unclassed? Yeah, they're not OP relative to later capital ships. Like, pre-dreadnoughts are better, and dreadnoughts are better, and then super dreadnoughts are better, as far as I can tell, like, looking at the numbers. I just mean that the rock, paper, scissors mechanic doesn't come into play when you have ironclad. Maybe... I guess submarines probably beat ironclads. I don't know if they beat pre-dreadnoughts. I guess that's maybe where we start asking more questions. Like, who's your daddy? And what does he do? So, I mean, yeah, maybe this is a way to think about it, is because subs are an end tech. And so maybe that's not a fair comparison. Maybe the idea is that subs are OP. Because it takes you so much longer to get to the end tech for capital ships. Super Dreadnoughts H5, subs H4. It is H4 though, actually. I was eyeballing it like it was H3, it's H4. Also get modern ironclad in H3. Yeah, so H3 is just like the age of the ironclad, I don't know, and then H4, get access to subs. I guess we would need to kind of see how subs and dreadnought, pre-dreadnought line up a little bit better. Destroyers look really good, but destroyers are H5. Destroyer, aircraft carrier, super dreadnought are H5. Is it actually possible to follow naval strategies like coastal defense only, global presence, etc., or is there a single one beats all strat? It's complicated by the fact that I don't think the AI is playing in an effective way. I think that this boat is really hard to beat, I think. Where you have max guns, max shields, and nothing else. But I think I think you just raid around it. And this isn't very good at transporting troops. And so it's possible that you can build you build a composition of ships that is like capital ships and landers. It's possible you can build a composition that will kill enough of those landers such that you can defend your coast, right? I'm just thinking of transport ships. And it's also possible that you just look and see where the ironclads are patrolling and you just don't go there. As it stands, the AI is willing to fight you even when the boats are terrible. And what would happen... When the ironclad boat was made, like the first ironclad in the United States Civil War, they just didn't fight it, or they made their own iron ship called the Monitor, and they just like wet noodled it out, and neither could hurt each other. How hard is it to maintain a decent navy? It's a lot more expensive. I think there's some tedium to the extent that you also want to cycle out your obsolete ships, so. And you want to do so through trading. Because it gives you, like, decent value. I don't think you can upgrade ships, though. I'm not 100% sure. Oh, looks like we can retrofit. Okay, so We can maybe upgrade these speedsters to transports. Subs are supposed to be more about raiding supply lines. Yeah, they will be better at that thing, Japan. What is that even? I haven't gotten achievements in so long because I've been playing like EU5 and they don't let you get it. Three different prestige goods as Japan. Alright, fair enough. I guess I'll have to look at the relative cost there. Oh no, this upgraded the wrong shit. Oh, this changes it to a template. I'm confused exactly what I'm doing there. Oh, I want to choose this. Got it. I want to change this into... Yeah, so this I can only change into other frigates. So, you could change what... You could retrofit it to a different thing, but it's gotta stay the same class ship. Is the new Navy system tedious? It's a little bit tedious in some spots. I don't think it's like apocalyptic. It's not like you're chasing around fleets, or like it doesn't feel like that, but some aspects of it, like if we want to draft a treaty, this is something I left feedback on, and sell a bunch of ships. You know? Not to mention you have to scroll every time, too. Hey, Ham, how's it going? Update's going good. Haven't you... Do you not have... Are you not on the early access train, Ham? That seems weird. You make it... The update's good. I like it. Kind of, several big things, I think. The interest system, I think, is way better, more dynamic, and I think it also lays the groundwork for a Great War escalation type of mechanic. And I think that the national cast is big and allows you to track way more characters, way better for RP, and also makes politics more dynamic, makes it so you don't just, like, have to hope you roll the character, the historical character. Instead, historical characters kind of always appear, and gives you some more levers with which to like interact with stuff, and the way it's picking who the interest group leader is probably a little bit better too. Navy stuff's cool, but I don't think that the Navy stuff's necessarily like the biggest be-all end-all, but still kind of looking at it, trying to think through it, trying to figure it out. And then no one contacted you about it? Do you have your email in the thing? Because it's possible that if there's too much friction, like if your email or like a business email is not in the description. I don't have a business email in my description, but I also wasn't contacted, I think, very quickly. And then there's also, what's the last thing that was like the big kind of change? I do think that this lays the groundwork for, like, cabinet and cultural system, though, like, tracking artists and stuff like this. I think Morgan Road's gonna go so hard with this. National cast feels huge for the future, yeah. Oh, and then the straits. There's also straits, but in order to implement this, they need to track where goods is going, and I feel like that has some teeth for other mechanics as well, in addition to just the straits, but they implemented the tracking so that they could do the straits. The straits themselves just feel very strong, but they're like kind of whatever. there an open, straight diplomatic demand? I think so. So does this power update say make Russia limited in power projecting area around South America? Yes. How close you are geographically to stuff now really matters because it's going to super gimp the amount of supply you have. I'm very excited to see what, like, competitive multiplayer looks like. Like, super, super excited. Because, I want to, like, navies seem really important now. And Navy combat's going to be centered a lot more around the Navy. Because you can't just, like, dodge having to do stuff. Or at least I feel like Navy is going to be a lot more important. To be fair, fighting with you in Europe, it's like kind of fighting in Europe. How's the new system of AI system affected so far? I think that Great Britain probably like undergoes after Qing. I think that that's on their like list of things that they want to fix, but like Great Britain doesn't have enough interest in here to like go for it or whatever. I get early access to Dev Diaries. Dev Diaries. Oh, if you DM me off stream, I could tell you more about it. Because not supposed to talk about like the internal structure of things for Paradox. I'm kind of a nit when it comes to NDA. I probably could talk about it, but I'm not. Oh, we can flip Shinto. Should we do it for the content? I think we want to do, with this amount of extra floating, I think we want to... Man, it's crazy how much power projection we're getting from this, like, 2-stack of thing. We are losing money when paused. That's actually maybe a problem. Normally we should be able to drain out. If we're not draining out, that's maybe an issue. There's some buffer though. 6 milli. We want all of Sinai because the canal only gives you one side of it. USA kind of uncontested in the Americas? Wow, it's almost like it was history. Yeah, that is kind of what I think. I think, like, if you're thinking of like multiplayer competitive metagame, like USA looks so much more appealing because, like, bro, you can't like fight them very easily. What are you gonna do? The thing with the competitive metagame for multiplayer, when it's teams, that also flows both ways. The US can't really help out either. So it's a little unclear, but powerhouse picks of like India and Qing, it's gonna flow both ways on that as well. So it adds a lot of like asymmetry. If you do 3v3v3 and you have 3 Europeans, the other team is gonna struggle in that theater. We were doing that type of thing. Have Panama and the Suez Canal companies been reworked? No, but they give straits. You get the strait when you make the canal, which is really valuable. The strait itself is valuable because you get to control how much, or you get to toll all the trade that's going through the canal. Like right now, we have half of this tariff, and it's propping up our economy. Might makes right in my multiplayer lobbies. It doesn't it everywhere. Kind of getting okay pop growth. I don't think we've had rulers change. I think I should have ordered food if we were going to continue. Actually, we're getting pretty close to the 12-hour mark. We're at the 10-hour mark right now. I don't actually think we can fight. See, here's like a thing is, I don't think we can fight Great Britain, or I don't think we can fight Egypt, not because we can't beat them militarily, but I don't think we can land, or well, maybe we even can't beat them militarily, but I don't think we can land enough guys. So we have to like pick our spots. I think Qing might just be able to straight up just beat GB if GB tries to do anything funny. Starts with an M. Did we not subjugate them? Maharashtra? Can I not read? Why are they Satara there? And Maharashtra. Alright, whatever. We'll reduce autonomy on them when we can. And then, but we could easily ship way more navy over here. I think we might go after Dainan. What is shipbuilding companies like now? The ship queue, I imagine, changes all of that. So they merged the military shipyard and the regular shipyard, which makes it so that if you have a big navy, a side effect is you will be able to trade way more lucratively because you'll, make steamers, which will make merchant marine, which is then used in the trade centers, which gives you better margins. But other than that, there's not a super tremendous change. When you queue something up, though, in your ship construction, depending on what the thing you're constructing is, it's going to add cost and goods, and that is represented in the shipyards. So the shipyards are going to have just a bunch of random buy orders, and like if you're producing like late game military ships, it's going to like have oil in here or whatever. Did they change the Australia resources? As far as I know. I mean, the real thing is the arable land, right? They said that they were changing some of the Australia stuff. This looks changed. Not 100% sure, though. How much eco do you need to sustain landing a 100 stack across the world? Ballpark? The thing is the supply ships have very little maintenance, but you have to build them. That's weird to say. The amount of fleet you need is around 3 times what we have. But then you also have to, because this can land 34, and this is 5k. But then this is a completely, naked fleet, basically, where there's no ability to win a fight. So if you come here and then they have actual ships that are good at shooting other ships, you'll be super screwed. Other countries use your shipyards? No. You can sell them ships. It's a little bit clunky, though, the ship selling kind of UI. Yeah, I think we'll kind of finish up the war and probably look to wrap up the stream here. We've gone over a little over 10 hours. I want to have some energy for tomorrow for release. If anyone has some last minute questions, though, I'll answer some questions and explain some things, and maybe kind of do a rundown of what I think of the patch overall, and then plug my content creator code. Bam! Let's go. Overall, this feels like a very solid patch, but more of a builder patch, I would say. And what I mean by that is I think there's a lot of changes that are going to long-term just be turbo insanely, like, sweet. But they don't... They're, like, cool, but they're not, like, super... Wowza. I don't have the right adjective here, but they're... The patch for me is, like, batting at, like, overall, like... Maybe like a 7 to an 8, but like long term, like up in the 9 kind of territory. For a and then like maybe you put it somewhere more in like the 6 to 8 neighborhood if you're talking about 7 to 8 for like an overall Vic 3 patch, but maybe like 6 to 8 for a flagship patch because it is a flagship patch. We can kind of go through each of the things, and we've talked about them a little bit, but people are coming in and out of the stream, so I think a big one is the national cast. This allows you to see the characters that you're going to roll in for the chance of appearance, allows you to affect it, and it allows you to have a massive stable of historical characters. I think it also lays the groundwork for stuff like Cabinet, or if you were going to have arts and scientists and this type of stuff, these types of characters, I think it lays the groundwork. It's going to make Morganrow very interesting. Next up, we have the interest system, which is just way better than the toggle that you have. This is just like such a better system. It's just like a very strict kind of improvement type thing. You have various things that increase your involvement, and the involvement determines your rank. Your rank from this, you will get up to infamy and decree cost, as well as ability to do a bunch of stuff and a bunch of trade advantage, which is quite strong. And if you have very little interest, you cost extra infamy. I think that this is probably not hyper well balanced, and some stuff gives too much, and some stuff maybe doesn't give enough. I think GDP ownership should maybe be a bigger share of the importance. I think somehow the trades that are traveling through there should be more important. That's currently not represented, but I think that this kind of lays the groundwork for an escalation mechanic for Great Wars, where you can very easily scaffold great powers and their interests. You could scaffold that onto... you could use that as a mechanic to scaffold escalating tension globally. So I think that this is big. And it makes navies more important. Then we have the naval rework from the boatonomics side, which I think actually improves the simulation quite a bit. Because now if you have a strong navy, you will have stronger trade because they tied the two back together, which I think is a good thing. If you are producing a lot of boats, you will necessarily be producing a lot of the civilian boats as well. And this will, translate to more lucrative ports, which will translate to more lucrative trade centers, and will allow you to dominate global trade, specifically off the back of naval prowess. But also, if you try and dominate global trade, you will, as a consequence, develop naval prowess, or the capacity to really build out a navy quite quickly, even if you don't utilize it. And so I think that this is pretty cool from the simulation, and really I think a lot from like the emergent stuff for Great Britain specifically in terms of representing why Great Britain was strong. I think a lot of this is improved because Great Britain was not an industrial powerhouse like for the back 80 years of the game. They instead what they excelled in was freight and finance. They controlled the flow of goods, and the procurement of capital really quite strongly, and that's why they were powerful. And so we have that. We also have the boats and building of the boats. I think this is really fun to play around with right now. I imagine this will get solved, and this will kind of be something that's in the back of people's heads. I hope what it has is kind of some dynamism in terms of what you're trying to do with the fleet is going to determine what boats you end up using in this type of thing. And so that is going to be kind of a thing. And there's like one more major point. Oh yeah, there's also straits. And the straits are just super OP. But beyond that, or specifically like just going after this one in Al Reef is just like insane. To a lesser extent, this strait can also be good. Tolls seem like strict upside. But this requires the tracking of the movement of goods. Which, if they're... I'm not saying there's going to be an infrastructure system, because my understanding is that they could easily design one, but the problem is the issue is performance. But they have a way of tracking the direction of goods. Performance doesn't seem super, like, negatively affected like this. And so, by this, like, system. So I think that, to the extent that they're tracking the direction of trades now, this is maybe something that has interesting implications, although I can't think of them. So for me, it's like a bit of a builder patch where the play patterns are not, like, insanely more fun or something like this. But a lot of the underlying structure really sets up for other stuff for the future. So I'm excited about it. You gotta order region-appropriate food for stream tomorrow? Yeah, maybe we'll do food tomorrow. Although I kind of might want to do food off as soon as I get off stream right now. Although, I'll just want to eat. So, hey, you were reading the Dev Diary 2 weeks ago? You confused, because tycoons sound like tycoon, but that's where the English word came from? There we go. What do you think is going to be the meta when it comes to government structure this patch? You talking about governing principles? And... Well, I think technocracy just gives you the extra stuff. But social monarchy, I have not tested this at all. And this one actually might be sick. I don't know. Locking in a really good ruler tends to be strong. I haven't played around with this. How do you feel about the second construction pools? Should they expand on this idea? Well, like, have a science construction pool and then, like, arts construction pool. It's kind of okay. It allows you to really ramp up and down various expenses in you have, like, additional levers. Currently, we're paying more because I think we might be building something. This is the supply ships we're building. Yeah, but if we decrease this, I think it would decrease our maintenance. We let it wait a week, yeah. But supply ships, you just, like, bank. And so... Yeah, I don't know, that's, like, hard to... It's a system that's very oblique to how things, work. Foundational improvements, but not much up front. There's definitely, like, some stuff up front, but it's not like Charters of Commerce. I think it's definitely going to be the big patch of the year, though. Like, there's more mechanics stuff in here than I would expect to see in a flavor patch, or than was in the Spain patch or the Austria patch, although I like the Austria patch a lot. How much does this update affect performance? I can't really notice a difference, but I haven't been playing Vic 3 hyper consistently, so I'm probably less the person to ask. Can you explain why infrastructure would choke performance? So the type of infrastructure we're talking about is, instead of having MAPI, which is a representation of this system, right? Instead of using MAPI, let's see, market price impact, we had a system where the logistics said, hey, this place that produces coal It's really close to a place that produces iron. And so what they can do is together they can supply steel, and the fact that they're adjacent matters. Instead, everything feeds into a global market. The problem is you would have way too many connections required to track the flow of goods to regional kind of like markets or regional production centers. But in theory, like, if you have resource extraction that's next door, you should like be able to produce stuff better. Like, Pennsylvania has a ton of coal and iron. You don't have any coal in New York, but coal should still be cheaper because it's close to Pennsylvania. Making a logistics system that tracked that would just not be performative because there's too many connections. I thought social monarchy was closer to British parliamentary model than Japanese World War II model it's based on. Maybe, I don't know. Political system in which the state itself, state positions itself as the ultimate mediator between nation and a nation's corporate groups. The monarchy is held as a symbol of the country's national identity. Yeah, it sounds like Britain to some extent. But I think we're going to wrap it up. We will be back tomorrow, streaming at the same time. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you did, feel free to like, comment, subscribe. We do have one remaining plug. And then we'll see... Oh, we should probably see who else is live. But that is... if you're interested in buying the game, if you use code Generalist at checkout, this doesn't save you any money, but it does send 12% of the sale our way. And I also think that there's a 30% fee on Steam. I think that Paradox has to pay the fee if they buy through Steam, but not if they buy through online, which is why they offer the content creator code thing. I think. I'm not 100% sure about that, but that might ship Paradox more money if you use... the code. But also, if you wanted to ship all the money to Paradox, right, don't use the code. Just buy off their website, and you will be emailed a activation code that you just need to copy and paste into Steam for activated products, and a little bit less convenient, but it is a way to support the channel with no additional cost to yourself. Even though I made a mistake this stream, and I showed something I shouldn't have. A spreadsheet. It looks like people will want to let us invest in us. Maybe we do that for next session. We open up Japan, something like that. So, let's see if anyone else is playing Victoria 3, which I assume, or anyone we know is playing Vicky 3, which I assume will be yes. And we will see if there's another content creator blasting the category. What? No one else is streaming Vic 3? Terrible. Alright. Well, have a good one, you guys. Take care. Bye-bye now.